started yesterday here in Zagreb, the first day of the Mediterranean Cup, and it was a lively start, wasn't it? We had the Croatians flying the flag, Spain kind of overpowering them in the end, but I think we're set for a very interesting weekend. I'm Mr. Maximo, this is the ECN Mediterranean Cup, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day, huge weekend in European cricket. We're here at the Mladost Cricket Ground in Zagreb for day 2 of the Mediterranean Cup, and it's a huge program today. We have 2 T20 internationals, then we have our first ever 2 ECS-W matches. So essentially we've got about 12 hours of cricket coming your way from here in Croatia, and also about the same in Bulgaria because they have 6 matches in the European Cricket Series today. So we're talking kind of 24 hours of live sport in one day, and that is something that's quite incredible. So starting here with match number 2 in the ECN Mediterranean Cup between Croatia and Spain. I do it from toss news a little bit earlier. It was Spain, their captain Christian Munoz-Mills, who won the toss, and he's elected to bowl. So they're kind of following the script from yesterday, but I was pretty impressed with Croatia and how they kind of dealt with what looks like a mismatch on paper. I think that Saga Manzur was very good in both the games we saw yesterday, the T10 and the T20, top scoring for the Croatians, but it's going to be really tough for them. I think it's a great learning curve, but can they just kind of pull out that 1 or 2 sensational performances that might be able to lead them to an upset? Let's talk conditions today. I can tell you currently it's about 21 degrees. We had a couple of overnight storms, which just softened up this ground a little bit. The pitch was pretty unpredictable yesterday. I wonder if that rain might just settle it down. We don't really know. We'll only really know once we get play underway in a few moments, but we're expecting a maximum temperature of 28 degrees. So pretty good conditions for cricket here. Also, I just want to mention for Spain, Yasser Ali, his 6-wicket haul yesterday, an incredible feat by him, his first ever 5-wicket haul in T20 International. He's also top scored for Spain. Sebastian Hughes-Pinan comes in for Spain as well for the first time in the series now that he's arrived in Croatia. The other thing that I'm really happy to see is Alec Davidson-Soler back behind the stumps. He copped quite a nasty blow to the face yesterday, but he's recovered well enough to be able to take that wicket-keeping spot. Let's get ready for the start of play now. The news from the toss is that Spain have won the toss. They're fielding first. Let's go over to the commentary box as we get ready for the start. And yes, the cube has survived, although it had a bit of a scare last night. A couple of storms sweeping through. This is a look from the air at the Mladost Cricket Ground, the MCG of Croatia, if you like. And we started the T20s yesterday. 5-match series. First match saw Croatia battling to 125 for 9. They do bat out their 20 overs in the end. Saga Manzur had a pretty good day, following up a top score in the T10 match with 38 of 24. Apart from that, Danakula 17 and Maheshwari 16, but yeah, Yasser Ali was 6 for 28, was very, very good with the ball and even with the bat when he top scored to get his team across the line. In the end, they did it with 25 balls to spare, so you can see that Spain are 1-0 up in the series. Really, it's all just to do with the amount of wins in a bilateral series. So right now they're 1-0 up, and still 4 matches to go in this T20 series. So we have 2 matches today, we have 2 matches tomorrow. We also have the first ever ECS-W matches tonight. More about that as the day goes on, but these are the 2 teams. Some team news just come to hand. Zanko comes in, and also Harry Prasad Sathidevi, Kekes and Bosniak into the side from the side we saw last night. Big out for them is Rashid Hashmi. I think that he's a player that I think they would have been counting on for a few runs. Didn't really have it with the bat. Kept pretty well yesterday, but he's not in the side this morning. And we'll also mention that Chabe, who had a pretty good day, he's out of the side as well. So Croatia reeling a little bit with some of those team changes. Spain bring in Hughes-Pinan, could see him back. And also Adil Raja is back in the side. And it could be a dangerous proposition on this wicket. 6% Croatia. And they'll just be hoping at some point that they can pull out a win. If they can win against a team that's ranked 44 spots above them, then, you know, that could do something quite incredible to their ranking. They had a good win against Belgium in the sub-regionals recently in Germany. And yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to see if they can make a bit of magic happen here on home turf. Like I said, it's an ambitious matchup, but we actually saw Croatia really fighting in every respect yesterday. Pitch conditions are a big kind of question mark. I don't think we've ever seen bowlers of the calibre of, you know, Atif Mohammed and Atif Mahmood and kind of Roger Adil on this wicket. And we know it's got a bit of up and down, but they really showed that it can do some quite wild things. I don't think the Croatian bowlers, maybe outside Danakula, were really able to find those gremlins consistently. But with the overnight rain, perhaps what often happens with these artificial wickets is they just hold the base together. It kind of binds the base a little bit. So normally there's a bit of rain, it settles them down a bit. But I suppose time will tell. 20 over match, of course. Official T20 International. It's going to be Atif Mahmood to get us going. Danakula and Shukla, the two openers, of course, no Hashmi in the side. It means that Sam Houghton will be doing the wicket-keeping for Croatia. Ready, steady, let's go. With day 2 of the Mediterranean Cup. First one's actually very close. Looked a bit leg stumpish, but let's just see the pitch and the impact here, because they're both pretty tight. Probably just going down the leg side. But a bit of early movement there for Atif. And I think it was a pretty good decision in the end. DJ Singh and Mark Chappell once again in control out there in the middle. Today they are the men in black. That's well bowled, good area. You can see there, Alec Davidson's there keeping in the helmet. I think that's something he's been told, you're going to have to do it. Almost made a mint from the tooth fairy overnight, did Davidson Solaire. Now, luckily, they're all still in the mouth. Did a quick count. Anyway, these toughest nails, keepers generally are. And he wasn't going to give up his spot in the team. It's well bowled by Atif. That one does straighten down the line. Shukla asked to open. Big responsibility for him. Of course, it's just one of the things about international cricket at this level. You know, you think about international cricket, covers all the spectrum from, I suppose, India at the top of the tree right now, all the way down to the Gambia. And so this is a very different looking Croatian team, for example, than the one that we saw beat Belgium at the sub-regionals recently. Also had a good win against Serbia, their neighbours. Nice shot by Shukla. Just leans on this one and it'll run away almost to the boundary. You'll notice that this field is not quite as fast as it normally is. So yeah, I think these balls along the ground probably going to pull up a bit more today. Maybe that'll affect the scoring, maybe not. Time will tell. I think as the day goes on, though, we're going to get plenty of sun. This field will dry out. Another decent drive. Almost ran with the hit. So Croatia listed to score 120s here. We'll have to work pretty hard for that. Like I said, Hashmi's a big out for them. Admittedly, he didn't click with the bat yesterday. Had a bit of a torrid time when he was out there. Some acrobatic keeping note from Rashid. I know they'll miss him. Atif giving very little away here. That'll be the end of the first over. Just 3 off it. 3 without loss after 1. Good morning to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. I know that Nish is starting the day in Bulgaria. Charlie should be in for the second half of the day over this long day. Really in both locations. I will say it's a little bit cooler than it started yesterday at the moment. We are actually starting an hour earlier as well, so that probably has something to do with it. But if you do want to get a bit interactive, please feel free. ECN, European Cricket Network on YouTube. One of the unique and special things about ECN is you can have a conversation with me, and it can be a two-way conversation. Second over, and here's Roger Adil, who's going to be bowling from this university end. Didn't play the T20 yesterday. comes in. Remitrovic misses out. So no Mohamed Atif for Spain in this match. Oh, it's a good ball first up. Yeah, there's Alec Davidson there. But Adil shows first ball. He can get this ball to jump. Comes in. Pretty lucky it doesn't take out the off stump. Still rising on the way to Davidson Soler. Yeah, so in a sense, you got Raja coming in for Atif, kind of pace for pace, and you've got Sebastian Hughes-Pinan coming in for Remitrovic, left arm spinner for left arm spinner for Spain. Late on the pool here is Danakula. Oh, geez, this could be gone. He will be gone. And so very slick bit of fielding from Spain is going to create the first wicket of the day. Shukla just overcommitted there and found himself in a tough place. Let's have a look on the replay. It's never really a run there. It was straight to Isan, picks up and throws slightly off balance. And really, he's out by some distance. So Spain, they pride themselves on their fielding. That's exactly why you warm up for sometimes an unreasonably long amount before the game, so that you're ready when the siren strikes. And that's a fantastic direct hit from Mohamed Isan. And Croatia 3 for 1. Disappointment for Shukla. Actually looked pretty good so far, but have a look at the way he manoeuvres his arm and throws kind of off balance, slightly sidearm, but he senses the opportunity, he pounces on it. Top quality cricket from Spain, 3 for 1. That one floats just a little bit too wide. It will be called. New batter out there, Sagar Manzoor. He had a breakout day yesterday, really. And some players, just when the going gets tough, they find another gear, and Sagar certainly showed that yesterday. He scored 19 off 13 in the 10-over match, and then followed up with 38 in the T20. All right, that's in the air. Surely someone's getting to that. And it's been taken. So once again, Danakula hurried by the short ball. Raja Adil has his first wicket of this series. It was a nice catch. Daniel Dolkaya coming in from mid-on. Again, Spain pouncing on the opportunity. And the Croatian skipper has to go. It's 4 for 2. Again, slightly soft conditions underfoot, but DDC got a very good a very good pair of hands, and he's a good anticipator. Here's Daniel Dolkaya. So Croatia find themselves backs to the wall here early. Both openers back in the shed after only 9 balls. And pace bowlers, they're probably happy they finally get to play on a surface that gives them a bit of assistance. I think a lot of the time in Europe, they're kind of just served up roads. This one does have a bit of zip in it, bit of unpredictability. It is a test of the batter's technique and temperament here at Mladost. Hari Prasad Sathidevi comes in at number 4. Popular player on ECN. He gets something upstairs. First up. I think the deal, if he's clever here, that kind of ball that's around chest height, there's not actually a bouncer or counted as one of the over. That's a ball I think is going to do a lot of damage. Great take by Davidson Soler. That was, yeah, it's kind of touch and go. Probably not quite over the shoulder for me. It's around the shoulder maybe, kind of armpit height. And you can follow that up with the occasional short ball maybe to clean up the stumps. It's well bowled as well. It's just going to be okay for width. Sathidevi. Seen a fair bit of him here at the Mladost Cricket Ground, and of course around the traps on ECN. See, it's a perfect ball really from Adil. Adil has a bit of a history playing cricket in the UAE as well, which is a pretty good standard of competition. Sathidevi will get his first run. Push and run to Sebastian Hughes-Pinan. And that will be the end of the over. Very good one from Roger. Just the 2 runs and the wicket of Danakula. It's 5 for 2 after 2. So this is the state of play. Of course, really, it's all about the wins and losses in this best of 5 series. Spain are 1-0 up. And they'll be hoping to go flawlessly through this series as far as protecting their ranking. Croatia will sense of opportunity in a sense they don't have too much to lose, I think, in this series. They could pull off a win at some stage or a couple of wins. It could do some amazing things to their ranking. They get an invaluable experience as well. First ball of a new over, and Atif Mahmood gets that in a good zone to Sathi Devi. Play slightly outside that. I've seen a hint of swing so far. I wouldn't say the ball's bent round corners, but you only have to move it a little bit. Here's Atif, a very experienced campaigner. Actually played pretty well with the bat yesterday in the 10-over match. And he's bowled him. He's gone straight through the gate, and the castle has been destroyed. That's exactly what Atif's trying to do. Get on the stumps, just coming back. Middle and leg akimbo, and Spain have 3. It's 5 for 3. Good seed. You can see doesn't really get in line with that. Sathi Devi stays leg side of the ball, but just skillful bowling. I wouldn't really say the pitches had too much to do with the dismissals so far. It's just good, accurate bowling. Good use of the new ball. Croatia 5 for 3. Well, let's not forget that Spain once bowled out a team for 10. There's Isle of Man last year. Well, the run's still ahead of the wickets. That's the way they want it to stay, Croatia. Sam Houghton comes out at number 5. Again, I just think when you're playing an opponent that's higher ranked or you're going up a level in cricket, it's about testing yourself individually. And I know cricket's a team game and that's important, but someone like Sammy, I think he'll really relish the challenge of trying to deal with the Spain opening bowlers here and see if he can thrive, give him a lot of confidence. You know, he takes a lot of pride in his cricket and his performance. Sam Houghton, raised in New Zealand, settled in Split on the south coast of Croatia now. Qualified this year to play international cricket. Here's Mahmood. He deals with this one pretty well first up to Sam. The thing about Sam is he won't be flapped. He's unflappable, is what we'd say. He's got a good temperament. We've actually seen him, we call him the Iceman sometimes because of how good he's been in chasing situations and in death situations. He does have a golden ball win before Sam Houghton. So again, he's pretty cool in a crisis. I suppose this is a crisis when you 5 for 3. Tries this one nicely, and actually he's going to get a run. It just spins around. Sebastian Hughes Pinan. Houghton off the mark. But I think that Atif's asking the right questions here. The amount if he can get the ball straightening down the line, challenge the stumps, bring in the LBW, bring in the bowled. Mansour faces his first ball, lets it go. Sebastian Hughes Pinan, by the way. He's had a bit of cricket this week. The reason he's late to the series is he's just come off playing a 3-day second 11 game for Durham. I wonder if they were getting those kind of bounces in Durham, the one that he just got spun around him. And I know that Sebastian's really enjoyed the opportunity to play for Spain over the last 12 months or so. Well bowled by Mahmood, so that one just holds its line. Another good over for Spain. A run and a wicket off that. But this is a natural variation, so that one doesn't really swing back. I just don't think there's anything different from Atif. Just a difficult proposition. You can see there, no one scored more than 2 so far. Chukla probably actually looked the best of the batters so far, but he was run out by Isan. Direct hit from the infield. Danakula was out on the pull for 1. Sathi Devi got castled for 1. Mansour and Houghton left to try and pick up the pieces of this innings. Roger Adil comes in for his second over. Just kind of jumping the leg there, probably counterproductive footwork. The ball was outside off. Love to see him just kind of hold his position a little bit more. We've already seen the difficulty of showing his stumps to these opening bowlers. We saw Sathi Devi bowled neck and crop when he wasn't able to kind of get behind the line of it. This time hit and run. Dorkaya with an acrobatic piece of fielding, but Houghton gets us in. Got to start somewhere. That's the thing. The longest journey starts with the smallest step, and so you can see Houghton trying to take those steps. Manzoor again, can he reproduce his form of yesterday? Certainly the best we've ever seen him play on ECN. But in tough situations as well. Oh, trouble. Big trouble, and he's gone. Well, that's the first one we've seen keep down, and Manzoor, well, might have a broken ankle after this. What a piece of bowling by Raja. He's got a few to right so far, but just the way it hit him, it looked like it was going to be trouble. And yeah, that's hitting in front of middle and off. If anything was going under. And unfortunately for Manzoor, well, cricket's a cruel mistress. He was up yesterday, but tomorrow he's down, and so's the bounce from Raja. And that's 4 wickets down now, 7 for 4. Well, Derek makes an appearance, but yeah, I've got to say, I don't get to watch too much Test cricket these days, but I'd love to see a Test batter deal with that. I think it probably would have been the same result. Shades of the Rawalpindi pitch circa 1985 about that. And Raja will be happy putting it in that zone where you don't really know what's going to happen. Maheshwari is the new batter, 7 for 4. Halfway through this 4th over. He gets one that whistles past his outside edge. One thing I love about cricket is it challenges you. And so you're having to deal with good opposition here. You're also going to have to deal with the pitch, which is pretty bowler friendly. We know that. You're going to have to work really hard. You really feel like you earn your runs, I think, in a game like this. So again, a sense of opportunity for these two to build a partnership, to get their team out of trouble, to some respectability. Oh, that's a good shot. Fraction short, and Maheshwari turns on it, and he'll get a boundary. He's off the mark. Excellent shot. Sometimes I think you don't want to just sit there and prod and wait for a ball with your name on it. It's only a fraction short, but come on. Right out of the middle of the bat, gets 4 runs. Croatia up into double figures. Last ball of the over. This one's glanced nicely, but down to the deep backward square. That's Hamza Salim Dar that does the fielding as Adil Raja comes to the end of another successful over. And Croatia are 12 for 4. Hello to Kroom. Nice to see you. And yeah, if you are a cricketer, I know we've got a lot of people that do play that are watching. Put yourself in the shoes now of these two Croatian bats and think about that kind of size of the task that they're faced with. It's got to be intimidating, not just the bowlers, but also the slight variable bounce in this pitch. I do think it's settled a bit since yesterday, but you've still got the odd one that'll do something unexpected, and you kind of saw that one with Manzoor. Got one that kept very low. Mahmood for a 3rd over. Good length first up. Just not really getting the shape that he was getting early now, Atif, but still putting the ball in dangerous areas. Got a slip in there, captain in that position. I'd be tempted to even have a second slip, I think, at this stage. Deep third, backward point. And he's bowled him. Maheshwari tries to play across that. And once again, the stumps have been destroyed by Mahmood. Maheshwari does hit a boundary, but not a lot more. And Croatia 12 for 5 early on day 2 of this Mediterranean Cup. Atif Mahmood asking the right questions and not really too many answers coming from Team Croatia at the moment. You can see the bat there not coming through straight at all. Feet didn't move. And Aman, it's not a shot that he'll enjoy looking back at. I mean, that's one you can just keep it out with a straight bat at this stage. But Atif Mahmood having a pretty good time out there. He's got 2 for 4. 2 wickets for each of the openers and that run out to Isan so far, the 5 wickets. Alan Magdalenic comes out at number 7, a bit of a promotion from him. Scored his best score ever in a T20I yesterday. He was batting at number 10. So yeah, you look at the fact that Magdalenic is batting up a bit higher. You look at the batting to come. You've got Kekej, Bosniak, Zanko and Pulibanti. So a bit more of a tail, you'd have to say, for Croatia today. I think they're looking for these opening bowlers to basically do the job. And to be honest, I think if they get it right, Croatia might not last too long into this 20 overs. Good challenge for Allen. Oh, that could be gone as well if there's no bat on it. Must have been an inside edge, because otherwise I think there would have been a huge shout. Bit of glove on the way through to flicking the pad, I think. And Mahmood. Again, it's been such an important test for Magdalene. It's still dealing with a pretty new ball. He's bowled him, and it's another one. Fantastic in-swinging Yorker, Magdalenic. It's a difficult ball for him to deal with. And coming from that baseball background, dealing with a ball that kind of bounces as it reaches you, it's not something that's natural to him. And that's 12 for 6 now. Mahmood almost got one through before. You can see the front leg just clearing. Not an easy ball at all. I think there's plenty of batters that would have been getting out to that. Mahmood has 3 now. Magdalenic has to go. And well, Croatia, they're sharing a few tails, and they're not happy tails at the moment out there. They are 12 for 6. And like I said, if you look at their batting order today, it's got a tail a bit longer than a snake, really, if you look at it. Magdalenic's batting 7. New batter coming out there, and I think it's Sam Houghton again, just trying to stay positive. It's not an easy situation, obviously. It's Vasu Pulibanti. He played a nice shot yesterday. We saw him batting down the bottom of the order. But I think if you're Spain, if you're going for the kill, you're keeping Mahmood on. He's still got Nova after this. You've still got Raja Adil. Have 2 more overs. Oh yeah, Pulibanti loves a late cut. He's going to get a run here. He's going to play that one yesterday. Just watches the ball onto the bat. And Houghton has only faced 4 balls, but he's gone through. Well, he's onto his 4th batting partner, put it that way. Mahmood, he's got that steely stare of someone that would take your lunch money without asking too many questions. Now he's ripping Croatian wickets out. Houghton faces up. Pretty well played, deals with that off the stumps. Times it pretty well too. Get at least 2 here. Here's Sebastian Hughes-Pinan. He does the fielding. It's a nice shot by Sam. But it will be the end of the 5th over. And what a start for Spain. 6 wickets in the first 5 overs, 15 for 6. This is the program today. We have 2 T20s and our first ever ECS-W matches. Jinx Zagreb versus Lavender Lionesses. That's later on today, but first, back-to-back T20 internationals. You can see Croatia, though, certainly back to earth with a thud on the morning, the morning action at least. Also, we have 6 matches, not just 5, but 6 matches from Bulgaria as well. Nish is there at the moment. I think Charlie will be in a little bit later on. A long day at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground in Sofia. All right, Pulibanti probably looking to late cut this, but there's slips in place. Well, that's wild from a deal. Pretty well done by Alec Davidson-Soler to make the position down the leg side. And probably that delivery aside, you just kind of see this superior control of the Spanish bowlers, the seam bowlers, to be able to put the ball in the right spot to start with. There's that cut. Really nice shot by Pulibanti, and that's going to be 4. Now, Pulibanti, almost like a shot that he'd pull out at a party and kind of get everyone applauding. Saying, yeah, I know I might bat number 11. We saw on that yesterday, but just watch this cut shot I've got. He's one guy I think you got to get full to. You got to try and catch him on the crease. Get that Yorker at him. I think that's going to be a difficult one for him to play. This is a bit fuller. Credit to Vasu, though. He's trying to be attacking. Sometimes attack's the best form of defence in these situations. Also, you don't want to throw your wicket away, but yeah, you need to kind of be quite selective, I think. Make good decisions there. As a lower order batter myself, I know all too well the situation when you have to come in with recognised batters having failed. This one hurries him up. Spain 31 in the official ICC men's T20I rankings. Croatia 75 going into this series. There's a big gap between the teams, but I really applaud Croatia in particular for the invite to Spain, saying, look, okay, we want cricket to get next level. Let's see what the next level looks like. Leg side, just losing his line a couple of times here. Raja trying to go a bit more at the stumps, but just pushing it a little bit too far. One surprises him for bounce. Thing is, if you're going to get him that way, probably you're only going to get him on a little feather. Otherwise, there's a good chance I might fly over the keeper and have the slip. I think I'd want to be challenging with balls that are hitting the stumps. I think when he's tried that a couple of times, Raji's pushed it down the leg side. Nice shot actually on the front foot that time. Pulibanti's he's a battler. We've seen that yesterday. We're seeing it today as well. Computer suggesting 53 will be the total. 21 for 6. That 53 looks quite a long way away at the moment. Last ball of the power play. Or not. Great take by Davidson-Soler down the leg side. They've got plenty of keeping options, don't they? With Alec Davidson-Soler being given the nod first couple of games. We've got ECN playing basically as a specialist bat, though we did see him doing a few overs of keeping yesterday when Davidson-Soler was off the field. Oh, what a take! That could be gone. Wait for it. He is not out. We'll have to check this one out in the replay. It did make a suspicious sound. It might have been the trousers. They don't have a great angle on this. Let's have a look. It's hard to tell, actually. It might have just come off the body rather than the gloves. It's a fantastic bit of keeping from Davidson-Soler. I think even with the replay, there's an element of doubt in that. So I think it probably is a good decision. So 22 for 6 after 6, but wow, that boy in the helmet can fly. Great take by Alec. Not too dissimilar to one we saw from Hashmi yesterday. Was adjudged to come off the body of Christian Munoz-Mills. Definitely was around the gloves, but yeah, my instinct tells me it probably was off the body. Mahmood to bowl out. He's got 3 for 7. Houghton at the other end. Hasn't had too much of the strike at all. Plays a pretty crisp off drive here to Sam. It's looked pretty good so far. And maybe there's a case for Houghton to bat a bit higher. I suppose he's batting reasonably high. He's batting at 5. He'd be pretty happy, I think, just to survive this over from Atif Mahmood and know, okay, they're going to have to change the bowler. Maybe the game could change a little bit. But yeah, I know it's T20 cricket. It's got that feel of kind of battle for survival at the moment. Not something we see a lot on ECN. Interesting, often Spain will go to spin after the power play, but I think because Mahmood's bowling so well, they're sticking with the pace, bowling him out. Down leg side, this will be a wide. Mahmood. Needs to challenge the stumps. Houghton once again. A pretty uncomplicated technique from Sam. Backs himself to hit the ball. That's why often you see him not really getting his legs behind the line. Doesn't really want to play around his pads. He's got a good eye. He's got a hockey background actually as well, Sam. Good hand-eye coordination, as you can tell. Not easy dealing with the teeth in this kind of mood. This one doesn't really come back. A little noise as I think Houghton hits the ground on that occasion. A bit of resistance here from these two. They don't have a lot to show for it so far. They came together at 12 for 6. They've almost doubled the score. They've batted for 2 overs so far, these two. Good little variation there, rolling cutter from Atif. So, Houghton 4 off 10. No, it's not necessarily pretty, but he's doing an important job for his side, just trying to get this, give some potential for this score to get up to something respectable. Atif's bowled really well. Last ball of his 4. Well negotiated by Houghton. So 3 for 8 will be his final figures, and after 7 overs, Croatia 23 for 6. Fantastic set. I wonder if they'll go to spin at that end, or because of the slightly greasy conditions where they decide to go with another seamer, maybe Hamza Salim Dar. I think with the conditions, it wouldn't be particularly easy for the spinners to grip the ball early. You can always bring them back later. Now going to bowl out Raja Adil at the other end. Pulibanti is going to face up. I love the way these Croatian batters are, I suppose, using a bit of grit. Oh, this one cuts him in half. Well taken by Davidson Soler again. Raja has been pretty good at bowling this kind of length or maybe slightly higher, but he hasn't really been able to challenge the stumps too often, which I think is what you want to do to Pulibanti. I would say it's the purest of techniques. There we go. That's where Pulibanti can pull out the party tricks. Just kind of leans on this one, gets 4 more. Love the way he just waited on that, Pulibanti. He knows he doesn't need to swing too hard to Adil, who's putting a lot of pace on the ball. 2 boundaries now to Vasu. Now He gets one that's in towards his body, turns on it, does well, gets the double figures. He's the top scorer for Croatia so far. Houghton gets a go now. Gets some bat on it. He has hit most of the balls he's faced. Houghton, something that probably can't be said for a lot of his compatriots in the top 6. One thing he's got, he's drowning in time here, Sam. You can't score runs after you're all out, so that's why he's certainly not going to take any unnecessary risks. Just in towards the hip. Manoeuvred away for a single into the leg side. Last ball. Well, these opening bowlers. This one kind of catches him on the crease, but well done to Houghton and Pullabanti to survive an awkward kind of 3 and a bit overs of those opening bowlers. They survive with the wickets intact. 29 for 6 after 8. Double change of bowling now. Just got a feeling they might go to spin here. Spain. Looks like they're going to Lorne Burns, and Lorne was really able to get some purchase off this pitch yesterday. So it's a different challenge, and I think it's probably good to change the pace now. These two have batted, like I said, 3+ overs against the pace, and now they're going to get Burns, who he's a leg spinner, but he's also got a pretty good top spinner, wrong end that he can bowl. Very experienced player in the UK setup. He's brought a new lease of life to his cricket career since he started representing Spain. Over number 9. It's Burns for the first time on day 2. Fraction short first up. Houghton yesterday got undone by a ball. It was a bit of a long hop, really. Whacked it to deep backward square, but straight to the fielder. That fielder, actually, Isan, that just did the job there. So you want to overhit that. Pullabanti, it's be interesting because I suppose he's just used the pace so far. He's not going to get a lot from Burns. You want to probably draw him forward and maybe spin one past the outside edge. He takes it on, but he's found the fielder. So Pullabanti falls to the first ball of spin that he faces, gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. DDC with the catch down at long on. The partnership is broken at 18, and the score now is 30 for 7. You know what they say, change is as good as a holiday. Burns got that up above the eye line. Pullabanti fighting the spin. Couldn't get it over the fielder, so he'll be disappointed to go that way, I think, after building himself to 10. And that's where he stays. Fighting effort from Pullabanti, though. 2 boundaries in his innings. New batter comes out there. Another fan favourite. It's Peter Bosnack. Yeah, Pete's a guy who loves his cricket, loves the opportunity, loves the challenge. He won't back down. But he's going to be tested here by a very good wrist spin bowler in Lorne Burns. He was 1 for 1 after just 2 balls bowled. Lorne's really, again, trying to toss it up, lure the batter forward, maybe out of their crease. He knows there's a lot of turn in this pitch. We saw that yesterday. Maybe a bit skiddier today with the overnight rain. It's well bowled. You can see the turn there that Lorne gets. Bosniak, again, didn't want to leave the crease. You can understand that. See, Davidson's all there, quick to whip Bales off. Bit flat up in the air. Right at the end of the bat. Well, Bosniak's run, he shouldn't have, and he's probably going to get run out. He will. Oh, you hate to see it. So, yeah, Bosniak does get a piece. He was concerned, I think, if it was going to carry. But Houghton, although he was quick to try and turn him around, he wasn't able to. So, it's going to be a run out that's going to cause the 8th wicket. Second we've had. Bosniak, I suppose, look, technically it's his call. Probably this situation of the game, you don't need to be too risky. Because it was hit straight to Munoz Mills. I think there would have been potential trouble no matter what happened there once Bosniak took off. Quick throw from Christian. Davidson Soler finishes the dismissal easily. And the score now 30 for 8. Vedran Zanko is the new batter coming out at number 10. You know what? It's one thing when you get out because of bowling that might be a little bit too good for you or something like that. But they've had 2 run-outs here, Croatia, that have been completely avoidable. That's going to frustrate them. And that's something they can work on. Zanko coaches the Croatian women's side as well. Performed pretty well in the CE Cup recently in Prague. Also, he'll be taking charge of Jinx Zagreb in the first ever ECS-W later. So big day for Vedran right now. It's a big day for him starting with the bat. Just kind of plays inside this one from Burns. Love watching Lorne put those revs on the ball. It's really well bowled. Excellent over. 1 for 1 to start Lorne's day. Whether he gets another go, we will see. It's 30 for 8 after 9. Just Pullabanti reaching double figures so far. We'll say it's not a pretty total at the moment, but we have seen plenty of totals lower. We won't be in the bottom 10, of course. Alaman were bowled out for 10. That was against Spain on the 26th of February 2023. Mongolia were bowled out for 12 versus Japan. Turkey were bowled out for 21 versus Czech Republic back in 2019. Sebastian Hughes-Pinyan then will be the bowler for the first time. Just said he's come off a second 11 game for Durham in England. In the air and gets away. Long chase for Atif Mahmood. And he won't catch it. So Houghton, with his first boundary, he's had to wait a long time to hit it. He's fought all the way. It's a fraction short. Again, just kind of stays leg side of the ball there. Croatia will be hoping to go past their lowest score in T20I history. They scored 44 for 7 against Italy in Finland back in 2022. That's their previous lowest score. Houghton, another good shot. Should get 2 here. Houghton, another top scorer in this innings. Slight change now with Isan going back to the outfield. Atif Mahmood comes in. That offside. Houghton, you can just see he's got slightly superior technique as far as how the bat comes down to some of his teammates who've been caught kind of playing across balls that are fairly straight. This one sneaks through though. Sebastian is relishing the chance that he gets the ball here. I do think he'll get a bit of grip and a bit of bounce. Still a young man. He's got some height. He's got a good high action. Spain turning the screws, and Croatia can finish it with just 2 more wickets. This one, kind of the arm ball that comes in. Houghton lets it pass. It's the end of the 10th over, halfway through the allotted 20. Croatia are 36 for 8. So players will take a quick drink here at the 10 over mark, and it gives me an opportunity to tell you about some of the upcoming events. Of course, we're in Bulgaria at the moment, huge day there with 6 matches. But also, we'll have the 3-way ECI T10 next weekend there in Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. To Croatia right now has been a pretty entertaining couple of days. Still tomorrow to go here, and the first ever ECS-W. In just over a week's time, we will be in Italy. You know what that means? It's carbonara country. We'll be there for 2 weeks, and we'll finish with the Meltle Shield, which is the first ever kind of best of Europe women versus the British and Irish Roses. Looking forward to that. Best of 9. Valletta Cup is T20I this year, and Charlie Hunt will be taking you through the action there. Same weekend of Meltle Shield and the Valletta Cup winding up, we'll have the Tri-Series in the Netherlands. So Netherlands, USA, Canada, 6 games in 6 days. Austria for 2 weeks and Croatia 2 weeks before we'll head into the European Cricket Championship starting on the 23rd of September. So it's a pretty packed program, it always is. And I mentioned as well, we're slowly putting together the 2025 schedule as well. Maybe a few interesting innovations in there as well. So Team Spain have 8 of the 10 wickets in the first 10 overs. There's been a lot of resistance. Remember, these 2 teams will meet again later on today and then twice more tomorrow. Say buenos dias to all our Spanish viewers as well. I'm sure there's a few tuning in from Spain right now. ¿Cómo estás? Nice to have you with us. Zanko. He's a real leader in the cricket community here, Vedran. Yet to score in this one. And Burns ready to continue. Where can they get to? That's the question. Some people would have been tempted to have kind of, they kind of do have a kind of 45 on the offside for an edge that might fly away, just with a bounce that Burns gets. Maybe even a genuine slip. I do think it's one area you can put a few bodies. How far can they get? Well, there you go. Called the slip. Probably wouldn't have carried to him anyway. Oh, well. A deal. Puts the body on the line. It's a single. It just felt there's a good chance there's an edge flying away. Well done by the big fast bowler. Houghton, though, gets the strike back. Top scorer so far with 12 not out. Interesting here. Is there something on the pitch or what's going on? Maybe just making sure the stumps are set correctly. Sam typically will want to play from the crease. He's not really someone that you can imagine is going to charge a lot with the threat of Burns turning one past him. Yeah, well done by Mark. There's a little work of art there. Hate to see something happen to it. Nice with this Lionesses cricket ground. A bit of cloud cover, a bit of relief actually from what's been a pretty hot couple of days so far in Zagreb. Bowled by Burns. Again, well bowled. I'd even pretty tempted to bring someone in there to like quite a short cover for that little kind of prod. Get a little leading edge or something like that. I think can be pretty attacking here. Just need 2 wickets. Oh, it's really well bowled. Oh, watch this one. Just have a look at the fizz on this one and how much it spins right to left. And the bounce, really good hands as well by Davidson Soler. Takes it up above shoulder height. I think as a batter, you're pretty happy just to survive that one. Nice little sweep this time from Houghton. Probably should get 2. He turns it down in the end. Well done by Shafat to discourage that second run. Zanko has to deal with 1 ball from Burns. Probably also partly it's about Houghton wanting the strike. Very well bowled. That one flipped through by Lawn. You can't break this partnership. 11 overs in and Croatia 38 for 8. Bowling figures so far 4 used. Plenty of options for the 5th bowler as well. I suppose what they're thinking is we should be bowling them out. 8 down after 11. Got Shafat Ali Saeed, probably my choice for the 5th bowler. You do have Hamza Saimdar, equally capable. Don't forget we haven't even seen Yasser Ali bowl yet. He took 6 wickets yesterday. So one thing about Spain, they've got a lot of options with both the bat and the ball. We saw that happen yesterday when Ramistovic had a bit of an off day and Yasser was able to come out and take a bag. Here's Sebastian. Back to bowl a second over. Houghton goes back, punches. Houghton just brings a different skill set, if you like, to this Croatian batting lineup. You can see here, this guy loves batting, loves just compiling, not necessarily looking for the boundary a whole lot. Zanko, again, these guys, a lot of cricket here. He's pretty heavily involved in the development of the sport. Ultimately, that's what it's about, isn't it? Trying to grow the game. Goes after this one. Almost does a Bosnak and takes off with a hit. Luckily this time, Vedran turns himself around in time. Nice little sweep this time from Zanko. We'll get a single out to deep square leg. Yeah, hello to Luca Stubbs. Nice to see you in the chat, Luca. He's just mentioning it is true. Just getting their players on the park for Croatia is challenging because you've got, you know, the players from World Cup qualifiers that are essentially based out of Croatia. They can't necessarily get here. Nicely played by Houghton for a single. This will be the end of the 12th over. So this partnership continues to build. Been together for 20 balls so far. It's 41 for 8 after 12. So I suppose the choice is, I mean, do you continue to play internationals even when you can't necessarily get your first choice players on the park, I think it's good. I mean, playing is how you get better. It's the best form of training they've ever come up with. Burns wisely so far, 1 for 3 off 2 overs. That's really well bowled, drawing him forward. It's an excellent piece of leg spin bowling. You see Houghton was determined not to drag that back foot. I hope he's all right here. He might have just overstretched. Tough one for Davidson Soler as well to glove. I wonder if he's just twinged a hammy here, Sam. That's not the last thing. He's also the keeper today for Croatia with no Hashmi in the lineup this morning. I reckon he might have just overstretched. It's okay to continue. Just nurdles this one, leg side for a single. I wonder if they might go to a fifth bowler now. Hughes Pinan hasn't really been too penetrative against these two. Just kind of go a kind of mixture of pace and spin. Sam's just getting the old hammy stretch here. We know he does a lot of dancing on the boat, so you'd expect he'd be pretty limber. Sam Houghton. I'll give a shout out to the company he works for, Out to Sea Split. I heard they're doing very, very well. It doesn't surprise me. It looks like a great time. See, Alastair Priddle is coming out, probably trying to provide a bit of extra assistance for Sam. Thing is, he's not going anywhere. No point retiring hurt. They've only got one other battle left. I say Sam's pretty popular with teammates and opponents alike, just the way he goes about his cricket. He's a fun opponent and a fun teammate, Sam. He's not going anywhere. Interesting to see if he's able to keep, though. That's the thing. And if he's not, then who? Well, Peter Bosnack's in the side as a potential keeper if Sam can't. Excellent bowling. That's the nice little drift in and turn away. Like they've got the slip in now as well. They've stuck Atif Mahmood in there. It's actually Yasir, pardon me. Yasir's in at slip. That's one that maybe is pullable, but I want to take the risk with the horizontal bat shot. Zanko, lets it go past harmlessly. Hello to the maestro in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Croatia fighting to play out these overs. Here's the quicker one. Yeah, that's probably not a wide. Well, maybe it is. I was going to say maybe it would have hit him in his original position. Probably one that could have gone either way. Again, it's a bit more grey what's wide and what's not in T20 cricket. Croatia can probably use the run. Nice take by Alec down the leg side. Excellent bowling. You know, credit to Croatia and Zanko and Houghton here. I mean, they don't want to give up an easy wicket. They'll be tempted to kind of get down the pitch, but they feel that's quite risky. If it turns a bit more than they think, they don't get to the pitch completely, then probably going to be stumped by a country mile. So making Spain work hard for these last 2 wickets. Well bowled again. This time Zanko frees his hands to try and sweep, but can't make contact. That'll be the end of the over. And the score is 43 for 8 after 13. Houghton 16 off 29 and Pulibanti 10, the only Croatian batters to reach double figures so far. Sebastian does get a third over then. Love to see Sebastian maybe just slowing it down a touch. I like that pace. He's a very clever young bowler. Here's Pinyan. Yeah, again like that. You know that probably the slower you bowl, the more uncomfortable it's going to make Houghton. He doesn't want to really take too many risks at all. He's the key to this innings. Uses the pacey little back cut. Calls yes, and pretty quick response from Zanko. They'll get through for a single. Burns doing the fielding. Zanko digging in for Croatia. Well, that one gets through everybody. Running away. This slightly slower outfield. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be a couple of byes. Or a bye. Yeah, that's signalled. See that one just going on. Sometime that Alec didn't really get his head behind the line of the ball. It's a small little error in judgment. Who's Pinan does his own fielding there. These two came together at 30 for 8. They put on 15 now in just over 5 overs. And that will be the end of the 14th. So Croatia putting up the wall. 45 for 8 after 14. I think players and spectators alike kind of thankful for a bit of cloud cover this morning. It's taking the edge off. You can see there the fall of wicket. It was pretty ugly for a while there. They were 12 for 6 at one point. We wondered if they'd even get this many. Burns to bowl out. He's got figures of 1 for 5. And if they bowl out Burns and Pinan, then we're going to have to see, we'll probably see a 5th and 6th bowler bowling 2 each. They might go to Shafat and Hamza Slim Dar, maybe a couple each. Maybe you go to Yasir Ali. I mean, he took 6 yesterday. Back cut here. Quick no call from Houghton. That was behind point. I'd love to see Burns really go shopping here. He really try and toss one out and try and lure Zanko away from home base. He pushes it through again. Pretty nicely cut away by Vedran. Again, the outfield a little bit slow after the overnight rain. They'll just get a couple. Good shot though from the Croatian stalwart. That's well bowled. Well, it really takes off. And I'll get a bye here. That's the thing. It's pretty unnatural to switch your hands to fingers up if you're keeping. That's probably something, there's a point where Alec probably has to do it if he thinks it's going to take off, because he really kind of ran out of range to kind of ride that bounce. That's really well bowled. Just angling in, turning away. Good take by the keeper. Keeps down a bit. Houghton will punch one out. Burns one more chance to add to the wicket tally. And he's bowled him. He finally hits the stumps. And Burns thanks the heavens. Plucky innings from veteran Zanko, who survived 16 balls before. And it's a fantastic bit of spin bowling that will get him in the end. Just kind of lured him forward. Crashes into the off stump, and Croatia down to their last batter. 49 for 9. Look at that drift in and turn away. Very good delivery. So finally the resistance has broken. A partnership of 19 for the 9th wicket. But after 15 overs, Croatia are 49 for 9. It'll bring out Kresimir Kekes. Comes in at number 11. Won't be facing though, because it's the end of the over. Don't forget the ECC is coming up, starting on the 23rd of September. So really, what are we down to? Kind of, that's 7 weeks away now, something like that. Croatia will be playing in the Challenger division, and they'll feel, this is all great experience for them if they can make the top 2 in their group. The group 1 there with Isle of Man, Estonia, Bulgaria, Turkey and Slovenia. If they can make the top 2 in that group, they go to the playoffs. Just 3 additional days, along with the top 2 from group 2. The top 2 overall in the Challenger division will get promoted to the Premier Division in 2025. Also, there's that trophy on the line in the Challenger division. Spain, well, they're in Group C with Switzerland, Belgium, Malta and Finland. And they will play on the 9th, 10th and 11th of October. They will have to win their group if they're to make it back to the big dance, the championship week. Of course, they finished 3rd in dramatic circumstances last year. And 1 foot in the final until Zulfka came out and played one of the all-time innings, 92 off 28. Hamza Slimdar punished for taking a hat-trick in that qualifier too last year. And 12 ball 50. Spain ended up on the wrong side of history. That one kept down a little bit from Sebastian Hughes-Pinan. Sam continues to resist. Croatia 1 ball away from this innings being over. Continue to take singles. I don't think he feels there's much value in trying to whack boundaries and then taking a single late in the over. It's not something he's been able to do too much of so far. Sam, he has 1-4 in 39 balls faced. Kekes, let's see him out there. Kresimir, I've seen him playing a little bit for the Assassins and the Warriors here domestically. Top score of 9 not out. For the Warriors last year. Also has 11 wickets on the network, so yeah, I'd be always happy to see him in the side. Just plays this late. '50s up as well for Croatia during this over. Pinan's been tight, but hasn't been able to find the breakthrough so far. Last ball for him. Oh, just kind of prods at this. Took a bit of the shoulder on the way through, I think. End of the 16th over, and Croatia 51 for 9. So 19 not out from Houghton will face up. Now you're going to have double switch again because you've had 4 bowlers bowl 4 overs. I think we'll go back to pace, and it looks like Hamza Slimdar getting ready to bowl. And they've got the option of either probably Shafat at the other end, or they might want to stick with spin and stick with Yasser Ali, who bowled really well yesterday. Houghton, don't forget, he came in pretty early after just 2.2 overs. It was 5 for 3 when he got there. At least he's been able to carry the score forward up and above 50, but how much further can they climb? Maximum 4 overs remaining, 9 wickets down. Here's Hamza. It's a good one. First up, bounces over the off stump. Hamza Saleem Dar, obviously big name on the network. Scored some big runs. Holds the highest score in an ECN T10 of 193 not out. Also, mention that hat trick he took last year on ECC finals day. Heartbreaking day for Spain, really, in the end. Jams down on this, Houghton. Might look for 2 here. Maybe just not worth it at this stage with 9 out. Don't want to take too many risks. And also, I suppose it's a risk if you expose the number 11 to Hamza Saleem Dar as well. So Kekes, see how he handles the seam bowling of Hamza Saleem Dar. Hamza also is a very good leg spinner. He does that in all his spare time. I think we'll stick with the seam up here. That's pretty well kept out by Kresimir. Spain. And for them, it's all about getting the W's this weekend. They won't care how they do it, but I don't know anything else except 5-0 will be a bit of a disaster for their ranking that they've worked so hard to build. Good win over Jersey earlier in the year. That was quite an important one as well for Spain. Oh, that's pretty close. There's no bat. I think he's gone, and he is. Hits him in line with off and going on to crash into the stump. So Hamza Saleem Dar will clean things up. Houghton will remain undefeated on 20, but Croatia bowled out, and I think that's a pretty easy decision. The only question was there a little bit of an inside edge. Don't think so. It crashes straight into that front pad. So Kresimir Kekes is going to go without scoring, and Croatia all out for 52. And they leave 20 balls on the table. So really, in a sense, it was brave the way they recovered. At one stage, they were 12 for 6, and that 50 was looking a long way off. But Croatia just trying to survive as deep into these 20 overs as they can. Ultimately, they get almost to the 17-over mark. And, well, there's always a risk, I think, of this happening to these two teams. Well, early on, we saw Atif Mahmood wheeling and dealing, but it was Ihsan that broke through with that run out of Shukla. That was the wicket that got things going. Danakula, of course, pretty important, but he misjudged this pull shot, and Dorkaya did really well to hair in. Then it was time for Stumps to get scared because Atif Mahmood, he was straightening the ball down the line. We saw him burst through Safi Devi. He wouldn't be the only one, though. That was one a bit unlucky, to be honest, for Mansoor. Probably got the worst bounce of the whole innings. Crashed into his ankle. Maheshwari started brightly with that pull shot, but there was more bad news around the corner. He'd lose his pegs for just 5. Magdalenic would come out next and suffer a similar fate. And really, at this stage, it was looking ugly. 12 for 6, and we weren't even 5 overs in. Pulabanti, though, came out, and again, he continues to fight. That was a great bit of keeping, but it felt like it probably was a good decision. Just off the body, Davidson Solaire, I think, did a pretty good job behind the stumps. Not an easy pitch to keep on. Eventually, Pulabanti ran out of patience, and the change to spin had immediate effects. Bosnak ran himself out, and that was a frustrating one. So Croatia kind of compounding their problems. 8 down, we had a bit of a partnership. Zanko fought hard, faced 16 balls before he was bowled by Burns' last delivery. And then Kekes was the 10th to fall. Hamza Saleem Dar sliding one into his front stool. And that was that. Croatia all out for 52 in this second T20 International. Batting-wise, well, it was going to be a tough task. And especially with no Hashmi in the side. Shukla opened the bat. He actually looked okay, but he was run out first to go. Top four only scoring 4 runs between them, so that was always going to be an issue. Manzur got a bit of a rough one that kept low. Houghton, the top scorer with 20 or 41. Just a 1-4 in there kind of sums it up. In fact, there are only 3 4s in the entire innings. No Maximos for Team Croatia. 10 for Pulabanti, the other batter to reach double figures. Zanko stuck around a while. And Kekes, 5 balls. He was able to survive, but it was all over after 16.4. 3 for 8, Atif Mahmood. Probably the best of the bowlers in there. Asked the right questions, and Croatia not coming up with too many answers. Adil Raja, a bit hit and miss there, but took 2 for 21. Bot Burns, tough to get away, 2 for 8. 1 for 1, Hamza Saleem Dar, just the 4 balls bowled. Pinan also bowled his allotment, but couldn't quite find the breakthrough. So Croatia, 52, makes 53 the target for Spain. They got plenty of time to do it. Let's see how they deal with this chase. We'll take a break. The teams will swap over. We'll be back soon in Croatia. Spain looking to go 2-0 up in the series with successful chase of 53. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll have a quick break and see you soon for more Mediterranean Cup T20I. Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company. We're in Zagreb, Croatia for the Mediterranean Cup bilateral T20 series, best of 5 between the hosts Croatia and the tourists Spain. So far, it was Spain that dominated the first half of this second T20I, bowling Croatia out for just 52 in 16.4 overs. So Croatia not quite able to bat out the 20. Leaving 20 balls on the table, in fact. So Spain 53 for victory. Daniel has gone out to open the innings. He'll be facing up, and his partner will be Shafat Ali Saeed. You see him on the screen there. So right-hand, left-hand combination. We know that Spain like to try and do that. Looks like Johan Danakula will be the opening bowler for Croatia. Sam Houghton behind the stumps with no Hashmi in the side for Croatia in this one. So, yeah, I mean, as Corey would say, if he was on the microphone, it's probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way of Croatia defending this 52. But still, I think you need to try and win the little battles. Maybe you can pick up a few wickets, give yourself a little bit of confidence that you can compete going into the second match after this. Well, computer 1% for Croatia. Certainly quite bullish about their prospects. But anyway, let's get ready for the reply. It's DDC facing up. And he goes big first ball, goes with it, slightly leg stump. It's Maximo, the first of day 2. It's the first ball of the second innings that brings it. Really tells you all you need to know. Croatia, in the first innings, faced 100 balls. Couldn't hit a 6. Spain do first ball. Danakula, dangerous yesterday with the ball. And he's bowled, so 6 and out for Daniel Roakaya, and credit to Danakula, comes back with the ball, it's pitched up on the stumps, just snuck between the bat and the pad, so it's another boundary and out for Roakaya. And Croatia with the early wicket, 6 for 1, but I think that shows you how Spain are going to treat this reply. Maybe a little bit of induct. DDC, they'll be frustrated to go so early, even though he'll be happy that it's not without scoring any at all. Does score over 10% of what's required. So I suppose he pulls his weight. Ihsan comes out at number 3. Let's see how he goes about it. Danakula having to shoulder a big burden. Opening the batting, the bowling, and captaining this Croatian side. Well, comes in a lot. Actually hits the back thigh pad, I think, of Ihsan. Get a leg by. Yeah, certainly some movement there for Danakula. Have a look at that seam, inseam. Of course, when the ball is new, you do have that pronounced seam. It's a very interesting pitch. I think it's actually playing better today with some of the overnight rain, as I said earlier. It just kind of holds the base together a little bit more, slightly truer bounce. Shafat faces up then. Slightly slow response from Ihsan, but they do get through for the single. Again, they love the left-hand, right-hand combination. I think a lot of the time they've got 2 players padded up because a lot of the batting lineup for Spain is kind of interchangeable. So, for example, they might have had either Hamza Salim Dar or Ihsan to go in at number 3, depending on who gets out. So if you go right-hander for right-hander or left-hander for left-hander. Certainly something that Spain try and build into their team selections, to have these kind of options and matchups available. Ihsan takes it on, just creeps it over mid-off. Doesn't quite make it with that overnight rain. The outfield is a little bit softer than yesterday, but they do get back for a couple. Kroom saying if everything was a 6 and out in that order, then Spain would just get over the line. That's true. Isan off the mark with a couple. This is a pretty well struck off drive, but also excellent fielding. Sathidevi, I think, in that position. Skates around to his left. And takes on a slightly awkward hop. End of the first over, and it's 11 for 1. Danakula does get the big wicket of DDC. One of the questions is, where does DDC bat in this order? I've got to say, I do like him opening. I know occasionally we'll get out early, but he's also scored a lot of runs in that position. I know they've got a lot of options. I know they like Shufford up there as well. In fact, he's left-hander. Obviously no Mohamed Baba in the side at the moment, but if he comes back, he's a natural choice at the top. Looks like Hari Prasad Sathidevi is going to bowl over number 2. Taken on and hit pretty hard. 1 bounce 4. Isan making his intentions very, very clear. Just a kind of slot length, I suppose. Maybe a challenging length, but Isan up to the challenge. Sathidevi is a guy we have seen playing for both so-called and the Assassins as well as Team Croatia. A little bit shorter this time, so off the back foot, gets through the field. That'll run away, and it will just get to the boundary for 4 more. The writing's on the wall for Croatia at the moment. Lionesses couldn't quite deal with that last bounce, and it just creeps into the rope for 4. This one gets past Isan. Keeps down a touch. Just get past Zanko briefly. But they keep it to a single. Shafat faces up, floating slip in place. A short third, deep third as well. Right, he's going to pump this one up and out of the ground. And, well, it's been a busy day for me, in more than ways than one. Forget that I'm on the other side of the camera. A little one hand, one bounce here. But Shafat goes large, and Maximo. Not an easy one the other side of the cube, but well, Croatia do need a 12th fielder. Haven't lived here 3 years, but I'm certainly keen, willing to learn. Hey, okay. This is the one that just does something surprising. It's going to be 4 byes, I think. And the signal just 4 runs. Let's have a look. Is there any bat on this? Nah. There's 4 byes, I think. There's no bat on that at all. But Spain continue on their merry way. The score is 30 for 1 after 2, confirming that is 4 byes. So 1-0 in the series. We will see match 3 later on today. That starts at 11:15 a.m. GMT, which is 1:15 p.m. Central European time. It's 4:45 in India. Stay tuned for that one. And a cooler will get another go. They do have Kekes into the side, and Luca actually did mention in the chat. He took a hat-trick last year and actually really should have had a double hat-trick, we thought. Kekes, I wonder if he'll get a bowl. Will there be time? 30 already on the board after 2. Full toss, and that's going to be whacked away. Asking for trouble and finds it down a cooler. There's Isan. There's Cuatro Carreras. Hasn't quite got the length right so far down a cooler. You can't get the pitch to help you out if it doesn't bounce. That's a better ball from Danakula, respected by Isan. It's going to be interesting as well, I think, seeing a lot of these guys that we know from ECN T10 cricket, but just making some slight adjustments to their game to play in 20-over cricket. The fact that you can kind of respect the ball a bit more often. I still like that they retain their attacking instincts, though. Bring that to the 20-over format. This one is straight up in the air, though. It's Maheshwari who's going to drop it. I just got caught on the back foot there, didn't he, in the end? It was kind of between Houghton and Maheshwari, but Maheshwari had a bit of a head start getting back. So it probably was his catch in the end, but you can see here, it's bounced out of the hands, and because all his weight's going backwards, he couldn't quite make that jump forwards and find the grip out of the ground, so that's not going to impress Danakula, the captain. Really should have had a second wicket there. Shafat gets the strike back. Keeps down a little bit. Well, stopped that time by Houghton behind the sticks. Danakula knows this game is only going one way, but we'll just be hoping he can compete, win a couple of small battles. Won a moral victory over Isan there. Cut away. They will end up taking the single. I think Isan was particularly keen, but wasn't handled cleanly by Magdalenic. This might be a quick chase, but it's nowhere near the fastest chase that Spain have executed in T20I cricket. That was the world record 2-ball chase versus Isle of Man last year. No ball 6-6. Chasing the target of 11 in just 2 illegal deliveries. Ball by Danakula to finish the over. Isan gets life during it. And after 3, it's 36 for 1. Daniel Doakaye, the only victim so far. Did start brightly, though, with a 6, the first of the day. Was dismissed off the second ball of the innings, bowled by Danakula. Interesting to see if they go back to Southern Navy or not. I think they are. Did bowl an over for 15. The thing is, you might be saying if this over goes the way it might, that no one else can really get a bowl. Imagine Danakula will continue. The margin doesn't matter as much as the result in these T20s as far as the official ranking points go. Anyway, 17 to win. First ball is knocked to Danakula for a single. Isan almost gets his head knocked off by the throw. Danakula quick to put up their hand and say sorry about that. Yeah, pays to pay attention. Luckily, Isan was watching. So I think Davey got the beard go with a moustache. Slightly different look than when we last saw him on the network. Oh, in the air and gone. Well, that one takes off a little bit on Mohamed Isan. It grabs the gloves and Houghton does the rest behind the stumps. Takes it in the right mitt. Well, it's very un-ECN dismissal, just basically trying to prod. Almost looked like he was on the front foot here, trying to just block this out. But you can see, grabs the left glove of the batter, the right glove of the keeper, and that's a second wicket for Croatia. Spain 37 for 2. ECN disappointed, but again, does his bit, doesn't he? With 17 runs. Here's Alec Davidson-Soler. He had a bit of a horror T20I debut yesterday. Saw him take a ball to the face, and also, I think the one that hurt even more is that he was out, just second ball for, well, by getting strangled down the leg side, just a little glance off the face of the bat. So he'll be hoping that he can see this job through to the end. $16 to win. First one. There's only a few things in the mind of the batters out here, especially early. Devi getting in better areas. I think Alec pretty happy just to play inside that one in the end. So the decision to bowl Devi again has paid dividends for Jawahar Danakula. Alec, UK based. We see his sister Andrea playing for the Spanish women's team as well. They're doing some pretty good things at the moment. Kept out. It turned out to be a very good over for Croatia. Just the one run off it, and that wicket of Mohamed ECN. I suppose that drop doesn't end up costing Croatia too much. Down the leg side, lets himself down here, Devi. Didn't quite go, but they'll get 3 wides. Good hustle from Davidson-Soler to get back for 2 physical runs, plus the one for the wide. This one catches, I think, a bit of the glove of Davidson-Soler. End of the 4th over. Pretty good one from Hari Prasad Sathadevi. Just 4 runs off it, and the wicket. The score is 40 for 2 after 4. You can see they are miles above where they need to be. Of course, only 5.3 and over. Pardon me, even less than that. 2.65 and over required at the start of this innings. 20 over innings, of course. Danakula looks like he's going to bowl himself again, see if he can grab another breakthrough. Do feel like it's an opportunity to bowl a Kekes or to bowl somebody else. Otherwise, there's just not going to be time for them to get involved. Kind of a tough decision for the captain, what he's really trying to get out of this. 13 to win then. Danakula with the 3rd over for him. And he starts with a wicket. Shafat playing across that one, trying to go over the leg side. And that one crashing into the stumps. So the Croatian skipper flying the flag, and Spain lose the 3rd wicket. It's 40 for 3. It's going to be an interesting replay, actually. It's pretty straight. I mean, maybe came in a little bit. I think he'll be a bit disappointed. It's probably one that he should be playing with a straighter bat. Just trying to force it through the leg side. He's not the only batter we've seen get out in that manner today, Shafat. Here's Sebastian Hughes-Pinyan, who is going to get an opportunity at number 5. Danakula, 2 for 16 so far. Sebastian gets some bat on this. Well fielded in there. And Croatia, they just need to try and find a way to stay positive. Okay, what's done is done. The margin probably doesn't matter so much. They'll be hoping that when they're able to play the afternoon match, they can be a bit more competitive. It's pretty well bowled. Gets it outside the off stump. Pinyan tempting the drive, wasn't able to catch up with it. While you wait, once this game is over, to encourage you to turn over to the other channel on ECN. You can catch day 6 of the European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. 6 matches, unbelievably, 6 matches today from that location. 8 teams battling it out in Sofia. Nishay Butt is there. Charlie will be here. Will be there in the afternoon as well. Afyon Karaisa into the action, of course, the Turkish side in Bulgaria. So keeping a keen eye on them. Inside edge, thick one, but it'll be the first run for Sebastian. Yeah, Afyon Karaisa played in the ECL. Had a bit of a rough time. I don't think they took a single point out of their 4 matches, but they were very entertaining. They are an emerging side. So they're playing their first game right now. They managed 78 off their 10 overs, and Pat Falcon, CC Viran currently just reached the 50 at the start of the 6th over, so there might be a bit of a low-scoring thriller over there. This one hits him a long way back, and he's gone. He must have just snuck past the bat. Was caught on the back foot there. Davidson Soler. And to be honest, it's hard to see what was wrong with it. Yeah, that's going on to hit him on the back pad right in front of middle stump. So yeah, credit to the Croatian skipper, Danakula, who has 3 wickets now. And after 5 overs, 41 for 4, as Derek makes an appearance. Still, if you're going to make a duck, probably when your teams are short of victory, it's not the worst time. Don't think that'll be any comfort for Alec as he walks off. This is the program today here in Zagreb, Croatia. So we're just finishing match 2. Match 3 is coming up. Like I said, it's a bit of a gap. It will be in about 2 hours and 20 minutes that we'll be back. So it's 11:15 GMT, which is 1:15 PM in Central Europe. It's 4:45 PM in India. If you are watching from Bangladesh, it's 5:15 PM for match 3, Croatia versus Spain. The toss should be done a little bit before that game. Don't forget tonight, we've got ECS-W action for the first time as well. Over number 6. And Sathi Devi is going to get a 3rd over. It's called a wide first ball. Very harsh call. I'll wait for the call here. No, that one's okay. Well, got to say, the main thing is, even when the results are one-sided, you got to try and find some sort of motivation. That was nice bowling by Sathi Devi. Well, that one has the trampoline bounce. Wow, watch this one take off. That's the one that if it's in line with you that you're worried about. That's Sebastian, he's got quite a thin face. And that probably worked to his advantage that time. It was unlikely that he was going to get collected. That's how to do it. The next one he just put straight over the umpire's head. And that's 4 runs, so 46 now, just 7 required for victory. Sathi Devi challenges Hughes Pinyan to go down the ground, but yeah, nice shot by the youngster. come back. I wonder if we do get to a next over, whether we see a change in bowling. I'd kind of like to see a change in bowling. Give maybe a Kekes an over. I mean, you know you're going down. It's just a matter of when. Let's see if we get there. Well, that might be a no ball. If the one before was over the shoulder, that had to be. But maybe we're allowed, I think that 2 in T20 international cricket. Yes, that will be a no ball. Free hit to come then. Not quite able to get it away. Prefer to make Kekes there. Hamza Slim Dar will make another cameo with the bat, I'm sure. Won't be too long. That one will be down the leg side again. Left-hander. Out to bat with the right-hander. They're so good at manufacturing these left-hand, right-hand combinations, aren't they, Spain? Pulled away, and that'll be it. 6 overs required for Spain to reach the target. And it's a big win. They go 2-0 up in the series. Well, Croatia had to fight for everything, didn't they, during this second match. And in the end, battled bravely in the 6 overs that we did see. And we're able to pick up 4 Spanish wickets. But Spain do go 2-0 up. And Croatia certainly have a lot to think about and work on heading into that next game. I mentioned that we have about 2 hours and 20 minutes until we will be here for the second game of the day, which is the third T20I. This is what's going on in Bulgaria, though. If you want to turn over, we're just finishing match 27, match 28 starting there in around about half an hour's time with the Pleven 11 back and led by Amal Thomas. Afyon Karahisa, the Turkish side. Good to see Mesut Ozturk in there. And they're playing their first game right now. You can turn over to the other channel. Nish is waiting for you at Sofia. But let's reflect on what was a pretty quick second innings, as we thought it might be. Daniel Dorkaya started with a bang. First 6 of the day. Off the bat of the Spanish opener, but he would only last one more ball. Danakula got that one to sneak through between bat and pad, knocking over the castle. Isan came out and had that attacking flair for which he's known. Shafat Ali Saeed gave me something to do in the commentary cube. But really, Croatia were just kind of playing for pride, weren't they? They were able to get something to happen there. Little bit of extra bounce doing Isan glove to glove. Houghton behind the stumps this morning for Croatia. Took a good one-handed catch. Danakula was able to get one to Castle. Shafat Ali Saeed. See, Croatia were able to get some of those breakthroughs. Davidson Soler, unfortunately for him, hasn't been able to click with the bat yet. He got caught LBW right back, pinned on the stumps. Sathi Devi also, I think, bowled some good deliveries in there, but in the end, it was the inevitable that we saw with Spain just taking that 6-over power play to knock off the target of 53. Batting-wise, it was kind of a job doer, really. Isan top scores with 17, no one else quite cracking 10, but they didn't need to. 11 extras in there helping them get to the target of 53. Winning this T20 International with 84 balls to spare. For Croatia, they just ended up bowling the openers in the 6 overs that we did see. Danakula 3 for 17. Sathi Devi 1 for 31, so both in the wickets column, but ultimately, I think that game was won in the first half with Spain taking a hatful of early wickets and never giving up the ascendancy. We'll take a break. We'll be back here in around about 2 hours and 10 minutes with the next T20 International. If you want to turn over to Bulgaria, I know I will be. So why don't you join us there. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Stay tuned Back this afternoon with more action in the ECN Mediterranean Cup T20I. Hello and welcome back to Croatia. We are in Zagreb and it's time for the third match in this 5-match T20I series between the host Croatia and Spain. It's at the moment Spain with the 2-0 lead, hoping for a win here that would sew up the series. We do have some toss news a little bit earlier. Christian Munoz-Mills has been very lucky with the fall of the coin. He won the toss and once again he's elected for the same roadmap, winning the toss, electing to bowl first. So Croatia, he struggled earlier to deal with what was coming at them, bowled out for 52. And Spain taking just 6 overs to chase that down. Danny Martinez comes in for his first ever T20 international, so a big moment for him. And I suppose Charlie Ramistovic coming back in will be pretty keen to get amongst the wickets. For Croatia, might see a slight change in their batting order just to try and mix things up, although they do have the benefit of Satyan being back in the side. Chaube comes back as well, did some good things yesterday. 7% Croatia. And if you know your rational numbers, you'll know 7 is more than nothing. And so they'll be hoping for a kind of, I suppose almost like a perfect game is what they'll need to do, I think, to challenge the side that are ranked 44 spots higher in T20 international cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Welcome back to all of our viewers that are watching from all around the world. I know that Bulgaria at the moment, I've heard, it's got a pretty violent storm going on, so I'm sure we might be borrowing some of the attention off them, at least for the start of this game. Spain, I think that they're going for the kill shot now. We've seen their seamers extracting a lot of variable bounce out of this pitch. Shukla actually looked good this morning before he ran himself out. Rathanasamy is his opening partner, so no Danakula at the top. I don't mind that. I think that maybe if it's not working with Danakula at the top, you can put him in the middle, give him a slightly different role. Sam Houghton top scored before. I wonder how they'll use him as well. He's the listed wicketkeeper once again for this game. Alec Davidson-Soler keeps the gloves for Team Spain. Sam Houghton certainly ready to go. I see him with the pads on over there. Let's roll with Atif Mahmood to start match 3. And starts with a pretty good ball. Shukla's got a good defence though. He's got a pretty good technique. We saw that earlier on. Played a nice cover drive. Yeah, one of the longer breaks we'll ever see on ECN as well, with that game finishing 14 overs early. It was about a 2-hour break. Pretty exciting day here in Zagreb as well. If you didn't already realise, we'll have our first ever European Cricket Series for women tonight. Shukla guides this down to deep third for the first run. Rathanasamy gets the nod to open, so yeah, real opportunity for him, I guess. You always want to make the most of it if you are given that responsibility, but he's going to have his hands full. Lifted up, Rathanasamy takes it on and takes it out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs and a signal of intent from Ratha. What a good shot that is from Rathanasamy, and I think sometimes attack's the best form of defence. Said this earlier, rather than just kind of wait for a ball with your name on it. Rathanasamy yesterday in the T10, he scored 6 off 6, but he did hit a pretty nice boundary in there. Had a first baller in the first T20 yesterday. Well, it's a perfect start for him, really, on his return to the side after he sat the first game out today. This one jumps on him, though. Atif getting that to jump. He was brilliant this morning, really zeroing in on those stumps. Moved that new ball around quite well. Rathanasamy didn't care first ball. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this from Croatia. You know, if he gets bat on that, it's probably going to fly. And when they say high risk, high return kind of strategy. No Atif in the side again for Spain, so leaving him out, probably giving him a bit of a rest. Raja stays in the side. This one swings in a little bit. Lionesses able to get it away for a single. He'll retain the strike, and fairly bright start for the hosts. It's 8 without loss after 1. If you do want to send me a message, of course, I'm always open to the conversation. ECN European Cricket Network here. Expected score 99, so Croatia, I'm giving credit for around about 100 or so. Not surprised that Raja Adil does share the new ball once again. So it's a fairly similar looking lineup. The probably only change there is that Sebastian Hughes-Pinyan is out of the 11. He's been replaced like for like with Charlie Rumistovic back in. Lorne Burns bowled really well earlier as well, 2 for 8. It's got a lot of ways to hurt you. We didn't see Yasser Ali bowling earlier. Took 6 wickets in the first match in the T20 series yesterday. Shows you the depth they've got. Lionesses tries to just dab this. Gets through the keeper. Alec Davidson sold there. Wow, and then Hamza down there actually just let go of the ball. Now, Fletch, if you're out there, remember one of the great throws. In fact, that was very close to one of the all-time great bloopers if it had gone over the boundary. Luckily for Hamza, it doesn't. And we'll get a bye in the end. It's a bit high to me, actually. Oh, he's given him. I don't know. Raja is banging the ball in. There has been a fair bit of bounce in this. We don't have the greatest angle. We're about to see it from behind the bowler. But Shukla's going to have to go. Might feel a bit aggrieved. I mean, the replay will tell the story. Did it keep down a bit? We couldn't really see how much it bounced. Yeah, to be honest, it skidded through a bit. It's touch and go, isn't it, for height? I think for maybe the second beg from Raja gets the job done. But it just have my doubts about whether it's sneaking over the stumps or not. But Shukla, hey, probably kicked a black cat on the way in today because he gets run out, and then I think he gets the rough end of the stick there. The Spanish supporters will be happy with it at least. It's 9 for 1. I guess the umpire probably sees that keep down a little bit and obviously kind of pins him on the back foot. So Croatia lose an early wicket. I guess when I was watching that one from behind, and I thought with that length, it felt like it was going to climb over. Though, to be fair, it did stay a little bit lower than I expected. And I think also what Shukla expected. Pulibanti, well, he's got all the way from number 11 to number 3 in the space of 24 hours. And well, he kind of showed that he likes the ball coming onto the bat. He'll kind of hang back. He likes to cut. Likes to use the pace. We saw him actually get out. I think the first ball of spin that he faced. Hold out to long on off Burns earlier on. He plays a nice shot off the front foot. And Dorkaya comes across and cuts it off. They put a bunch here. He's really kind of impressed me with the way he's fought and taken the game on. For Croatia, it has been very difficult. This one he tries to pull. Lionesses not particularly interested in the run. There's Hamza, throws it forwards this time. Just the bye off this over so far. So Adil Raja on the verge of a personal maiden. Whoa, that one really did take off. Pulibanti. Well, so late on the hook, it almost never came. Fake maiden for Raja, just the bye off it. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 9 for 1. 2-0 in the series at the moment, Team Spain. With a win here, they take an unassailable 3-0 lead. But I mean, really, no such thing as a dead rubber in T20 international cricket because every game has value. It carries ranking points and opportunities to slip up and slip down, really. So Spain will be pretty keen to make sure there's no banana peel moments in this series. And Croatia, well, like I said, they've got very little to lose here. They're gaining valuable experience. Also the potential, if they can string a complete game together. We saw them quite competitive yesterday. Teef comes back and bowls number 3. Rathan Asami maybe started with that Maximo. Yeah, I think he's just been told to go out there and look, play your shots. Let's not try and just keep it out. That didn't really work earlier. Got castled for 52. Looked at one stage that might even be worse than that. Yeah, again, fortune favouring the brave. That one doesn't go too far. Yes. Danny Long Martinez, who's into the side. Proud moment for him as well. First T20 international for Spain. Yeah, hits this pretty well. Not willing to take on Remitrovic, who's at mid-off. Teef looking to swing this stump to stump, maybe go through the gate. We saw him clatter the stumps 3 times earlier on today. Oh, it goes pretty close. That was the one that I think might have been the rolling cut. It just sneaks past the off stump. Rathan Asami, I mean, for all his attacking intent, he's 7 off 10. Tries to launch that one. See Alec Davidson Soler, in case you missed it, he took a nasty blow in the mouth yesterday when he was keeping back and had a second bounce skid onto him. So he's wearing the helmet, even though he's back. Sensible. He's done a pretty good job with it. I know he wouldn't really be used to it. Keeping back. Gets past him a bit too quickly. So we saw .16 to start the innings. And since then, we've had 14 balls where we've only had 1 off the bat, 1 by, and 1 wicket. So scoring drying up. Mahmood will be trying to swing this one back after pushing a couple across, I'm sure. Gets one to take off on Rathan Asami. So that's a genuine maiden that time from Atif Mahmood. In fact, that's 11 balls in a row that haven't been scored off. Croatia skipping at the moment through this power play. Like a good old-fashioned compact disc. It's 19. It's 9 for 1 after 3. We saw Spain, because they at one stage we're in the driver's seat, having Croatia 12 for 6 earlier. They pretty much just decided to bowl out their openers in the first 8 overs. It's Raja. Acrobatic attempt from Davidson Soler. Does get some glove on it down the leg side, but this will be a couple of wides to start the over. Yeah, Corey Rucker's Spanish coach saying to Raja, hey, be patient, be patient. He's saying, don't over-attack those stumps. Keep it one side of the wicket. Force the batter into an error of judgment. Rathan Asami comes back, gets a full ball. That's looks like it's spearing down the leg side. Check it out. Just a bit too quick for the attempted clip from Rathan Asami. Jeff Mobbs just remarking, and he's absolutely right. This ground does have an Aussie rules field behind it, AFL field. See the distinctive goalposts? That one keeps down a bit. Davidson Soler probably has flashbacks there, but it's going to deflect off him, and it's not going to quite go to the boundary. It'll be 2 byes. Yeah, nice stop in the end. The old foot fielding. A little edge on that, actually, so Lionesses will take a couple of runs. Confident looking drive. And this outfield and infield kind of slowing up a little bit. So it was a pretty friendly bounce along Martinez. Wow, that one has taken off, and I'll wait for the call here. It's going to be 4 byes. Oh, poor Alec Davidson Soler needed a trampoline to deal with that one. Check it out in the replay. I was trying to work out where it pitched. This one's kind of made my brain break. Let's have a look at the length. Yeah, I don't think I can pinpoint exactly where it went past him. It's going to be over the shoulder. 4 byes to Croatia. Goes Fuller this time, and nice shot by Lionesses. Cracks it through point for 4. So, well, that camera getting into the action there, as well as ECN goes and fetches the ball, almost trips over the court. Watch out, EC. Nice shot by Lionesses. We'll sit here. Just kind of, again, he likes the pace. Gets on the charge, but hits it from about waist height. Ended up cracking into the camera square of the wicket. Can Raja find the stumps? I mean, he hasn't bowled too many balls that have endangered the 3 sticks at the other end. Oh, this is chopped into the ground and not going too far. Yeah, here there is some Australian rules football that's played here from time to time. Oh, it's got a little bit of a foothold around the world. Obviously, Australian rules is almost exclusively just played in Australia, but of course Australians tend to get around the world a bit. There's another one which is going to take off. He's already had the one for the over. It's must have just been okay. So 22 for 1 after 4. I want to welcome all the viewers that might have turned on from Bulgaria, because Bulgaria at the moment is quite the storm going on over there. So I know that the start of match 29 has been delayed. Hopefully it's not too much of a delay. Plenty of cricket still to go here today. This T20 and also 2 more T10 matches. First ever ECS-W matches featuring Jinx of Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses of Serbia. Looking forward to that. Okay, Pullabanti hasn't been able to score yet. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair. Atif Mood comes back for a 3rd over. Pullabanti likes to cut, likes a bit of length to work with. Also looks decent on the front foot. He hasn't really been able to penetrate the field that way yet. That's an awkward kind of length though, isn't it? I'm not sure whether to go forward or back to that. Rears up on Vasu. Pullabanti has his own personal maiden going now. I'll go down the leg side. Probably going to be called a wide. Davidson's on there again. Has to go full extension to get something on it. It'll be too wide, so I mean extras are pretty useful so far for Croatia. Yeah, not an easy ball to catch up with. Davidson's all there. He's got his work cut out for him. I still think Mahmood needs to bowl a few more balls on the stumps. Tries there, climbs over, and it's going to skip away from Davidson Soler for 4 more byes. But there are some fields that, well, if you walk off, not with a Bradman scorer byes, you feel satisfied. This is one at second bounce, so unpredictable, it turns. Yeah, we'll see Alec Davidson Soler pointing at the spot saying, hey, what am I meant to do about that? You never quite know what they're going to do. Probably more likely to hop that way than not, but another 4. So now we've got 14 extras. The top scorer in the innings so far. Mahmood, big in-changer. Mahmood or something he needs to look for. There's another cutter. So I think they know, okay, that ball's probably not going to hit the stumps if he bowls the off cutter, but it's still, because it's going to bounce a lot, but still is going to keep Croatia from scoring too freely. You're saying only 14 runs off the bat in almost 5 overs. That's the one he goes for, and Alec Davidson Soler does well, gets gloved to it. That's the one he's been kind of setting him up for the whole time. Kind of cutter away, then big in-swinger. Rather than Asami, wasn't too interested in defence. Wonder if he tries that again. He got so close to knocking the pegs out. Goes the cutter. Rathinasamy takes it on in the air and taken by Daniel Doakaye. So the persistent pays off for Atif Mahmood. That looked like the cutter. Rathinasamy tried his luck down the ground, but hung up in the air. DDC. Very good fielder, makes the ground, judges it without too much difficulty, and so the resistance is over from Rathinasamy, who goes for 13 off 21. A 4 and a 6 in there, but he's the second to fall. Atif Mahmood with his first wicket of match 3. The score is 28 for 2. Sam Houghton, a slight promotion from number 5 to number 4. I know he had a slight hamstring strain that he sustained in his earlier innings. He was the top scorer with 20 not out in the Croatian innings earlier today. Rathinasamy, for all his bluster, was only able to strike at 62 runs per 100 balls in his innings. This is what we got coming up for you today. Of course, we're in match 3 now. Later on, we'll have our first ever ECS-W with Jinx Zagreb taking on the Lionesses. So it's also a kind of multi-country ECS-W. The Croatian club Jinx Zagreb taking on the Serbian club Lavender Lionesses. Looking forward to that. It's quite a long day here, although we haven't been on the park too much because of the short nature of that first game. Interesting now that they're going to make a change. They're going to go to spin, even though we're the last over the power play, and it's going to be Yasser Ali to bowl. Didn't bowl earlier, but he did take 6 for 28 yesterday. Pullabanti yet to score. Feels like he's been there for ages. He's been there for 22 balls. He's only faced 6 of them, and he's yet to score. Vasu, his last over of the power play. First one's a bouncer. Not really intended. But it does get big. You'll get the one for the over there. I think it's fair enough. Yeah. Probably half expecting a few to rear up on him. Pullabanti was out to spin early. Oh. Just guess if he hasn't hit that and it's hit him in the helmet, or was there a top edge on it? Let's have a look. Well, maybe not quite over the shoulder. But yeah, maybe a slight deflection up. Again, just trying to find the height of this one. It's probably shoulder height if he's standing. So I don't think it's actually a one for the over situation. So I think they get that right, but still a pretty awkward ball. Probably would have gone over Alec Davidson's Soler if it had been missed. Yeah, obviously the headgear is essential. That's another reason I think it should be compulsory, not just to faster bowls, but spinners too. Pitched up, Swan rears up again, running away, and it's going to be 4 byes. I don't think there's any bat on that. Yeah, 4 byes is the signal. I don't know if you'd ever keep back to a spinner, but maybe this is one time you would think about it. You're not really ever charging. Maybe you want to encourage them to charge. I don't know. It's like cricket's about challenging yourself, and Croatians are facing some challenges here. That one bites back a long way. Look for the left to right on this one. Comes back a long way. Cuts Pullabanti in half. Get some bat on this. Pretty keen to run, but there's not really a run there. Isan comes around quickly. Well, this isn't a T10, but I will say, Paul Stubbs, the 13-ball duck, is probably pretty interested in what's going on right now with Pullabanti none off 11. That's the thing, though. Yes, it can get a lot of turn. Rips that ball from left to right. Getting some assistance out of this pitch. Two pretty fine fielders behind the keeper as well, protecting the backwards boundary. A little bit of bat on that, and that goes to one of them. So that will be the end of the over. Yasser Ali bowls a maiden. It's actually the 3rd maiden to a bowler in the innings. So 32 for 2 after 6. Looks like they're going to make a double switch now. Lorne Burns to come on in over number 7. Hello, Jack Perman. The Perminator's in the chat. Hello, Jack. Yeah, Spain invited to play in this Mediterranean Cup by Croatia. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, Croatia obviously keen to challenge themselves. Also, I think Spain, it's a chance for them to get some valuable match practice heading into the sub-regionals in Guernsey before too long. We have hope all's well with you, Jack, as always. All right, here's Lorne. First one just spins onto the bat of Houghton. One thing with Houghton, though, hasn't had too much of the strike when he's batted today. And part of that is, he has been pretty good at getting out the way, but then he hasn't necessarily been able to find batters that have been able to give him the strike back. Pullabanti, none off 12. Make that none off 13. Obviously, they don't want to get bowled out here, so that's obviously playing into their thinking a little bit as well. Croatia. Oh, well, Pullabanti, well done to him. He does get off the mark in the end. He's going to get off the mark with 4. And he'll feel a weight off his shoulders. Just going with the spin. Bounces quite a lot from Burns, and Pullabanti feel a lot better now. Just the second boundary off the bat, second 4. We've also had 1 6 from Rathanasamy. I like that kind of that shape from Burns, even though it goes down the leg side. But I like the fact that he's trying to get the ball a little bit above the eye line and to encourage the batter to kind of come at it. Maybe draw him into a mistake. Oh, that's pretty close. And he's gone. Seemed like a fair enough decision. It pitched, it definitely straightened, and he was kind of caught in the crease there, Pullabanti. Hard to see what this was missing. A bit of curve in. And yeah, I think that one's going to take out the stumps. Good decision. Burns breaks through. Pullabanti with a boundary, but also has to go for just that boundary. 4 of 15. A tough time at the crease after that promotion. And Croatia now 38 for 3. We're bowled by Burns again. Because of the amount he's able to turn the ball, it certainly has discouraged batters from leaving the crease. Burns is very talented leg spinner. Good to see Sagar Manzoor coming out to bat. Again, a couple of slots lower, but he batted really well yesterday. To be honest, he got a little bit of a rough one earlier today. He was out for a third ball duck, but got a ball that kept down, and I don't think too many people would have kept it out. It's rather a deal. That trapped him. LBW comes out to spin this time. Always a challenge starting against spin. Burns to Manzoor. It's a good start, really good start. That with the revolutions he gets, actually gets a lot of drift in, and you can see it just kind of curves left to right, then hits the pitch, goes the other way. So it kind of draws you one way and then turns another. Very skillful bowling. This one, Manzoor able to watch it onto the face of the bat. Negotiates it without too much of a drama. That'll be the end of the over. So Burns, with some success in his first, takes 1 for 6, and after 7, it's 38 for 3. I just noticed, because it's raining in Bulgaria, they've put the classic match on, and they've put on Indo-Bulgarians versus VOC Rotterdam. What a night that was. I don't want to spoil it for you, but if you want to see a team dropping a lot of catches but still forcing a pretty entertaining result, you can always watch that on the other screen. Change of bowling now, and it's going to be Charlie Rumistrovic to bowl. Missed outs this morning, but he's back in the side for Sebastian Hughes-Pinyan. So probably just kind of managing the squad as well. I think people are getting left out due to form reasons or anything like that, but it's just about trying to get enough cricket into everybody. I mean, 5 T20s over 3 days is quite a heavy workload as well. You add in the T10 match as well. Rumistrovic, UK-based young spinner. Here's over number 8. It's a pretty good start in the air and gone. So Rumistrovic didn't have to wait too long to get into the action. Burns with a good catch. Backpedaling. And so Houghton goes cheaply in this one. Just a single for Sam. And Charlie able to remove one of the big obstacles in this Croatian batting order. It was just a thick outside edge. Very smart catch by Lorne Burns, and Croatia now 38 for 4. And Charlie's still young. He's still a teenager. 19 years of age. He's a guy who's in the system in the UK as well and doing some pretty good things. So here's Danakula coming out at number 6. So we have seen him opening a couple of times. He's certainly one of the real keys to this Croatian batting order, but He hasn't been able to deal with the opening bowling successfully, so he probably feels it's another role for him. He can take on the spin instead. I wonder also if you're Spain, if you're thinking, okay, if we've gotten out with pace, do we bring the pace back? I think they're pretty confident in their spin attack through these overs, no matter who's at the other end. Croatian skipper faces up for the first time. It's a full toss first up. That was a hassle for Remišćević yesterday. A lot of full tosses. Didn't quite get the length right. We're hoping to sort those issues out today. I want to say a quick hello to Wayne, who's in the chat. Hello, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. And you're right now, Croatia trying to be competitive against this Spain side, which cracked the top 30 for the first time earlier this year. Takes this on, gets a piece of it, gets it over the infield. Mansour get a couple of runs. He's off the mark. I feel a lot better, especially after going for a duck earlier in the day. Mansour gets another go at Remišćević. In the air, hanging a long time. Ihsan has to back a long way, but he takes a fantastic catch. Mohamed Ihsan, with the gloves or without, he's a very sure pair of hands. And Mansour tries the same shot. This time, it goes skywards. And Ihsan, with a brilliant bit of judgment in the infield, is able to capture his wicket. So Charlie has two in his first over of the day. And Croatia now are 41 for 5. Excellent fielding, and something that Spain, like all sides, really pride themselves on and working very hard on. Wonderful catch. Also had to be pretty sure there was no one coming the other way, but he was able to be pretty sure of that, I think. Fair few open spaces. Remišćević, 2 wickets from 4 balls bowled. Oh, he almost has another one. He just turns past everything. Sathidevi gets a hit at number 7. And always the issue here, I suppose, with Croatia. Even though they've batted down a crew a bit lower, Sathidevi's batting a bit lower. Still recognise batters, but it could fall away very quickly, I think. You look at the bottom half of their order, and the kind of bowling that Spain have got at their disposal. Another full toss. Yunus Mills has some work to do, can't get there. Nice shot from Sathidevi. He gets off the mark with 4. And this outfield's definitely quickened up, I think, since the first game. Had that overnight rain. It'll be the end of the over. So it's 45 for 5 after 8. So it does look assured that Croatia will at least exceed the score they're able to manage this morning. Burns to continue then. Burns, 1 for 6. Bowled pretty well in his first over. Danicula, Croatian skipper. Very good ball from Byrne. Quick hands from Davidson Soler. And that's, I think, what he's trying to do. Just draw the batter forward. Doesn't matter who he is. Draw the batter forward into an error. See there, just got the foot down. I think with Burns, though, he's got a few of these variations as well. Got to pick him, but they've still got to play him. We have seen time and time again, this pitch is taking spin and quite a lot of it. We say it all happens in the ninth. This is the ninth right now. This one in the air, again hanging quite a long time. This time it's Yasser Ali, tries to back. I think Katoum is not quite there. Ben, nice to see you in the chat. What I will say, Ben, is cricket on TV looks a lot easier than it is. I will tell you that 100%. Looks a lot easier than it is. Just go look at Test cricket, for example. You look at the bowling there. It looks like you can handle it. TV definitely slows it down about 30 or 40%. This is in the air. DDC takes the catch. Sathi Devi's going to have to go. Not easy to take Burns down the ground, especially with the turn and bounce in this pitch. Dorkaye does the rest. And Croatia lose a 6-wicket 46 for 6. Burns with his second. Just kind of going with it. One hand coming off the bat. Not really in control of that shot ultimately. Ahmed Maheshwari will be the new batter. Hello to Mandrake as well. Good to see you, Mandrake. Hopefully you're well. A few people going back and forth, I'm sure, between Croatia, where we are, and also Bulgaria, where we actually have a classic match on at the moment because of that storm that hit Bulgaria. I know they're trying to clean up the ground right now. And the other channel has Indo-Bulgarians taking on VOC Rotterdam from the ECL in 23. It's definitely worth a watch. Players taking the chance to take a drink here as well. Particularly hot today compared to what we might have been expecting. 27 currently, but a lot of the day being protected by a bit of cloud cover. And Maheshwari will join Danakula, and he faced the 3 balls so far. Don't forget the ECC is coming your way starting on the 23rd of September. It'll feature 32 countries. So Slovenia, the latest to come to the Kartama Oval as a national team. They'll be part of Group 1, which also has Croatia. Croatia and Slovenia actually had a really entertaining ECI bilateral series here last year. For Spain, they'll be in Group C. The format is a little bit different in that there's 2 divisions this year. So based on last year's performance, the top 21 countries will take part in the Premier Division, 4 groups of 5, plus England 11, the trophy holders who automatically qualify for the Championship week. With the Challenger Division, we have 11 countries competing, so a group of 6 and a group of 5. 4 of them will make it to the playoffs out of those 11, and one of them will be our first ever ECC Challenger Division champion. As Corey might join us in the commentary box if he gets a chance this weekend, although he's very busy. Obviously, even in this game where they're well on top, spending a lot of time trying to get fielding positions right, trying to get tactics right. Sees this as not only a important match in itself, but also as preparation for the sub-regional qualifiers in Guernsey. 3rd of the 3 sets of those sub-regional qualifiers this summer. Mandrake saying, yeah, in the classic match, and the robot costume still hadn't arrived. Well, we got one in the end. One's better than none. So Burns halfway through his first over. Oh, it's a very good ball first up. And curves in, bites away, beats the bat of Maheshwari, gets a bit of the body on the way through. Fraction short this time, actually. Tries to pull it, probably would have been easier to cut. One of the issues is there's basically 3 fielders in that top left quarter in the infield, just kind of waiting for a misplaced cut. It's going to be called a wide in the end. A late call. Maybe a bit of a harsh one as well. Burns probably won't mind too much. He'll get the extra ball. Maybe can turn it into another wicket. Oh, that was a pretty good extra ball. We haven't seen anyone really trying to use their feet too much to Burns. I probably feel like it's not worth the risk, but I mean, maybe it's something to think about. Premeditating is a bit risky as well. Well, that time, I think Davidson saw there was positive that there might have been something, but didn't have too much support. It'll just be a dot ball to finish the over. End of the 9th. A successful one for Spain. The score is 47 for 6. There's that period there where Spain were able to take 4 wickets in 12 balls, giving up only 8 runs in that little period. 20 extras out of the 47, so probably something that partly might be a bit tough. Some avoidables probably in there as well. Here's Remitrovic, 2 wickets in his first over. Gets a second. First one slides past Danakula. Danakula facing the young gun spinner. Goes after it in the air. Munoz Mules takes the catch. Very short pair of hands. Has El Capitan, and Danakula will try to take on the game. It wasn't really in control of the shot. Remitrovic, he's making up for lost time. He's got 3 wickets now, and Croatia sliding further behind. 47 for 7. And so, unfortunately for Danakula, the different batting order position doesn't have too much of an effect on his output. He goes for 2 off 5. Once again, Spain creating and taking chances. We said it looks like they'll easily achieve more than the 52 that they scored this morning. Well, maybe not, the way things are going. Croatia, 3 wickets in hand now. This is Chaube who comes into the side. He fought pretty well yesterday when we saw him. Remitrovic just got it right more often so far, and he's got the rewards. Chaube batting 9. He watches his first one go past. Again, I'd love to see the spinners kind of tossing it up and tempting some of these lower order batters. I just feel like they probably won't be able to help themselves. Not be too defensive. You can be quite attacking here. The value of a wicket is so much at this stage. Again, slides that one outside the off stump. Turns quite a lot. Stays fair. Love to see Charlie maybe being a bit more attacking, trying to pitch the ball around about the leg stump and biting it away. Not being too patient. Maybe. Last ball, 10th. That's the one. That's what I was talking about. There it was. So end of the 10th. There's another maiden. Put it with the rest. Wicket maiden for Charlie Remitrovic. And Croatia, 47 for 7 after 10. Mandrake saying Corey definitely won't be happy about all the extras. I think I'll also be a bit understanding. I mean, for Davis and Soler, some of them have, what's the word I'm looking for? maybe not impossible, but highly improbable. some of the takes he's been asked to try and pull off. Interesting also that Alec Davidson-Soler has been given the gloves in every game. I thought that maybe they would kind of split that role a bit more with Isan, but maybe they like Isan in the field. Also can concentrate on his batting a bit more. Burns to Maheshwari here in over number 11. Very good bowling. I like that kind of pace. I wouldn't necessarily say that Maheshwari is a lower order batter. I mean, he's a guy that, you can say he's middle order really. Batting a bit lower today, but I think like any batter to spin it, eyes light up when it gets above the eye line. In the air and gone. It's very good bowling from Burns. He's got 3. And Maheshwari can only get a thick outside edge on this. Danny Long Martinez with his first catch in T20 international cricket. Again, see, he just kind of draws him into that shot. Again, Maheshwari trying to hit across the line, trying to hit across the spin of Burns. Derico is going to make an appearance. So no love for Maheshwari today. Made 5 off 5 in the first game today. This time he goes without scoring. And Croatia are 47 for 8. Maheshwari, second duck of the weekend. Also made a globe in the ECI T10 yesterday. Here's Satyan, who's back in the side for Croatia. .47 for 8. Will they even make more than that 52 that they made earlier? Burns eyeing off a bag. Satyan handles it pretty well. I think the lower the batter you're bowling at, the more you're tossing the ball up if you Burns. So I'm just kind of beating Maheshwari in flight to get his wicket. Attempted sweep by Satyan, probably not a bad idea. Burns has had a really good start to his international career. Next milestone for him will be 50 T20 international wickets. Well, in the air, almost pops to Yasser Ali. Again, I like that. It puts it in a difficult zone for the batter to know what to do. Probably feel like you should be clipping that leg side, but then you're fighting the spin and the bounce of Burns. Not an easy proposition at all. Into the over. Burns once again wheeling and dealing. That's 14 top balls in a row. 2 wickets have fallen in that period as well. And the score 47 for 8. That means that, I don't think this might be a first in T20 international cricket. 5 different bowlers have maidens. Show me a T20 international in the history of T20I cricket where we've got 5 separate bowlers that each have 1 maiden. I don't think that's ever happened before. Remistrovic, he's got 3 wickets himself. Comes in bowling to Chaubey. Score is stuck. Gets the first one past the outside edge. Nice take there by Davidson-Soler. Another good ball. Well, he might be wearing the 007, Satyan, but it's Charlie who's the international man of mystery right now. Takes it on, but it's going to be wicket number 9. Hamza Saleem Dar with the catch. Chaubey goes for a 7-ball derrick. And Croatia down to their last batter. Once again, the spin attack doing the job. And Remistrovic, he's got 4 wickets. Fantastic effort is from Charlie. He'll be the first to admit probably didn't quite get it right yesterday. He's much too full. Looks like Alan Magdalenic is going to come out as the last man. We'll say that Charlie does have a 4-wicket haul before. Can he get a 5 for? Took 4 for 24. His best bowling previously was against Isle of Man back on the 24th of February last year. He would love to have a 5 for, but well, if he doesn't get it in these 3 balls, I think Burns will probably feel like the last one's his for the taking. Magdalenic, a native Croatian player with baseball background, coming off a duck this morning. Batting Jack, what's he got here against Charlie? Think about Alan, he'll tell you, look, I'm not really a blocker. So I think my advice was, look, just go out there and play your game. He tries to smash the first one across the road. Respect it. Charlie probably won't mind him going after him either. Goes after it, and it should be 5 for Mitrovic. Well taken by Danny Long Martinez. So what a great moment for the young Spanish left-arm orthodox spinner. Charlie Mitrovic, 5 for 7. And Croatia, they collapsed to be all out for 47. Well, at one stage they were 38 for 2. So they lose their last 8 wickets for just 9 runs. And Spain, well, they were pretty professional, creating and taking those chances from Mitrovic. What a great moment for him. 5 for 7, incredibly good figures. Second 5 for of this T20I series. 3 for Burns, bowled really well. I mean, combine the figures of the spin twins, if you want to call them that there. They have together 5.5 overs, 2 maidens, 8 for 15. So, well, if the pacers don't get you, the spinners will. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. That was one that was touch and go, I suppose, but Raja got the decision. And, well, Hamza almost had a bit of an egg in his face moment there, but it was probably the low point for Spain. A few of these extras probably inflating the score as well, considering Croatia, they make 47. 20 of them are sundries. Just 3 4s and a 6 in the innings. But, I mean, I like, again, Croatia giving it their best effort. Can't really criticise that. I think there was an effort to be a little bit more attacking and don't just kind of sit like a sitting duck. But Spain, they had the answers, didn't they? I think Burns bowled superbly as well. That drift in, turning it down the line, occasionally ripping one past the outside edge. And then Charlie, well, he did get it right a bit more and showed how dangerous he is. And there's no reason I think you couldn't play all the spin options together. I think if the pitch is assisting it, they do have all-rounders there like Hamza Salim Dar, Shafat, who can have a dual role. Dorkaya, he's such a good fielder, we know that. Danakula batted himself a bit lower, trying to just kind of change things up a little bit, but didn't really have any answers to the kind of nagging accuracy and the skill of the leggy and the left-arm orthodox bowling in tandem. Magdalenic, well, again, tried to take the game on, but congratulations to Charlie Mitrovic. I think he'll remember that for a long time. 5 for 7, his figures. The scorecard isn't too pretty for Croatia, the home side. Just Rathan Asami, who was asked to open innings, made double figures, 13 of 21 for him. Only 6 of the innings off his bat as well. Apart from that, we did see 7 batters score. But it just wasn't particularly pretty, and then it really fell away quickly as the spinners were pretty ruthless, to be honest. As I mentioned, the last 8 wickets fell for only 9 runs. So that is a proper collapse. In the end, they leave more than 8 overs on the table as well. Croatia, today, they've lost 20 wickets for 99. Have a look at the last 4 falling on 47 as well. But Charlie Mitrovic with 2.5 overs and a maiden. 5 for 7. Probably was on the verge of another maiden if he had one more ball as well. 3 for 8 Burns I thought was very good as well. Wickets for Atif Mahmood and Raja. Yasser Ali with just the 1 over. That was a maiden as well. I've got to say, might be the first time we've seen 5 individual bowlers with maidens in a T20 international. Somebody look that one up for me. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 8 minutes' time with the response. It's 48 for Spain to take an unassailable 3-0 lead in the series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, to join you after the break with more ECN Mediterranean Cup. Hello and welcome back to the Mediterranean Cup. We're in Zagreb, Croatia for this 5-match T20I series. And right now we're getting ready for the second innings. Croatia, unfortunately, outdid themselves, but not in a good way in the first innings of this one. Bowled out for 47, so 48 will be the victory target. Big moment, though, for Charlie Rubicevic, who picked up his first 5-wicket haul in T20 international cricket. And you can see it there, right under Yasser Ali, who took 6 yesterday. But Charlie, geez, he was very economical. He bowled a lot better today. Kind of found his spots a little bit better. 5 for 7 off almost 3 overs for Charlie. So a very proud moment for him and his family, no doubt. So almost ready to get going with Mohammad Ihsan out there with Danny Long Martinez. Danny making his T20I debut, and so very proud moment for him. And everyone associated with his cricket as well. Danakula is going to try and grab a couple of early wickets. I will say bowled pretty well before. Took 3 for, but Spain, we'll say it's feeling a bit like a more of a when than an if. So, almost ready for action is Danakula to get us going. Ihsan keeps the first one out, and we're underway. I mentioned there's a kind of a peculiar 5 in the first innings as well, with 5 different bowlers able to achieve a maiden over. Beats the old record of 2. Thanks to Wayne for looking that up. Do appreciate that, Wayne. Wealth of information. Ihsan is going to play his natural game, and that generally is attacking. We saw Spain kind of putting it back a little bit yesterday when they were chasing 120s, probably just knowing the only way they were going to lose that is if they lose a bunch of wickets. Here they probably feel there's no way they can lose. Yeah, they're probably right. So I think they'll concentrate on trying to secure the victory as quick as possible. Jumps up on Ihsan. Certainly, I think he's been a bit spooked by this pitch. He's not the only one. When you're brought up on a steady diet of batting on wood, it's got to be quite different. Of course, I'm talking mainly about that Montjuic pitch in Barcelona, where we see Ihsan batting a lot, but also at the Cardimer Oval, he's been very effective. Can't bat anywhere in international cricket as well, Ihsan. See him at the top here. I'm going to bat in a little bit of pad in this, perhaps. We've got the first one of the innings. Also interesting that we don't see Daniel Dorkalia opening up. Went 6 and out earlier today, so I thought maybe they want him to have another hit, another opportunity. I do like that Danny Long Martinez gets this chance. He's UK-based, English father, Spanish mother. They're both here actually as well. There's a few family connections in Croatia as well, so I think it works out nicely. Danny to face his first ball in T20Is from Danakula. And he lets it pass without incident. Interesting to see Sam Houghton also keeping in the helmet back. It's probably smart. We have seen some balls shooting through, and we saw Alec Davidson-Soler, the Spanish keeper, take quite a nasty blow yesterday. Bit of housekeeping as well. Looks like we've got a 3-over game, a 3-over thrash in Bulgaria. Starting in just a few minutes. Cracking shot from Martinez. He gets his first boundary in T20Is. And he leans on that one and absolutely pounds it through the covers. What a great shot. Very well balanced. Wasn't really a half volley, just played it. Played it very well. End of the first over then. And Spain 5 without loss. Still a decent over from Danakula. Quite a nice day now, sun's out, 28 degrees, not too hot. Yesterday it was quite oppressive, but I think a little bit of the moisture in the ground as well from the overnight storms helping. Okay, so time for over number 2. Ratnasamy will open the bowling as well as open the batting in this game. First one might almost be a wide, you know. We called the one for the over. Let's have a look at this steepling bounce. Oh, maybe not over the head. I thought it might have been close to a wide, but no. Umpire gets that spot on. One for the over, though, from Vinesh. Played off the back foot, played pretty nicely. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder. He is able to stop it, only just. Well, Shukla, that was part fielding, part mountaineering that he was having to do over there. Did pretty well. Did so well that he's going to be replaced in the position. Now, you don't want too many grass stains on your uniform, so that might be good captaincy by Nanakula. Up and over the top, and Magdalenic is going to make the stop. So, yeah, the rotating, the deep cover point, paying dividends. Magdalenic certainly had a spring his step there. Makes a good stop going to his left. Rathanasamy. Martinez happy to have a look at him. Just a reminder, the program here today, we have this match, and then we've got probably, well, from now it's 2 hours and 10 minutes until we're back with the first ever ECS-W game. Keeps down a bit this time. Having a little bit of a look here. And a call up, maybe just making sure the ball gets cleaned, or just kind of clarifying whether it's still in shape to continue. Well, gets this wrong in the air. Rathanasamy couldn't get over there. Had a bit of an obstacle in Isa. Hakeford, no loss after two. I just wonder if Isan was, I don't think it was any intentional in it, but I think it does kind of create an obstacle for Rathanasamy. In the end, Long Martinez will survive, 8 with that loss after two. You can see 2-0 up, and after his routine chase, Spain will go 3-0 up in the series. But like I said, there's no such thing as dead rubbers in T20I cricket. Each game carries ranking points. So they want to make sure that they can win every available match. For Croatia, again, they still got that opportunity of pulling off the upset at some point. Three-over match underway in Bulgaria, so you'll get another match there. You have this one starting now. You'll have another match as well, as long as it all stays dry there before we get going here in the ECS-W. He's down to Kulda to bowl his second over. Picked up nicely over the leg side, and that's gone all the way. Maximo! Oh, Isan. We know he's a destructive hitter. One thing I like about Isan, though, he's not too leg side conscious these days. He holds his shape a lot more. That one just carries the rope. Tends to make good decisions when he's out there. He's a ball of energy no matter what he's doing on a cricket field, Mohamed Isan. Slams that one away. Gets Spain 6 closer. Danakula with a comeback ball. That's a good comeback from the Croatian captain. Got that one to just full Ihsan outside the off stump. A bit of loose stroke this time from Ihsan, trying to muscle that one straight down the ground. Danakula playing for pride more than anything else here, really. Croatia maybe trying to put a bit of confidence into matchups leading into the final two matches of the series tomorrow. It's that slower ball, bowls it very well. Ihsan picks it, leans on it, gets a single. Got to say, the Croatian kits look magnificent, don't they? It's a pretty unique motif, isn't it? You don't see too many countries that have something so well known as the red and white checks of Croatia. Long Martinez this time. Looks like he's going to hold out. And he will. So nice catch by Hari Prasad Sathidevi. Danakula will have a wicket. Disappointment for Danny on debut. Just tries to kind of stand tall, punch this one over the top, but it's not an easy pitch to drive down the ground if it's not that full. You can see kind of opened up that front side. Hari Prasad did the rest, and so Danakula gets another wicket. He's taken quite a few in the series. 15 for 1. New batter comes out there. It's Yasir Ali, top scored in the first match yesterday. Joins Ihsan. These two know each other very, very well. Danakula with the breakthrough. Hello to Rico, who's in the chat. Hey, Rico, I know that you'll be pretty interested, and I think you're right. It's being a bit of a mismatch, but I suppose I'll remind you, Croatia invited Spain. Obviously felt they could get something out of it, feel they could maybe be shown the path. Or in some ways, they might be able to improve. Obviously, it's a very different Croatian side to the side we saw in the qualifiers in Germany. Good bowling from Danakula. Gets that one to whistle past the top edge of Yasir's bats. It's the end of the third over, and the score is 15 for 1. Hello to Chris Smith as well. No extras so far. It's a good sign as well for Croatia. You just try and take any kind of positives you can out of it. But I'll just remind you today, Croatia weren't able to deal really at all with the pace or the spin of Spain, losing 20 wickets for 99 runs in the day. And back in the old days, we're talking about the kind of 19th century, they used to sometimes have games that were kind of 11 on 22 or things like that. So if you look at the best figures ever, it's not kind of like 16 or 17 for, it's 30 something for things like that. And in the field, they'd field 22 sometimes. Just trying to think how the Spanish 11 will go against the Croatian 22. Well, that one stays down. Oh, and Ihsan, he voices his displeasure. But I suppose he'd probably rather it keep down a bit than jump up the same amount. Just got to put that out of your head. Play the ball you see. You're only a human being in the end. And that stays down, but it's going to be gone. Danakula takes the catch. And Ihsan did remarkably well to get as much of that as he did. It's another one that kind of scooted through. Rathan Asami is able to take the prize wicket of Mohamed Ihsan, and Spain now 15 for 2. It's banged in. Stayed low, but Ihsan went aerial. Probably one that Had his time over, would try and hit along the ground. But he's going to have to be shown his way back to the dressing room. Out for 11 in the score, 15 for 2. Hello to David Skinner as well. Good to see you, Dave. Again, I hope you enjoyed your wedding. I think, well, not your wedding, but I think you were going to a wedding this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Hamza Slimdar. Not a player we've seen a lot of this weekend, but we know how important he is to this Spanish side in all aspects. Rathanasamy breaks through, but now he has to deal with the left-handed Hamza Slimdar, and these two batting together. Had a pretty good partnership yesterday, actually, in an awkward kind of chase for Spain. Hamza just keeps this first one out from Rathanasamy. Chris Smith as well. So some crazy weather going on around the world. I know that Bulgaria had a delay around an hour or so ago due to a crazy storm coming through. Driven pretty nicely over the top of the infield. Does it pull up in time? It does. And they get 2 runs in the end. So Hamza Slimdar is off the mark. Just remind everyone, in exactly 2 hours, we'll have our first ever ECS-W match. So set your alarm if you have to, maybe set a timer. 2 hours from now, come back and watch a little bit of ECN history. On the pull this time, Lionesses will handle it down a deep square. Yasser Ali only faced the 1 ball so far. He'll be keen to find some bat on ball, I'm sure. Yeah, Rico in the chat a moment ago, but Rico's having a few days R&R. Thoroughly deserves, of course. That's it. Kick this one out without a drama, and that's the end of the 4th over. Spain are 18 for 2. Nice view of this Lionesses cricket grounds. If you're an optimist, you could say that at this stage, Croatia were ahead. But you watch that take a dive, and that's also probably not really telling the whole story, because that only goes to 12 overs, which is essentially what Croatia were able to bat in the first innings. Danakula will get a 3rd over here. He's done the lion's share of the bowling, so actually for Croatia, given that at the first match between these two today, the Spain innings only lasted 6 overs. On to Hamza Slimdar. A pretty good start. Again, it all starts with the ball, doesn't it? Trying to put it in dangerous places. Hamza just shows his class, I think, when he's got a bit more time to bat as well. Drives this on the up, and it's going to find the gap. Run away close to the boundary. Just pull up inside, but a comfortable 2 for Spain. To win then. Slightly slower ball that time from Danikula. Bowls it well. But again, Hamza picks it and just keeps it out. Hamza. Pushing this one, but over-attacked. Didn't really need to attack it that much. In the end, misfield costs a run. Shukla, the culprit. Yes, yet to get off the mark. There's a nice looking shot here. He will get a run. It's very technically correct, isn't he, Yasser Ali? Danikula. Last ball of his over coming up. Slow ball, goes after it. It's very high. It's a tough catch, but it's a catch. And it's dropped. And almost takes him with it. Sathian down there. Well, the missile coming from the heavens above. And to be honest, Danikula, who we disappointed with that. He did fool Hamza with the slow ball and it forced a false shot. You kind of see the difference between the two teams there. Can't see Spain putting that one down. As it is, it's 23 for 2 after 5. ECS-W still to come tonight. Jinx Zagreb taking on Lavender Lionesses. A bit of ECN history in an hour and 55 minutes. So that game, well, the first game, will start at 2:45 GMT. That's 4:45 in Central Europe. It's 8:15 in India. Stay tuned for that. Like I said, really excited about the fact that we get some ECN history going on today. So Spain, you see they're kind of in a rush. There's some urgency, but I think they're just trying to get out there, try and make good choices batting, try and kind of take what's given them to an extent. Fraction short. Now Chaube's come on. He's going to go to the boundary straight away. Nice shot by Hamza. Jumped all over that one. It's far too short. It was pretty well bowled that time. Good comeback from Chaube. Fraction short, carves this up over point. Does Hamza Saleem dart? Just a single though. It's a real test, this pitch obviously. You've seen a lot of batters struggling with it. I'll be interested to see how it plays in the women's match later on tonight. You see a fair few of the same faces you saw playing for Croatia in the Central Europe Cup in Prague recently. No Vukovic though. She's UK based, so won't be playing for the Jinx. And I was asking about the team name, the Jinx. And I said, yeah, it's if you've ever heard of Jinx to kind of put the kibosh on something, that's what it's named after. And that was the team's choice. One jumps a bit on Yasir. Probably feels like he's getting all of those. 20 to win now. Chaupe. Love the prize wicket of the Spanish vice-captain Yasir Ali. That one keeps down. It was a bit full as well, to be fair, by Chaupe. See him kind of locking in one side of the wicket. In Bulgaria, of course, we've still got more cricket coming your way. 3-over match halfway through. ECS-W All-Stars against Pat Falcon. Viran. And Pat Falcon had 36 off their 3 overs. So a bit of a golden ball chance over there. Will we get a golden ball tonight? Maybe in the ECS-W. That would be a good way to kick things off. So this is T10. I wonder if there's something on this. That's going to be called a wide. Just couldn't quite catch up with that. Probably a wide for height. Maybe a little noise that went past, but the umpire gets that spot on. Nice looking shot there. Punches one to head off for a single, and he'll retain the strike. Yasir Ali at the end of the 6-over power play. Spain are 30 for 2. So Croatia, okay, they may not have made as many as they made earlier today, but they will make this second innings last longer. Sathi Devi's going to get a ball. So I'm opening the bowling, actually. Bowling some good deliveries earlier. So Danakula won't give himself a 4th over on this occasion. 18 runs to win for Spain. Make light work of these two T20Is today. Five outfielders allowed from this point. Does look like that's what Croatia have decided to do. First one's pretty on the money from Hari. Kept out by Yasir Ali. And Croatia, I suppose, back to the drawing board for them. They've got 2 more matches tomorrow. They'll be hoping to try and find some answers, maybe shuffle the deck a bit with the batting order. Well, they tried that today. It depends who's available. Hashmi being a big out didn't help. They should get 2 here. It's very good running. Intelligent cricket from Yasir Ali. Pinches the strike back with a double. Took a long time for Chaupe to get to that ball. And sneaks past the outside edge of Yasir Ali. Wouldn't necessarily say he's having an easy time of it. Waits on this one, punches down on this into the offside for a single. So slowly but surely, Spain knocking off these runs. Well, this one's going to sneak through, actually. And it's going to go to the boundary. Let's see what the signal is. It's going to be 4 runs, so it must take a little bit of the battle on the way through. Checking out the replay. Yeah, I thought maybe it might have been the back leg, but obviously umpire sees it hit the bat. Just 11 to win now for Team Spain. Played away. Probably should get another couple here. If they run hard, they will. Spain get it under 10 runs to win. That's the end of the 7th over, and Spain 39 for 2 after 7. There's 9 runs to win then. Wonder who gets this over. Again, it's an opportunity, I think, to give somebody else an over that might not have had an over. If you have Croatia, obviously it's a long day to be here. I know it hasn't gone to plan, but can't be completely surprised either that they've been out-muscled by Spain, who are ranked 31 in the rankings. Croatia 75. Hour and 45 minutes until the ECS-W gets underway. Tanakula decides that he'll have a 4th over. Still pressing. Don't want to give an inch, do they, Croatia? Here's Jawaha. First one off the inside half of the bat. They'll get through for a single to make that 8 to win now. Hamza Slim Dar. Certainly been a lot more fluid of the two at the crease, but really for Spain, it's all just about getting the job done. Field's back now, really, so plenty of space. Hamza just push this one down to Hari Prasad Sathidevi, who does the fielding. They get one close to Spain. To be fair, I mean, Croatia have restricted this strong batting lineup to less than a run a ball here, so it shows that they've been able to be competitive, and also shows, I think, Spain showing a lot of respect for the attack. Slow ball, but hit firmly down the ground by Yasser Ali. Take another single. Hamza knocks this into the gap. Probably wants 2 here as well. Both decide to go, and they'll get there. Again, that's good running from Spain. Can finish it with the boundary now. Equipo Rojo. Plenty of positives today for Spain in particular. Remistrovic with his 5 for Danilong Martinez playing his first game in the T20I. All right, well, he walks at this. Can anyone reach it? No, they won't be able to. So Hamza gets a bit lucky. I thought the one they got within a boundary we might see. I'm trying to finish it off in style, as it is. Hamza will survive, moves to 22. It's 45 for 2. after 8, just 3 runs required, and surely we're heading for the last over of the day's play in this T20I portion of the day. But yeah, nice to see some of the Jinx players coming in. They'll have a bit of extra time to maybe get out in the middle and practice as well before their first ever ECS-W game, the first ever we've had on ECN, and that starts in 1 hour and 40 minutes. Perfect conditions as well. Chabe to get this over, which I just got a feeling this could be the last over, just 3 runs required. Three to win then. And that will do it. It's lifted up, and not sure if it's 4 or 6. I think it's gone all the way. In fact, Maximo. And it's job done for Team Spain. They sew up this series 3-0 officially now. Still 2 more matches to go. Like I said, they're very much live. Every single match carries ranking points and consequences. But Spain never really in doubt there. They end up making 51. Bring up their 50 off the last ball of the match. Taking 8.1 overs to take the points for Croatia. Yeah, okay, yeah, they're disappointed. Again, it's a sign that they know where they're going to have to get to if they're going to be kind of at this level of competition. I know they had some success in the sub-regionals, but a different kettle of fish, I think, this weekend. So that's what's coming up to finish the day. 2 matches of ECS-W. 1 hour and 40 minutes away from a restart. Will it be the Jinx Zagreb team or the Lionesses that get the first ever ECS-W win? Join us to find out. In the meantime, you can turn over to Bulgaria. 3-over thrash in place right there before we head for another 10-over game. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, not scorecard, look at the highlights first. And, well, Isan came out in the mood, didn't he? But Spain, I think they were just, I suppose, just keen to knock these runs off with a minimum of fast. We saw a couple of wickets go down. Danikula taking a catch off Rathan Nisami, and then Sathi Devi taking one off Danikula. Danilo Martinez, we're disappointed to go for just 4. Given an opportunity at the top of the order, but Yasser Ali and Hamza Slimdar made sure that this game wasn't going to go the journey. In fact, in the end, the whole game basically goes 20 overs. 11.5 in the first and 8.1 in the second. A bit of serendipity about that. Players will shake hands, go away, and come back refreshed tomorrow for the final 2 games of the series. 28 not out from Hamza Slimdar, but for me, the player of the match has to be Charlie Rustovic for his 5-wicket haul, his first in T20I cricket. 11 to Isan, 7 not out for Yasser Ali, and 4 for Danilo Martinez. Just the 1 extra, so maybe that's a positive as well for the Croatian side. Rathan Nisami put in a decent spell. 1 for 6 for him. Danikula with the other wicket, but Chabe and Sathi Devi not able to make any further breakthroughs. It all comes down to the fact that Croatia just weren't able to be competitive with the bat. Again, you can't really blame them for that when you look at the kind of distance between the 2 teams in the rankings and probably the strength of their domestic competitions, a few things like that. But still, Spain, I think they're pretty happy they don't slip on any more banana peels today. They go 3-0 up in the series. So we'll have an extended break now. We're back in around about 1 hour and a half with a bit of ECN history. 5 years after our very first match, the ECL, we'll have our very first match in the ECS-W. It'll be the Jinx and the Lionesses to tangle when we return to the Mladost Cricket Ground in Zagreb for more action here as part of the Mediterranean Cup weekend. We'll see you then. Well, the ECN has been in existence for over 5 years now, so not often we get to make some history. But today in Zagreb, we will. We have Jinx Zagreb taking on the Lionesses in the first ever ECS for women. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS-W Croatia, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, plenty more action still to come from the Lionesses cricket ground today, and a little piece of history because we're about to play our first ever ECS-W match. So 10 overs aside, and what makes this extra special is that these two clubs actually represent different countries as well. So we have Jinx Zagreb of Croatia, the host nation, taking on the tourists, the Lionesses of Serbia. Well, a bit of history about to take place, the first ever coin toss for an ECS-W match. Nilkesh Patel has the coin and the two captains.
That is the ECS-W match 1. There's a coin. Is your call?
Head.
Head is a call, and it is head.
We're going to bet.
They choose the bat first.
Well, there you have it. It's a good confident move from the Lionesses. Skipper Magdalena Nikolic to win the toss and bat. Obviously feels pretty confident that they've got what it takes to put a good score on the board. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And very excited to bring you the first ever ECS-W match. It's coming from Croatia, but features the Croatian club against the Serbian club, the Lionesses, who win the toss. You can see there that they have listed Nikolic to open the innings with Trajkovic. I think that is the way it'll work out. Nojic at 3 and Demic at 4. We'll have the gloves for the Lionesses. Now all new to ECN cricket. Zagreb, though, we have seen some of those players for the Croatian national team pretty recently, actually, as they did pretty well. Their first ever T20 internationals were broadcast in the Central European Cup in Czechia in June. So Zagreb, 68 versus 32, but just looking at the Lionesses warm-up, I actually think they are at least 50-50. Just like the professionalism. I guess a lot comes down to how they handle the pressure. For, I think, pretty much all the Lionesses players will be their first time in a televised match. Zagreb, looking forward to seeing them led by Helen Leko. I think it's going to be a pretty key bowler for them. Lydia Kavaric, I think, had a pretty good CE Cup. Ivana Zagante as well. And so, yeah, just a few more familiar names in the Croatian side. I've got to say, the kits are outstanding as well. The pinks versus the purples. So the Lionesses in the purple. Helen Leko to get us going. Bit of history, first ever ball in the ECS-W. It's a pretty good one from Leko. One thing about Helen, she seems very accurate. It's something she works very hard on. They're not too much of a run-up. Next one also pretty much online. Leko, couple of dots to start. And I think that a third dot. This is a very good start. Magdalena Nikolic, big responsibility for her. Getting a decent round of applause from her teammates, trying to get her going, but yeah, Leko is kind of seasoned, I suppose, in televised cricket by now. Slips across this one, I think just is climbing over the top. But again, pretty accurate stuff. We had an unprecedented amount of maidens, didn't we, in the earlier game? Feeling reasonably well spread for this early as well in the innings. This is excellent stuff by Leko. First up, 5 dots. Remember, each bowler only gets 2 overs maximum. Nice ball, the over. Well, bat on ball and a bit of history. It is Nikolic that will score the first run in ECS-W cricket history, and it will retain the strike for the Lionesses skipper. One without loss after one, but what a good start that is by the Jinx. Yeah, this is the program today. We're into the ECS-W, so 2 matches still to come. We have one right now, and one starts in 2 hours' time. This is what we got tomorrow as well, with the final 2 Croatia, Spain T20Is. Spain will be looking for a sweep, I'm sure, in those matches. And then we'll have the 3rd match of this ECS-W, so it's straight, it's best of 3. Right, here's Kvaric. He's going to start with a wide. I suppose that's going to be one thing that both teams are going to have to be conscious of. Yeah, Lydia batted really well, actually, during the CE Cup in the T20s. I say so far, I mean, with the exception of the one wide, the bowling's been spot on. I don't think it's a bad toss to lose for Jinx Zagreb. So far, they've put the pressure on. Lydia does like to bowl in the hat. She's used to it. Down the leg side, this one will be called wide. So I bet that Tamara Trajkovic at the non-strikers then. Be keen to get down there and have a go herself, but so far every single ball's been faced by Nikolic. Edged and just gets away from the keeper. Good fielding, but also good running. I think good call from Trajkovic to get through. Not too far away from Silly Sebastian, who's got the gloves, got in good position as well. Silly behind the stumps, but no chance of a run out in the end. Hard to say what a good score is. I mean, we've never had an ECS-W game before, but I think anything's competitive. This one a little bit to the left will have to be re-bowled. But you know, one thing I think about European cricket that we do hear a lot, you know, where are the native players? Where are they? What's going on with the development? I think this really shows you that a lot of work's being put in, you know, to the point that these 2 teams are going toe-to-toe in a full ECS match on the network. All right, just loses that one down the leg side. They're going to take it on. Bit of an ambitious one. Sebastian decided to carry it instead of throwing it. You do have to be fairly ambitious, I think, with the running between the wickets at times. If there's anything, I think sometimes I see players not willing to take risks. So that was good proactive running. You just want to be busy. Obviously, you want to try and pick up as many boundaries as you can, but if they're not coming, you need to put some pressure on the opposition. You do have 10 wickets at your disposal. Nikolic gets the strike back. And this one is going to be a wide down the leg side. Again, they're going to take it on. Just sneak in. Again, good running. Good backing up and proactive running from the non-striker. Just get home in the end. Good take by Sebastian, but not quite in time. You see the difference this over's made. I mean, let go. Gave absolutely nothing away in extras in the first over. In this over, we've had 7 runs in extras, plus the one off the bat. Trajkovic. A nice looking shot through the covers. Most confident shot so far. Only get one, but that's a very convincing way for Tamara to bring up her first run on ECN. Lovely looking shot. Bound to be a few nerves around. It's only natural. Nikolic eyeing off the leg side. She gets one that she might have been able to put that way, but I think she's pretty smart. I think taking the extra is important. Especially if you think you're only going to get one for it anyway. You might as well get the extra ball, put that pressure back on the bowler. Good ball from Kvaric. They battle with the clock as well here. Obviously, you don't want to be holding too many extra balls. Excellent areas from Lydia Kvaric. The regulation's pretty much the same for men's and women's T10s on the network. Excellent bowling. Love that length, actually, from Lydia. So she was kind of her own worst enemy at times with 8 runs in wides, but just 2 off the stick in the second over. Lavender Lionesses, 11 without loss. And this is the first ever ECS-W, so I suppose in a sense it's kind of a mini-series, isn't it, with just the 2 sides. It's a best-of-3 format. We do have the bonus point in play, so yeah, potentially if you could get a 4-pointer and hold on to your points in the other 2 games, you could even potentially win it another way. But I think generally speaking, the bonus points will only really come in if there's some weather around at the moment. No sign of that. Change of bowling surprised me slightly, but Pavla Senjuk is going to bowl over number 3. Loses the first one to the left, and let go bowled very accurately. I suppose she just feels that you can always save herself up for later. Yeah, Kvaric bowled that last over. Remember, she scored 57 not out versus Czechia in that T20 series in June. Excellent delivery. That's exactly where Pavla wants to be. Just a hint of outswing there as well. See how it just leaves Trajkovic. Goes past the outside edge. Oh, it's another excellent ball. Well, if you can keep delivering those, I think you're going to have a pretty good day. Trajkovic wants to feel bad on ball. She won't here. We've already seen she's got a nice cover drive. We saw her score a run last over in that fashion. Oh, that doesn't miss by much either. Gets through Sebastian, but they got some backup there. This is turning out to be a very good over. Really doesn't miss by much. That just climbed over the leg stump in the end. Confident looking shot. Minoff's quite far back, so they'll get through for a pretty easy single. Trajkovic feel a lot better after that. I think the longer these two bat, the better they'll feel, but they have a bit of a responsibility to keep that score ticking. Kind of feel like anything's chaseable, anything's defendable between these two teams. Just never know. It can be a highly unpredictable format. This time goes a little paddle pull. And good to see these two at the crease for the Lionesses, picking up runs a little bit more easily off the bat. Still a very good over from Senjuk. Just 3 off it. And after 3 overs, the Lionesses are 14 without loss. And 5 off the bat, 9 not so far. You can just see the importance of trying to get those basics right. Trying not to bowl too many wides or no balls. Also, I think when you're batting, you're trying to be proactive but not crazy with the running between the wickets. I realise just because the pitch is the same length for men or women, it can be a bit tougher for women to get through for those singles that the men might achieve a bit more easily. Miranda Modric is getting ready to bowl over number 4 for the Jinx. First one, a little bit like Senjuk, just pulls it a little bit to the left. Modric. Let's see her during the CE Cup. Played all the games there, but we didn't see her bowling, so let's see if she can provide a couple of highlights. That's slightly better, but it goes down the leg side. Just got to find somewhere in between. bold. That's exactly where Modric wants to be. Bat on ball. Again, I like the confident call and the putting of pressure on the fielder. If she feels that clean, it's probably a chance to run out. But you've got to score somehow. Just trying to accumulate here, the Lionesses. I want to say a big hello to Corey Ruckers. And Corey, of course, Spanish coach. He says that I might have a special guest later. I wonder who you're talking about, Corey. I like this length from Modric, but a little bit to the right. Means she have to bowl it again. He says, I'll only come if I mention you love me on air. I hope that's a typo. Corey, you're welcome if you can make it back. I know you've gone back. Probably having a pretty cleansing shower, I imagine, after a day out here on the ground. It's pretty close. It's just missed, according to the umpire. The umpire's out there, Johar Danakula and Alan Magdalenic, two members of the Croatian men's national team, have been playing this weekend. Yeah, Corey, I hope we can see you down here for a bit of a cameo. Also, you want to say hello to Wayne, who's there. Modric gets this one through. What I will say, Corey, is that I love the way you coach. No ball actually called in the end here, so free hit coming up. I love the way you love cricket, Corey. That's the best you're going to get out of me. Trajkovic has the immunity cloak. She can go after this. Really does, but good location from Modric. So I suppose the challenge here is as well, a bit like any team, any format, is can you find 5 bowlers minimum that can all do a job for you under the microscope. No one's played and no real intent for the single there. This is a full toss. You get a good swing on it. I think that's probably dropping below the waist. Hits it around the waist, but still on the way down. One does go a bit wrong. Got a no ball here. I think it might have been called a no ball for height. It bounces off the pitch, but it's after the line. That's what it was called for. Alan, good to see him umpiring as well, putting back into the game. So free hit coming up. Modric, been a little bit all over the shot, but she has looked dangerous when she's gotten it right. That one's hit very well. It'll run away now. So first boundary of ECS-W cricket, and is Tamara Trajkovic. That cracks that one through the offside to the delight of the Lionesses. They're the pride of the team in purple right now is Tamara. What a great highlight for her. Actually chased him, probably was going to be a wide, but I like that step to the ball. Just good contact. Modric trying to get out of the over now. This game could go either way, I'm telling you. It's a pretty interesting matchup. Now it goes again. This time it's gone even further. And it's back-to-back boundaries to finish the fourth over. Trajkovic heating up. And the score 29 without loss after 4. Very well, nice to see that the players are enjoying this as much as we're enjoying putting it on. 4 overs in. On for 65 here. I don't know, I feel around about anything 70, 80, something like that might be competitive. You never really know. Also depends if you can kind of get through that top order of the other team. Certainly taking a bit of a run. 19 off that last over, but it finishes in a blaze of glory. So, change of bowling once again. And this is Kuchuk Suchu, or Seema, to bowl over number 5. Pretty good start. Nikolic has probably just got to try and get out of the way here. Trajkovic is on fire. Look for one. Well, going to take this on, and they're not in the end. We called it wide. Thought maybe there was a little bit of glove or something on that. Hello to Vukstin Zimanic. Great to see you as well. Obviously, Serbian men's international player. One goes a little bit wrong. The pitch will be a no ball. Chance for free hit then. So it just shows you this game's already had some ebbs and flows. Wonder if Leko's thinking about bringing herself back a little bit early. Now that the Serbian side have got a little bit of momentum in. That's a good ball this time. Free hit though, and knocked away. That's exactly what Nikolic had to do, I think. Trajkovic gaining confidence with every ball she faces. Oh, it's bowled. It's knocked the bails off. And Kuchik comes up with the big wicket. And it is the first ever wicket in the European Cricket Series W. It's a very good ball too. And Tamara Trajkovic struck 2 boundaries and she was starting to heat up. But it's a very good comeback from Seema. Just clips the off bail. And Jinx Zagreb have something to celebrate on home soil. Lionesses lose their first wicket, 32 for 1. A little bit of history. Have a look at this. Almost climbs over the top, just flicks the top of the stumps. And what a nice moment for Seema. Got to say, though, I was impressed with the ball striking from Trajkovic. He was able to hit a couple of boundaries in the end. And Lionesses, 32 for 1 in the 5th. New batter comes to the crease. It's Nadia Nojic. Great to see the team spirit. Obviously, these teams, they both train a lot more than they get to play. So they're really trying to make the most of this experience. Obviously, the 3-match series live on ECN, making a little bit of history. Nojic faces the first time. Seema be walking on a cloud right now. Oh, cracks it straight away. That's a very confident start from Nojic. He'll pull up just inside. They should get fairly confident too. Having to work for it in the end, but that's solid running from Nikolic, the Lionesses skipper. Really confident start though from Nojic. Like what I'm seeing. Tell you what, that was gathered by the bowler. It would have been very close. It was smart to go to that end. Now, well, a bit of confusion here in the end. They decide against the run. Hello to Trip. Nice to see you tuning in from the USA. Hello to Steve McVeigh as well. Welcome to the first ever ECS-W game. Last ball of a very good over from Seema Kuchik. Nicely pulled away. I think you got to be looking for a run there. If you're not scoring there, then what are you waiting for, kind of thing. But I mean, they'll learn that with every over that goes past, and the more kind of experience they get in this format. 5 overs in, Lionesses 35-1. Pretty even start. So yeah, we are in Croatia here. We're in Zagreb for the first ever ECS-W. It's part of our weekend that had 1 ECI. It has 5 T20Is with 3 in at the moment. Bulgaria obviously going right now. Long day in Bulgaria. 6 matches in fact from that venue. Rome just over a week away. She'll have the first ever Melville Shield, which is a brilliant concept. Best of Europe women versus Britain and Ireland. And yeah, who knows? You know, the players here, that I think what their aspiration should be over the next few years or next couple of years. They can have a breakout season. Leko does come back here in the 6th. And quite interesting that we saw this a little bit from Croatia as well, bowling 5 different bowlers, and then they might just bowl them in that 5 again, one at a time. Certainly gives you plenty of recovery time. This one is just going to be wide. And Leko actually didn't bowl 1 single wide in the first over. Just pulled the first couple a little bit to the left. Nikolic just getting ready to take strike. Plenty of wickets in hand, Lionesses. Hit and run this time, and they'll get there fairly easily. So much of the running between the wickets is intent. Just having that intent. Hello to Yelisaveta Zimanic as well in there. Good to see you. Great to see so much of the community coming together for this historic moment. Good footwork by Nojic, and misfield, and may think it too. We're not quite there. Yes, Yevgenia Kornienko doing the fielding down there. I've got a question, and this is a difficult one. What's your favourite strip out of these two? The Lionesses look great in purple. I love the Jinx as well. Kind of funky font and the pink and black. This ball's wide here. Hits it straight to the fielder. Echo been pretty tight for the most part. Captaining the side today. The captain gets this one to climb on Nikolic. Interesting to see if they do bowl the same 5 bowlers. Jinx Zagreb in the second half in the same order they did in the first half. Clever footwork here, gets across, takes a bit of a risk, but gets away with it. Oh, well, that's thankfully gone into the helmet of Nojic. And that is exactly why I think wearing the helmet's a good idea anytime. There's no intent in this, obviously. Well, you almost see that at the football Euros there, diving header from Nojic, but luckily she's all right. I think that's Zigante as well, very quick to come in and apologise. These players are loving this opportunity to show their skills, what they've been working on in training. It's well bowled by Leko. Pretty good spell from the skipper. None for 6 for Helen, and the score is 39 for 1 after 6. Sima Kuchuksuchu with the only wicket so far. Historic one. Time for 7th over. They do go back to Kvaric, who bowled the 2nd. She's going to bowl the 7th. That's good area. Nikolic has just been bogged down a little bit in this innings, hasn't she? 7 off 22 now. Nojic come out. She looked a little bit more in command of his stroke play. Probably no ball for height this time, has been called, so free hit coming up. I was quite impressed with the way Croatia's bowling developed during that first ever T20 series that they played. Very well bowled, like that length. Not too much you can do with that. In fact, probably lucky she gets bat on that, Nikolic. That one's there to pull. And pretty well fielded. I don't know what Nojic has done, but she's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment. She cops it again on the way back in. A fair bit of protection, that square leg area. 64 expected. I feel like maybe 70, 75. Could be competitive. Cracking shot. It's going to climb over the field and race for 4. Nojic has come out in the mood, hits her first boundary, but just looks a crisp striker of the ball. And yeah, it's a big moment for Nadia. Her first ever ECS boundary, the 3rd of the innings. You really can't underestimate how special it is for these players to get this opportunity, this platform. And that's a proper cricket shot right there. race to the boundary, and it's always nice to have the captain at the other end. I reckon there could be a few batters around the world saying, how come my batting partner doesn't give me that kind of support when I hit a 4? Another cracking shot. That's 4 more. Well, Neuich has come out, and she is not wasting any time. It's so important she gets a lot of the strike. I mean, Nikolic here, I mean, depending on the situation, I mean, maybe they might be thinking about making a tactical switch with no real chance you're going to run out of batters here, you'd imagine. Ooh, pretty well bowled. Hits the pad on the way through to Sebastian. A good finish for Kvaric, but back-to-back boundaries from Neuich does a bit of damage to her figures. She'll finish with none for 20 off her too. 49 for 1 after 7 overs. And of course, this year we're expanding the ECS-W into 2 divisions. So we just had 5 countries last year. This year we have 10. And they're split into a Challenger division and a Premier division. I know we don't have Croatia or Serbia there just yet, but we're hoping that one day we will. And we'll have potentially a 3rd division as well. Who knows, maybe even a 4th. I know in the 2025 planning, we're planning an emerging division as well. So it's great to see women's cricket coming to the fore on ECN, something we've really tried hard to develop over the last 12 to 18 months. The 2nd ever ECS-W, first ever with 2 divisions. We'll start on the 9th of December and close out season 2024. Again, that'll be an aspiration for these countries to make it to the Carlton Oval. Senor comes back, loses the first one. I think it's going to be really important, I think, in the second innings as well, not to bowl too many extras. I'm just looking at the order for Zagreb. Neko listed to open with Kvaric. Kvaric, her power could be a lot for the Lionesses to handle. Loved her half-century she scored in Prague. Full toss. Don't get a run this time. With Nikolic struggling to score, she doesn't have a boundary in 26 balls. 50's up, by the way, for the Lionesses as well. But Neuich, 11 off 8, needs to pitch the strike back. Hello to Mohammed Suleiman as well in the chat. Plays for Topham Cricket Club in Durban, South Africa. Saying good to see some women's cricket, example of progress in cricket throughout the women's game. That's hit pretty well. Take off. Neko fumbles. Get through for a single. I think this is the time in the innings where, especially if it's Nikolic in danger, you've got to take on those singles. You've got to give Neuich more of that strike. Tell you a little fun fact so far. All 4 boundaries we've seen have been on the offside. So they've been proper cricket shots. Still to see a Maximo though. I wonder who'll strike the first one. Goes after this, put the field back, unsurprisingly, because of those 2 boundaries in that area. Neko does the work, just a single. I think they're pretty happy to see Neuich at the other end at the moment. That's pretty well bowled. Attempted pull from Nikolic. Went through her legs maybe, that's why it wasn't a wide. Pretty determined just to kind of hit and run there. I think it's really important from here on that Nikolic doesn't chew up any dots. Now, obviously, we don't know what would happen if someone else was in her place, so it's very hard to say at this stage. We don't really have an idea of the depth of the Lionesses batting lineup, but Neuich, someone you wouldn't want to leave in the shed for too long. She's come out and batted really well. Last ball of the 8th over. It won't beat, because that one is down the leg side. Let's have a look at the win predictor. And one thing I'm really pleased about is this looks like it's going to be a really competitive match. And also a very competitive series, best of 3 between these two clubs. Would have been a wide, but instead it will be a single. Not a bad result for the Lionesses because Neuich will retain the strike. She's 13 and Lavender Lionesses 55 for 1 after 8. A few people keeping their eyes on the clock, but I think they should be okay. The only thing that probably would cost them if there were a lot of extras in this over. Now just kind of rolling through their 5 bowlers in order. Will they change it up though? I think they might. Because Kuchuk is going to come back kind of an over earlier than what would be her order. She was the 5th bowler, but she's the 4th to bowl her 2nd. Probably a lot of that to do with the fact that she was able to pick up the wicket of Trajkovic, who hit a couple of decent shots herself before she had her stumps disturbed by Seema. We say it all happens in the night. It's about 4.5 minutes to get through this. Pretty accurate stuff. Nice shot though from Neuich. Just get one. Like I said at the moment, I think Zagreb pretty happy to see Neuich at the other end. That's the 3rd time Neuich has been hit by the ball on the way back. I say things come in 3s. She won't care as long as she keeps scoring runs. This one's hit pretty well. They'll run away and Nikolic will score her first boundary in ECN cricket. Well, the boundary's flying, the hug's flying. You love to see it. Yeah, that's exactly what Nikolic has been hoping to do the whole time. Again, it's our 5th boundary out of 5 that have all been in the same region, that kind of cover point region. This is a good comeback though from Kuchuk. Has been the kind of ball that Nikolic has found hard to get away during this innings. Doesn't really have the width to free her arms. Good footwork by the captain. Work it away. Well, now you can pretty much go for it. I think you're at the stage now where you're not going to get bowled out. You can be quite aggressive with your running between the wickets. Seema hoping for the breakthrough. Won't get it here. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Yeah, who do you like? Which uniforms do you like better? It's a very tight one. I think it's going to split the crowd, but they both look sensational, these two teams. The pink and black versus the purple of the Lavender Lionesses with the kind of lavender sleeves. Not one I'm willing to call, let me just say. They look absolutely wonderful. Geez, we've got good weather as well. 28 degrees right now, 20 past 5 local. That's perfect conditions for cricket. It's well bowled by Seema against a batter who's in form. In this format, especially with these two teams playing their first ECS matches respectively, if you can get a batter going better than run a ball, that's very valuable to you. That's what Neuich is doing at the moment. Another swing and a miss though. It's a good finish to the over from Seema Kuchuk. They beat the clock as well, so the Lavender Lionesses of Serbia, 62 for 1 after 9. And I will say this, not too loud, but they have scored more than the Croatian team were able to score in either of their matches earlier on in the day. Not really comparing apples and apples there, obviously, but something that a couple of the viewers have pointed out already. So Modric is going to get the 10th over, struggling a little bit with her control. The first over ball to a 12 ball over, so I think you're running for most things now. 10th over time. And again, they're going to get through. It just shows you that the runs are there, and it's something I'd like to see maybe the batters taking on some of these singles a little bit earlier in the innings. But Neuich has batted really well so far, 14 off 13. Modric trying to close things out. Can they climb their way into the 70s here? The Lionesses on the prowl. That's slightly awkward height. Noyes does well to knock it away. Interesting replay, actually. That's one I think maybe it's worth another look. To me, is it coming down? To me, it feels like no ball, but it's one they're going to have a look at. In fact, it will be called. I think that is probably coming down to hit her in the hip. I think it's a slightly dangerous ball, and that's why it will be called. So free hit coming up and a chance for Nikolic to express herself. The free hit will continue. This is where I'd be thinking about taking that on at this stage, even to get Noyes back on strike for the free hit. But I suppose this all comes with experience. Pretty sure for the Lionesses, it'll be their first T10 game. And actually, even for Jinx Zagreb, who we saw playing in T20 cricket internationally, quite a few of their players, a majority of their players actually playing for the Croatian national team in the CE Cup. T10 is just a different kind of a beast, but a lot of the same principles apply. I think the urgency required between the wickets, trying to limit the extras. Free hit still for Nikolic. It's well bowled though. I wonder if, based on what we've seen here in Noyes, I'd probably have her up opening with Tamara Trajkovic. You can still bat the captain in the middle order. But I just think even to bat her in the power play with that range of strokes she's got probably is in the Lionesses' best interests. Get back down the field. They'll take one. That's all they'll get. Up to 67 now. Very interesting game. And right now, actually, the Lionesses are slight favourites according to the numbers. 54% to 46, but really not much in it at all. All right, Nadia, over to you. Could we get our first Maximo of the ECS-W? If anyone's going to hit it, probably Nadia right now. Has power. Doesn't get it away. In fact, doesn't travel too far, so she's not able to even get through for a single. Modric actually has been able to deliver a couple of testing balls. I think that one was a very good one. 2 to come. His first ever ECS-W innings. Yeah, that's a pretty good ball as well, Oh, it's called a wide. Modric probably won't be thrilled with that call, especially because she's had some control problems. Umpire felt it was completely outside the line. This time definitely isn't. Little edge bounces off the keeper. And they won't be able to get more than one. It looks like Noyes most likely is going to finish 16 not out, run a ball 16. And we'll be watching a 70-something chase, it looks like. 69 for the Lionesses. Here's the last ball of the 10 overs. That's a brilliant finish from Modric. And it will be 69 for 1 in the end. So only the one wicket. Kuchuk breaking through to get the dangerous Tamara Trajkovic bowled out. I don't think we saw a catch go to hand. So no catching opportunities. And, well, I think this game is in the balance. Jinx Zagreb, like I said, slightly more experience in televised cricket. But let's go back and have a look at the highlights of the first ever ECS-W innings. And it was a bit helter-skelter, wasn't it? We saw the captain out there, Magdalena Nikolic, for the Lionesses, winning the toss, batting, starting with Trajkovic. Actually played some really nice shots. I love these back-to-back boundaries. Quite amazing to me. We actually didn't see a leg side boundary in the entire 10 overs. That was a big moment, though, wasn't it? For Seema, who was able to hit the top of off, and the hugs were flying around. Jinx with the first ever ECS wicket. But got to say, I was a big fan of what Nadia Noyes was bringing to the table. Well, the hug count was keeping par with the boundary count as well. I was also thrilled that the captain, Nikolic, was able to hit one boundary in the end. But 17 off 36, the fact that she wasn't able to really score it, even kind of a 50 strike rate. Just wonder if it gets close in the end, whether that might be something that comes back to haunt the Lionesses skipper. Just saw 3 batters in the first ever ECS-W innings. Nikolic, the captain, with 17 not out. 10 for Trajkovic and Nojic with 16. All sharing responsibilities. Obviously, the extras did creep up a little bit on Jinx Zagreb in the end. 26 runs came in that fashion. And I'm going to give a shout out to the keeper, Silly Sebastian. Not a single bye in that innings. So well done to her behind the stumps. But I mean, it's only half the job done, really, and it's very difficult to say who's ahead in this game right now. I felt about 70 might be par. Looking at the bowling, 5 bowlers used, and no one really got taken to the cleaners. Kuchuk with the only wicket of the innings. Leko was very tight, none for 6. And I like Senyuk as well, none for 9. But to me, it's anyone's game. Could we have a first ever golden ball? Fun fact, in Estonia, their first ever T10 domestic women's match ended in a golden ball. Could we have the same thing happen in our first ECS-W match? I just think with Jinx Zagreb, with Kvaric and Leko at the top, important they make a good start. We'll take a break. Back soon here at the Lionesses Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN, with a chase on the way. 70 to win for Jinx in match 1 of the ECS-W Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the second half of this innings. Players just going through their final preparations. And we'll mention that in this one, it is the Lavender Lionesses coming out to defend 69 that they scored in the first half of this game. Of course, bonus points in play during ECS cricket. And it means they could take all 4 points if they were to restrict Jinx Zagreb to 48 or less. Kind of feel like anything's possible here. Lavender Lionesses only lost the 1 wicket along the way. We saw their top three, but I mean, we saw all three striking boundaries. This is what's coming up tomorrow, by the way, with 2 more T20 internationals and match 3 of this ECS-W series. Who knows? Will it be live going into tomorrow if the games are split 1-1? So, almost ready to go. You can see the players getting ready to come back on the field. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, by the way, as we've got some history being made today in Croatia. And so for the Lionesses, obviously the challenge for them going out, pretty much all of these players playing on ECN for the first time. So it's always an element of pressure with the ball. And more experienced opening pair for Jinx Zagreb, though, with Helen Leko, the captain, coming out with Lydia Kvaric. So, could have a good game. Saw 5 4s. Didn't see Maximo in the first innings. I'll once again say hello to Vukasin Zimanic, and got to say hello to the whole family as well. A few people at Danush thinking that I'll be favouring the purple team because I have a purple suit. Yeah, it's a good point. What if I told you that I've been working on a pink suit before too long? Anyway, I'm really looking forward to this second half. I got a small tingle about this. I don't know. 69, maybe a handful less than par. I mean, time will tell as we go on. It's only a 3-match series. But it is on Leko with Kvaric. Leko to face as Milica Stevanovic will be bowling the first ball for the Lionesses. Welcome back to all of our viewers, of course, watching on Fancode in the subcontinent and everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. Beautiful day it's turned out to be here in Croatia. Still 28 degrees. It's past 5:30 local. Have a look at the wind protector. Nothing in it really. So 70 to win for the Croatian club, Jinx Zagreb. We're ready to go. First one down leg side. What? Yeah, maybe unsighted there. Wasn't really looking for the run till it was too late. So let's see how the Lionesses bowling holds up under the spotlight. First one gets away from Milik. And so does the second. Down the leg side, well taken. I've got to say, just looking at Dunja Demic, the keeper, in the warm-up, I was really impressed with her hands and her ability. Makes a good stop down the leg side there. Didn't see Dunja with the bat. She was listed to come in next. Much better. Should feel a lot better after that. Good running though. Push and run. It's important you put pressure on the field. That is critical. See, even in the space of 1 or 2 balls, Jinx have just pulled ahead. Fraction short. Kvaric not able to contact her first ball. Talked about her half century she scored. T20I versus Czechia. It's bounced twice around the stumps. As long as it's only one bounce before the crease, that's actually okay. goes a little bit wild. We've got a no ball. I think this bounces just before the wickets, and that's why it's a no ball, not a wide. So Savannah's getting some good in-swing here, but just struggling to control it. So it'll be a free hit coming up. So Kavaric gets the chance to open her account with a freebie. Just swing straight through. It's a good comeback. And Stevanovic, I mean, for all her control issues, she hasn't given up too many runs yet. She can just kind of rock out 3 decent deliveries. She'll be pretty happy to get out of the over. Say quick hello to Kitty and Emma via trip. Nice to see you guys. Hopefully you're well over there in the USA. It's pretty well bowled. You can see she does get some lift out of this pitch. We have seen there's a lot of bounce in this surface. Again, it was a while since we've seen Lydia with the bat in a match situation, so it'll take a bit of time to get going. Topsy-turvy kind of a contest here. Nice shot though. She'll get off the mark. Lydia Kavaric with the single down to deep backward square. Two outfielders being used, deep fine leg and deep backward square, so probably feeling that there's a chance that a lot of potential boundaries are going to go to that area, so yeah, protecting the rope. Stevanovic to bowl to the Jinx captain. Leko, who gets a fair bit of bat on this, running away. Pulls up just in time, so it'll only be a single. So, look, in the end, it's kind of a drawn over for me with Jinx Zagreb 6 without loss after 1. Well, I told you, I've got a little bit of a feeling about this one. Could it be a golden start to ECS-W cricket? It's kind of feels like a golden ballable score. And it's been 2 66 matches since golden ball. And I'm not normally internally competitive, but it would really put one up on Nish and Charlie if we were able to grab a golden ball over here. Seeing most of the games have been T20s, but in T10 cricket, golden ball will separate the teams if they are tied after 10 overs each. The batting team will get 1 more ball to get 2 runs or more. So, Maria Trajkovic to bowl the second over. Just pulls the first one a little bit to the left. So, there's so much of what happens is up to the bowlers being able to get the ball going where they want it. It's pretty well bowled. Good comeback. Played by Leko. Just needs to get busy here. And they do. So there's one thing I think that the Croatian side, having played a bit more ECN cricket and played on the network, they'll know the importance of being proactive with the running and to have that urgency, I think, throughout the 10 overs. It's not really brutal on anything towards her legs. Gets a touch on this. Flies down, well fielded down there by Neuert. I've got to say, I was really impressed with her batting as Leko almost runs herself out, literally. Watch this. Had to put up the hand to protect herself. Something about batters getting hit. Watch this. That's from Leko onto the stumps. I mean, all right, plenty of keepers in the world that would love to be able to do that. Anyway, Neuert, well, she got hit 3 times when she was batting from throws coming back, so just getting her own back that time. Nice looking shot, finds the fielder. It's very well knocked down. Lionesses defending pretty well so far. This game is so close to 50-50. Gripping contest. It is 50-50 right now, according to the computer. Well, they run on contact, but there's a fumble, and that's probably exactly why. If you don't hesitate and you go, you force a perfect bit of fielding. To be honest, if that was a clean pickup, I think it's a pretty easy run out because Leko was on the back foot, had a long way to go. Perisic couldn't quite hold on to the Grizzly. Last ball the over. Well, it won't be, because that's going to be a no ball for height. So this is where Kovacic can really swing hard. Can't get stumped either, so can kind of get down the pitch a bit. Hello to Peter van der Steen as well. Good to see you with us. It does hit it, gets caught, not out though. It's probably going to walk. Well, I think this is one of those situations where it's not out because, well, number one, they're not even going to try and run her out. Number two is that she's leaving under a misapprehension. So, I mean, to be honest, it was a great catch, but it was a free hit. Clean as you like by Perisic. So that'll be one of the more interesting dot balls you'll find to finish the second over, and it's 11 without loss. So best of three this series. You can see the two teams there, Jinx Zagreb of Croatia and the Lavender Lionesses of Serbia. Got to say well done to the support crew for both these teams as well. You've got a fair few of the men's players kind of coaching and taking the reins. Geez, what a great catch. Shame it didn't count. Trips feeling the golden ball. First one down the leg side will be called wide. Interesting that Stevanovic being bowled out straight away. So it's different tactics to what we saw from the Croatian club, Jinx Zagreb, who like to kind of bowl five of their bowlers and then go through all five again. A little bit short, nicely turned around the corner by Helen Leko. Another direct hit. One thing about the Lionesses, I mean, their stump was scared in their warm-up. They had so many direct hits. Again, a bit of a waste of a good bit of fielding there because Lydia was home safely. I suppose one benefit of bowling Stevanovic out straight away is that she's kind of in the zone a little bit. And I think her second half her over was much better than her first half. Now she's kind of locked in. That's not going to go too far. It'll be a top ball. I want to say hello to Harris as well. Harris Duck, nice to see you tuning in. It's great to see you on ECN. It's going to be quite a wide. It wasn't quite any bat on it. Kovacic hasn't really found a mojo yet. Yeah, remember Lydia had a fantastic partnership against Czechia at the Vinoš cricket ground with Aaron Vukusic, who scored 85. That's pretty well bowled. That's going to be okay. Yeah, but Lydia, 57 or 46 on that occasion, including 5 boundaries, but just hasn't quite found her mojo yet. Helen Leko did see her opening on occasion as well in that series. Now lifted up. And I think it's 2. Well, they're going to take it on. Decent throw, could have been trouble, but it pulls the keeper damage away from the stumps. Now, one thing I will say about the Croatian side, they did play a series against Czechia in T10 cricket on this ground last year. So, yeah, I suppose they have some T10 experience, which I'm sure will be useful. Leko gets the double there. She had a top score of 20 in that series, the Central Europe Cup in Prague a couple of months ago. That one's okay, I think, because the second bounce after the line bounces literally on the blue line. I suppose that's well judged. Can't do too much with that. It's a bit of a reach. Have a look at this. Yeah, just bounces after the line. Doesn't bounce twice before the line. Stevanovic wheeling and dealing. Bit of a gunny ball down the leg side, and the keeper, Demic, can't get there. Fantastic fielding there. He's like a bullet coming around. And Nojic has got a lot of energy in the field. I love to see it. And that looked like it was heading to the boundary. Comes flying in from nowhere. And I don't think she ever really touches the line. You can see the ball's clear there. Still don't see any evidence it's touched the line. Her foot seems fine. Don't see the rope move. I think you've got to give her the benefit there. Nice bit of fielding. Just a wide given plus the extra one that they ran. So it's touch and go. Just given a wide. Stefanovic looking to get out of the 2 overs. Still no wickets. Only had 1 wicket in almost 13 overs so far. That's a bit wild and woolly. I think that's going to be a no ball. Plus they'll get a bye as well. That's for height. So no ball plus a bye. Won't be the end of the over yet. It'll be the free hit to come. And Leko cash in again. See extras. I suppose at this level, players finding their way. Always have a bit of a say, don't they? Stefanovic won't be able to take a wicket, but you can try and at least secure a dot here. Free hit. Pulled away nicely. Once again, Nojic is in a bit of a hot spot there. What a fantastic throw that was. Rocketed back to the keeper Demic. End of the 3rd over. Game continues to be in the balance. 23 without loss after 3. Biggest over 15 in the first half, but a lot of these kind of accumulated overs. Kind of 5, 6, 7. In the end, it's 7 and over required throughout the second innings for Jinx. Change of bowling then, and Tamara Trajkovic, I thought batted pretty well. A couple of nice boundaries. Gonna bowl over number 4. Tamara, nice approach. That's pretty well bowled. It's going to get away from the keeper. There'll actually be a couple of wides here, but I like what I see rhythm-wise from Trajkovic. .45 off 42. I think they'll be reasonably comfortable. Jinx Zagreb, if they can keep that around to run a ball, won't want it to creep out too far. Lydia, like I said, just finding it hard to get going so far. Hasn't had a lot of balls in her zone. I think she likes to pull through mid-wicket. Likes it to be short. Well, that's pretty close, you know. And it's gone. It's very well bowled by Trajkovic. Kavaris tries to hit across it. I think he hit her pretty much on the crease in front of the off stump. And it looked pretty dead to me. So congratulations to Tamara Trajkovic, who picks up the first wicket for the Serbian club in ECS-W cricket. I think that's a fairly simple LBW decision. And the hugs are flying around the Serbian camp again. Lydia just never really got going in that innings. She has to go for 2, and the score 25 for 1. She gets a good round of applause anyway. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. She'll be hoping to come back strongly. Still another game to go, of course, tonight. And then also the 3rd match to come tomorrow. New batter out there is Pavla Senjug, number 11 for Jinx Zagreb. I've got to say, love watching the players celebrate the moments. Cricket really, if you ask ECN founder Dan West, he said, well, in the end, cricket and sport, life, it's all about celebrating. We love celebrating those moments on ECN. Tamara. Well, this one's going to be a no ball, I think. Just didn't get the release right. You can see he's dragged it down, bounces twice before the line. Would have been a wide anyway, but difference here is that the new batter, Senjug, is going to get a free hit. You can see they're just held on a little bit too long there. So here's the freebie. Can Jinx cash in? Well, they get a wide, so the free hit will stay in operation. You can see the importance. The bowlers have so much power. I think in the women's cricket we see on ECN. I mean, they do anyway, but if you can consistently get it right, and look, bowling is one of those things, you don't even need a partner to practice. You can practice by yourself. Another free hit. Bowled. Well, actually, it's not out either, but no one's realised for the second time. And they could have got a run there. But we'll see. Let go. Didn't really think of it in time. Well, they've kind of taken 3 wickets, but only one's counted so far. The Jinx. Pretty well bowled by Trajkovic. Wastes a good one. Anyway, Trajkovic couldn't take a wicket with that one. She can with this one. Pretty nice looking shot. Finds the fielder. Just deflects off. Stevanovic in the end for a single. We'll say as well, you know, both these teams have got a fair few young players here. I think it's going to be great experience for them. You know, the TV is such a great tool as well for coaches and for the players to coach themselves, to see, you know, what you're doing right, what you can do better. Down the leg side. Be caught a wide. I've got to say, I'm really impressed with the keeping from Dunja Demic so far. She's only a young player herself. Just dipping below the waist, but what's down the leg side, so another extra. It's certainly one area of concern for the Lionesses in the field at the moment. Just trying to keep these overs short. Could run into clock trouble as well. That's a better ball, but also nicely turned around the corner by Leko. She'll feel a lot of responsibility here. The fact that the Croatian side had recent experience in that T20 series. By the way, Serbia, they've played, I think, 8 T20 internationals, but haven't played one this year. We've seen them playing in Greece before. We've seen them playing in Romania before. First time we've seen them televised on ECN, though, so they will have a degree of experience in there as well. One's pulled away and very well fielded down there by Nojic, who's been an absolute star in the field so far. Got an absolute bullet arm as well. No, these teams both working pretty hard in their fielding and improving that aspect. It can make the difference. Another one that goes down the leg side. So Trajkovic, I mean, I like her mechanics. I like her kind of natural attributes with the ball. She has a nice acceleration and run to the wicket, but just occasionally I think it's her body angle which is pushing that ball down the leg side. Looks a bit more like a front-on bowler, so it's actually not a problem if she wants to stay front-on. Tap and run this time using the pace of the bowler. We'll get through for one. Zagreb at the moment are favourites. After 4 overs, the score is 33 for 1. So you can see 7 and over basically is that red line. To stay above that. And they are above that at the moment. But I mean, it only takes 1 or 2 good overs. I think maybe a couple of wickets. You can spook the chase. The Lionesses, again, they're going to be tested for depth with their bowling. Only seen 3 bowlers so far. And now we'll see a 4th because it's going to be Elena Prokic to bowl over number 5. It's not a bad ball first up. She's got a kind of natural bit of leg cut in the action. Don't think it's a bad thing either to bowl slowly if you can be accurate. Well, now they might actually get an overthrow. They will here. Lionesses not helping themselves with just a couple of avoidable errors so far in this defence. Leko in the driver's seat right now. Again, bat on ball. Not a bad line there from Progic, made Leko reach for it. Now chance, a good throw will be gone, and it will be gone. Leko trying on the second run. Didn't get the greatest of turns, did Helen Leko, and so she's going to be run out for that unlucky number 13. Got to say, Lionesses, I know they've been working really hard in their fielding. Interesting decision. The shovel pass, and then An absolute bullet return came in. Check it out here. Stevanovic, known for a good arm, saying, all right, get it to the keeper. It's exactly what she did. Again, well finished by Demic. Loved her glove work so far. And that's a big moment because the captain run out, taking on an ambitious second run. And the score's 36 for 2. The plot thickens. There's just something special about this game. I've commentated a lot of games. I'm coming up to 4,000 in a couple of weeks, but this is just one that I just haven't been able to call it from the very first ball. And even that, just when it looks like Jinx Zagreb are in a strong position. Leko gets run out. Well finished. They say 3's the crowd, but 3 fielders involved in that run out for the Lionesses. Zigante, the new batter, faces up. Actually chases a wide, so yeah, what's that percentage take a dive? Down under 70% now, but Lionesses are going to have to battle here. I like the way they've been able to snatch opportunities at times, like that run out. That one's interesting. It might be a no ball. I just feel it might have taken a second bounce before the line. It'll be interesting to have a look. Let's have a look at here. Oh, no, it's okay. It's just a wide. That one almost the same, but it will be wide as well. So, I mean, Prokic, one thing I like about her bowling is she's bowling one side of the wicket. So that is something, just I'd love to see her give the ball a bit more air. Maybe try and draw the batter forward. Zigante gets to score. That's exactly what she does. It's going to be a wide, but only just, but not too far away. Not a bad spot to miss is what I'd call that. Prokic searching for her first ECN wicket. Pulled away nicely, but there's a fair bit of protection out there. That's Maja Jevdanovic who does the fielding. Been impressed with some of the throwing arms on display here from the Serbians. Certainly will make you think twice if you're taking on a risky run. Down leg side. Pretty good footwork there actually from Senyug to make sure she gets the wide. A lot of batters that kind of stay in the same position, get hit by that ball. But I think that the value of making the bowler bowl an extra ball, especially if they're struggling to get it right, is pretty important. Oh, the reverse comes out. Oh, Senyug. Interesting decision, but I mean, I don't mind it. It's been called a wide. Does it get the line or not? Probably doesn't. It's a good decision from the umpire. Now the captain comes in. Demic, have a quick word. Pulled away and very slow start. But they get home for the run in the end. So in middle order at being asked to do the heavy lifting in this chase now. Approaching the halfway point of this chase. Good game. Pulled away nicely, but it's gone. That's a very good piece of fielding, and this time it'll count. Milica Perisic at mid-wicket. Just not really kept down by Zigante, and once again the Serbians pouncing on a tough chance. It was always pretty low to the ground, but it just hung in the air. And it's the first wicket for Prokic. Excellent piece of fielding there. And so disappointment for Ivana Zigante. Will have to go for just a single, and the score after 5 overs is 43 for 3 as this game takes another turn. Well, you can turn on the TV tomorrow morning, nice and early, 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. in India for day number 7 of the ECS Bulgaria. Pat Falcons back in action. CC Academic Sofia, they've had a bit of an ups and downs kind of week. Sofia Stars will play back-to-back, and then we'll finish with a double-header between the Blacksmiths and Afyon Karahisar of Turkey. Join Nish, I think, who's doing day 7 in the box. Okay, here's Neuert. Been really impressed with her game so far. Loved her fielding. I think she batted very well. Love the urgency and the ball striking she brings to the table. Now she's got an important job to do with the ball. Imagine 2 overs from her to come. That's pretty well bowled as well. Well, one takes off, one doesn't. And Senyo gets turned around just in time. Modric basically non-responsive. I think that runs versus balls is a good indicator of who's ahead in this game right now. 27 off 28, maybe leaning towards the Jinx. But if they can push that up above run a ball and stop bowling extras, there's certainly a path for the Lionesses to get the first ever ECS-W win. And hit hard. This time they will beat the fielder, get through for a single, but you just feel at the moment Jinx Zagreb having to work pretty hard for their runs. Okay, Modric gets a chance, faces her first ball. That's good action from Neuert. She's got a very repeatable action. Obviously, there's pretty good bounce in this pitch. We've seen that already. Mind her tossing it up a little bit, but yeah, she's certainly a tough proposition. They're going to go, but tell you what, this could be close. Well, I think she's knocked the stumps over with her foot, so I don't think this is out. You'll see what happens here. And I think the batter is out, but look there. Bang. So knocks the stumps with the foot, and then we'll just carry on here, because does she knock the stumps over with the ball? They don't. Well, the bat's out of the hands. If it was knocked over here, it would have been out, but I don't think they're knocked. Yeah, see the stumps stay upright. So in the end, it'll be in. Disturb the bails. But yeah, even if she'd hit the knock stumps over the ball, probably would still been out. Oh, it's a good ball. Neuert held her back, but I think you'll be seeing her again. Just 2 off the over. There was the dicey one in there as well. 45 for 3. Yeah, that's how quickly this game can change. $13 from Leko, the top scorer. But no one else has more than 4. Obviously, extra is playing a bit of a part, as you'd expect. First ever ECS-W game, but I'm excited about ECS-W cricket. I know that there's plans for plenty of series next year in the 2025 calendar. So this is a little bit of a sign of what's to come. Trajkovic gets one to go upstairs on Modric first up. Uncomfortable one. I think the batters just need to get on the same page here. A couple of basic things you can do. Calling and eye contact. Probably backing up is in there as well. Just getting in a decent position to be able to run. Not being too flat-footed. Not kind of hugging the non-striker line. You need to be proactive here. 25 off 23 now. That'll be a no ball for off the surface. So free hit coming up. There's an early shout for player of the match, but I really liked Neuert's innings, and I think she bowled very well her first over, so she's probably winning that race at the moment. Still plenty to come, though. 24 off 23. Just happy we have a really good matchup between 2 even teams here. That one gets up. It's going to be a hanging top edge. Neuert does the fielding. She owns that space, doesn't she, down there, Nadia? Fires the throw over the keeper as well. 23 off 22 now. Could be set for a big finish here. Fraction short, pulled away. Oh, it's going to get through it. First mistake she's made. She's been so solid down there, Neuert, but it's a very important boundary. In fact, it's the first 4 off the bat in this innings, and it brings up the 50 for Jinx Zagreb. Neuert has been so solid down there. Maybe just drifting in concentration a little bit after having bowled the last over. Nice shot by Senyuk, though. Well executed pull shot by Pavla. And again, this one's hit hard. Testing the field, it's another boundary. Now something about one boundary bringing another in this first ever ECS-W game. It was a fraction short from Trajkovic. Senyuk hitting that really well. Just takes the pressure off Jinx. We've had a few hairy moments in this chase. I think, no, we're not done with this game yet, but, looking forward to the second game. And there was a little bit of a malaise about some of that Lionesses innings. You felt they left a few runs on the table. Could have had maybe 10, 15 more. And I think they also have kind of lost the battle with the extras compared to the Jinx as well. Still, just think about who's going to come on next. I'm sure that Nadia Nojic is going to get the next over. So if she can pull out a good over, maybe she can bowl the Lionesses back into contention. Very well bowled. Trajkovic again. She's equal parts exciting and frustrating because when she gets it right, it's very, very good. But she's just bowled too many extras. Something that she'll have to work on, I'm sure. She'll get better the more cricket she plays. Again, hats off to all the coaches and everyone that's been passing on that kind of cricket IQ. This is nicely pulled away by Senyuk again. She'll get one. That will take us to the end of the 7th over, 57 for 3. Match 2 coming up, and just having a look at the two sides. Nice to see some of the players that weren't selected in the first game come in, like Felipe for Zagreb and Sanja Zmajk-Peles. For the Lionesses, they'll bring in Marija Mrnatovic as well as Sale Simic and Bojana Ercegovic in match 2, which is starting in about 35 minutes' time. Okay, 3 overs to go here. Yevdenovic gets the ball for the first time. Can she deliver? A bit surprised they didn't go back to Nojic. That's not a bad start as well. It could be out. Well, it is out. I'm sure this is gone. Didn't quite get back there, Modric. I think there's an appeal. If there is, it's definitely worth a look. There we go. She picks it up. Does she beat the batter back? She does. And it's going to be gone. I don't think they realised, but Modric, again, she does the right thing, backing up. This is just one of those things, a bit unlucky. And I think it's just a whispered, how's that, from Yevdenovic. The whispers answered in the affirmative. And yeah, Modric still a little bit confused, but yeah, we'll see it here on the replay. It had to be fielded cleanly, it was, and then just kind of knocks the bails. And you can see, just beats the bat back. That's the benefit of the replay. Modric becomes collateral damage, out for 2, 57 for 4. I like that first ball from Yevdenovic. I mean, if she can bowl well, you've still got her to bowl 8, you've got Nojic to bowl 9, and you've got Yevdenovic to bowl the 10th. So potentially you've got 3 very good bowlers to still bowl and try and protect these runs. Sima Kuchuksuchu is the new batter. She won't be facing up first up. That will happen occasionally if you're backing up correctly. That a ball that's hit hard back to the bowler who fields it next to the stumps. You might be run out, but I still think it's worth the gamble because of how many runs you will get out of it. Another twist in this game. Senyuk, 13 not out. A couple of boundaries last over, relieving the pressure. Now she's back under the pressure. Struck very well. Important stop. Oh no, she's lost her footing and that's going to run away for 4. Or is it? Well, maybe it's not. Well, how many are they running here? Well, one's running, one's not. It's chaos. Was it 4? Was it not? Ball's coming one way, ball's going the other way.
Why did they keep running?
Well, that's chaos. Let's try and pick this up. Where's that boundary rope gone? Has it disappeared? It gets past 1. I don't see any rope yet. Oh, it is 4. Keep going. I'm not crazy. It's gone about 30 metres over the boundary, so it is 4 runs. Well, I just thought that boundary might have been an optical illusion because it certainly looked like it was hit well enough to be 4, but it was chaos. Now they're going to make sure Senyuk's on strike. She is, so that's good. 9 required. What a game this has been. Oh, it's well bowled. Pretty much would have to play perfect cricket from here, the Lionesses. But like I said, they've got good bowling to come. Yevdanovic has been impressive so far. Can't afford to make a mistake, and does. A critical moment. On a knife's edge this game against Sprayed. It's kind of been one of the key themes of this game that the Lionesses in purple haven't been able to win that battle with the wide line often enough. Sanyuk's been impressive here, 17 runner ball. Well, in the air, feels like a must catch. It's going to drop just short. They'll get through for a single, makes it 6 to win. And well, Seema Kuchuksuchu, who made history by being the first wicket taker in ECS-W cricket, is going to have the chance. 6 off 14, make that 5 off 14. That one doesn't come out right from Yevdanovic. 5 to win then. Oh, well, upish. Just gets away from the fielder. Last ball of the over. Well, it won't be. Now they might get an extra. So, I mean, one thing is, it's really clear that both these teams have the potential to beat each other. I just think the first thing they need to work on is, you know, how can we stop beating ourselves, essentially. And you see all the bowlers have the potential to get it right. Some have, some haven't. 3 to win now. Again, Yevdanovic hasn't really been able to keep that command. One thing I will say, by pushing it to the 8th over, the Lionesses will achieve a point, so it kind of shows you that this has been a competitive contest. Maybe the slight greater experience from Zagreb Jinx showing through. Of course, a lot of them have played T10 cricket before for the Croatian national team last year. In that Croatian, the Czech series on this ground. Hit pretty well. And Sanyuk wants a run. And she's going to get one. A little bit of the old Wimbledon about that. It'll be the end of the over. And it's 69 for 4. The scores are tied. So this is you got to go Neuert, surely. She's had a really good game. I'm thinking of player of the match. I mean Neuert has been very good, but it's pretty hard to go past Sanyuk now. She bowled 2 overs, none for 9. And here we go. Well, this is going to be the winning run. It's a shame it comes up that way. But congratulations to Jinx Zagreb. They will win the first ever ECS-W. They win it with 12 balls to spare. For me, Sanyuk has to be the player of the game. And a little bit of ECN history. And it's great to see smiles. And to be honest, the Lionesses, I'm glad they get to come back straight away and have another go. Because I think that they are very capable of squaring this series tonight. But the Croatian club gets the better of match 1 in a thoroughly entertaining T10 contest. And, well, it's all smiles right now. They'll enjoy the victory, but we'll be back in about 25 minutes, take you into match number 2. Sanyuk, for me, was the player of the match there with her contribution and her boundaries. When the game was on the line, she finishes 19 not out off 19. This is what's coming up there, match 2. Same order of innings with the Lionesses winning the toss. And once again, electing to bat. Will they make a change? I feel like you've got to get Neuert up there opening. I think she was just too good to leave out on the bench. And Nikolic struggled to score consistently, so maybe we'll see her in the middle order. When we return for match 2, let's have a look at the highlights. And, well, there was a better ECN about this second innings as well. We had the catch off the free hit that absolutely no one realised on the field, except thankfully the umpires, it wasn't out. And we had that one with Lydia struggling to get going. Of course, Lydia did score a half century in the CE Cup, but couldn't quite find her timing. In the end, she went for 2 off 11. Then a little bit unselfish, just the old shovel pass, then bullet to the keeper. Know who's got the good arms. Helen Lecko got run out by the proverbial country mile. That was a nice catch, and it counted this time for Perisic. Takes it shin high. And then this was an interesting one. Stumps got kicked over, and it basically cost them a run out. Bat went flying. Interesting tactics. And then there's probably a couple of moments that the Lionesses would want back. There's a couple of misfields that got through. This was run out late in the piece. She's made perfect position there, didn't she? Back to the stumps. That was the first ball from Yevdenovic, but then she had her own issues with just getting that control right. And in the end, Jinx Zagreb go 1-0 up in the series. But I tell you what, it's anybody's game coming up in match 2. And we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time. And I will have a very, very special guest with me for the last match of the day here in Zagreb. So the Jinx needed 70 to win, and they get there with 2 overs to spare. And probably were 15 to 20 short in the end, weren't they? Looking at the scorecard, 19 not out from Pavla, the top scorer. And also Lecko with a pretty useful 13. Varic didn't really fire. Zagante Modric went cheaply. 33 extras though, that's certainly something that the Lionesses coaches will be speaking to them about. And a lot of it's just kind of relaxing, trying to reproduce it. I mean, they all bowled good balls at times, just a few loose ones in between. Bowling wise, I got to say, I was a little bit surprised we didn't see Maria Trajkovic again. She bowled the second over, only went for 5. Nojic came back on towards the end, but unfortunately couldn't get it straight. So there's definitely the potential there for the Lionesses. Plenty to work with, and this series very much alive. I mean, what they know now is they need to win this next game to potentially make that game 3 live tomorrow night. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We will take a quick break, and like I said, we have a special guest coming up. It's the man you've been waiting for. So let's get ready, let's get set. It'll be time to go in match 2 coming your way. Lionesses batting first. We return to Croatia for more ECS-W.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Zagreb. It's match 2 of the European Cricket Series W. Jinx Zagreb versus Lavender Lionesses. Let's see what happened. The coin toss for match 2 a little while ago. Coach Patel.
ECS-W Croatia match number 2. Jinx, is your call. Tails is a call, and it is ahead.
We are going to bet.
They decide to bat first.
So there you go. Lionesses 2 for 2 in the tosses. And once again, they've decided to bat. And we'll see Nikolic, the captain, opening up again. So it's one of the issues she had last time was scoring an acceptable rate. Ended up with 17 off 36, batted through the 10 overs. Just the one boundary for the skipper. Trajkovic was pretty impressive. We also saw Nadia Noic at number 3. Both able to strike a couple of boundaries. For Zagreb, we saw Senjog with a breakout performance. Player of the match in that first game. We also saw Kuchuk Suchu with the first ever ECS-W wicket. And 50-50, well, the supercomputer's got the tingle. Why not? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Just having to wait that we don't start before the allotted time, but good to see that all the players pretty organised. I've also organised a bit of company in the commentary box. He's not really a guest, he's part of the ECN family. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me is Corey Ruckers. Welcome back, Corey.
Hello, Vinny. Good to be back. It's been a while since I've joined you in the lovely cube, and I thought I'd come down just to help you out after a pretty long day. Well done.
Well, I would say, what are you doing in town? But I know exactly what you're doing in town. Coaching Spain, 3-0 up in this series, and I'm sure some of the viewers might have a bit of questions for you as well. Looking at this series, though, obviously the situation Lionesses need to win to keep the series alive into a deciding third game tomorrow night. Now, you saw a little bit of match 1. What did you think?
Yeah, actually, it was a pretty intense game, but a little bit of flavour into today. And, yeah, looking forward to seeing how they line up now. I hope it does go 1-1. I wouldn't mind this going to a final tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think everyone loves it, series alive, but I think Jinx Zagreb pretty excited to win the first one. They want to put this series to bed. It will be Helen Lecko, the skipper, to get going.
I think we've gone the early crow, Vinny. I've still got 1 minute to go on my watch.
All right, they've got 1 second. 3, 2, 1. Let's play match 2 here in the first ever ECS-W. Here's Lecko. First one hit, and I like to see them pushing with the running. In fact, it forces a fumble. They won't be able to get back for a second, but good signs for Nikolic, and they have the same opening combination. In fact, no, it is. It's Tamara Trajkovic at the other end. So, yeah, obviously a bit of history in the ECS-W, but also a bit of history with the Mediterranean Cup, the Spain-Croatia series. Obviously, it's been an interesting time so far. In the air, and it just goes through the hands of Filippi, who's into the side, and they get another run.
Yeah, well, it's all about growing the game, isn't it? And I do think that with the inception of the Mediterranean Cup, very happy to accept the invitation to come out to beautiful Croatia, beautiful Zagreb, and obviously with the women's domestic fixtures, it's always fun and games on the ECN network, and good to see so many players enjoying themselves.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, there's so many reasons we've enjoyed our weekend here in Croatia. Lecko, one of the key bowlers for Croatian national side in the CE Cup not too long ago. Generally, she doesn't bowl too many extras, which has been a bit of a key so far for really all the bowlers.
Yeah, he's got a good strong action, nice and straight, tall high arm, and that's perfect. That's really good. On another day, a little edge there, you get an early wicket.
It's the kind of ball that she was able to produce a lot earlier on. You know that Jinx have a pretty interesting tactic where they typically bowl 5 bowlers and then just roll through them again in the second half. So just kind of spacing them out, keeps their options open. A little bit of a touch on this. They will sneak through for a single. So, I'm just trying to think, is it first time in Croatia? I know that's not true because we did the first ever ECS men's series in Croatia together. So isn't it great we're doing the first ever ECS-W series in Croatia together as well?
Croatia's got a bit of my heart, Vinny. I've been out here for a couple of trips with the boys as well, as that's pushed into the offside for a cheeky little single. Yeah, it's one of those countries that a couple of friends and a nice little weekend in the sun, you've got to come here and check it all out.
Yeah, no doubt. It's the end of the first over. Lionesses 4 without loss, and another pretty tight start from the Jinx Zagreb skipper, Helen Lecko. This is some of the upcoming events, obviously.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got Rome coming up, and I know you're a bit sad that you can't make it to Rome, although I think we will work together in the Netherlands Tri-Series, which is pretty exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, let's hopefully I'm not too busy doing other things. Vinny,
Well,
but look,
actually, you know, you're right. You are probably going to have some other commitments. I just kind of assumed we get you on
well,
that one.
let's see. There could be a technicality where I might be hanging around for that. But no, it's a busy summer. I've been watching from afar so far, and great to see that you've enjoyed your whole summer. You, Rico, Charlie, Nish as well.
Nish has been getting in. Danny Hudacek as well. Been
Yeah.
doing a fair bit of work, carrying the commentary. Big day in Bulgaria. You would have loved it. 6 matches. They're back to back.
6 matches.
The old 6 matcher.
What's the start time and end time on that?
It's 8:30 local, which is 7:30 European time.
Oh,
Central
okay.
European time. Anyway, here's Senyuk straight off her player of the match performance. There's a little bit of history that no one can ever take away from Pavla. First ever player of the match in an ECS-W game. Her 19 not out turned out to be the top score of the game in match 1.
Oh, you're taking 19 on this wicket. To be fair, it's not always the easiest to bat on, Vinny.
Yeah, does make for must-watch TV though. It's a much better ball. Just a little bit of a way nibble. Gets past Trajkovic, who played a couple of nice shots through the offside for 4. But I think what we learned from that first game is that 69 they scored was a bit light on. I think you can get up into the 80s. I think that's probably your par, depending on how many extras you give up in your bowling innings.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions coming in just asking what this is. So this is basically a domestic match between the women, the Lavender Lionesses and the Jinx Zagreb. That's from Little M from Arnhem's tuning in and asking what this is.
Hi, Little M. Always great to see some new and enthusiastic viewers.
Yeah, I've been overly enthusiastic of late.
Nicely played away. Well, that's a... Welcome back, Corey.
I haven't commentated in a while.
That was a really good shot. Let's not take away from it there. Trajkovic moves to 3. 3's a crowd. Yeah, off the front pad. Well, Corey, you have had a bit of time in the sun. We'll give you that.
Oh, to be fair, the red radar. How red am I right now? My forehead is burning. A couple of my friends actually have an old joke for me. They always said, it's a beacon for the sun. It really is.
Looks like you've taken a dip in a swimming pool full of beetroot juice, to be honest. But anyway, didn't have the protection of the cube. This one a little bit short, cracked away. Pretty good fielding, though. I like the fielding from both sides. That's Lydia Kamaric out there. That makes an important stop.
Yeah, good bit of fielding that, because also this outfield can be a little bit up and down. You've got to be brave in the field.
Can I say that I am channeling the first ECS-W Maximo as well. We didn't have one in the first game.
Is that going to be like a run 6 or a no ball 5?
Non-standard Maximo. No, I think there's a couple of players out there with the power to do it. Again, nice location from Senyuk. The thing is, look, you'd have to be realistic. You know, you're probably not going to. Most of the bowlers aren't going to get through completely extra free in the 2 overs. But if you can limit it to kind of 1 or max 2 and over, just think you're putting more pressure on the batters. Still to see a boundary off the bat here in match 2.
I've been impressed with some of the bowling so far. Look, that one gets away from the bowler just there, but obviously it's not always the easiest to play on the network for the first time. You feel a little bit more nerves. There's cameras around, the crew's here. But yeah, that one's just gotten away from it. That's going to be a no ball.
Hopefully you're not feeling too nervous. Nice to have you back. I know you've done over 1,500 games on the network. But I know it's your first ever ECS-W game. Push and run here. Have a throw at the stumps. Did pretty well to beat out the throw there. That'll be the end of the second over. And the Lionesses are 10 without loss. When he's down here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Rutgers. If you have any questions for the Spanish national team coach and ECN commentator, then let us know.
How are you enjoying the Mediterranean Cup from the side, Vinny?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I mean, obviously.
Nice name for a cup, isn't it?
It is. I think it's a beautiful region.
How many countries in the Mediterranean could play?
Well,
There you go. There's an early question for you.
That's a good random question. This last game of the day, I suppose.
I've got 3 months of random questions stored up for you, Vinny. Oh,
Here we go.
Kraveric into bowl.
Yeah, Lydia is a pretty handy cricketer. I loved watching her score her first ever T20I 50 during the Central Europe Cup. The Croatian team were playing in that along with the hosts, Croatia. It was Gibraltar, actually, that ended up winning that.
It was what, sorry?
That tri-series.
I didn't hear that.
Well bowled by Kvaric. Yeah, so here we go. 22 countries
Is it 22 in the
share
Mediterranean?
the coastline of the Mediterranean.
So do you think the other 20 countries watching this are saying, well, hold on, where's our invite?
Could be the biggest tournament in the world,
it?
except for the ECC.
22 countries in the Mediterranean. Really? Didn't know that.
Let's see what they are.
I reckon I could name about 3. So that's worked away nicely into the leg side for a single.
All right. So I'm going to go and try and get a list, and we'll see maybe what the Mediterranean Cup could look like in the future.
Well, you never know. It's the way Europe's going and world cricket, T20Is everywhere. It is expanding and more teams are playing each other more regularly. It's good to see the game growing.
Pretty well bowled by Kvaric. He's got zoned in now on the stumps. The Jinx have made a good start. He remember started 50-50, but now they pulled away to a 70-30 lead.
Yeah, good bit of running there as well.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, go on, tell me. Mediterranean.
In Southern Europe, Spain, France, Monaco, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania and Greece. In Southern Europe.
Yep.
Then you've got Western Asia, Turkey and Cyprus.
Yep.
Cyprus is supposed part of the EU. Whereas that one is going to jump a lot. Actually gets past the keeper, Sebastian, who's done a pretty good job today. They'll be able to sneak through for a bye. And you've also got Northern African countries like Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria and Morocco. And then also 2 British overseas territories, Gibraltar and Akrotiri and Dekelia.
What, say that last one?
Dekelia.
Oh, never heard. Is that a country?
It's a sovereign base area on the island of Cyprus, which is a British overseas territory.
Okay. But isn't Gibraltar a British overseas territory?
Yes.
So then how's that a country?
It's Crown dependency, and I'm not going to open that hornet's nest with you right now.
Just saying, if I look at the world map from the Spanish eyes, there's a big black hole. Well bowled.
Yeah, nice area from Croatia.
So we could expand
3 in the over.
So we could expand the Mediterranean Cup for next year.
Yeah,
Would you come back and do it?
of course. Always love coming here to
I think
Zagreb.
the spicy wicket's just added an extra layer to it, hasn't it?
It does, yeah. But I mean, it's nice to see some people having to work for their runs. You're not batting on wood now. It's pretty good over from Kvaric. 3 and a bye come off it, and the Lionesses not really growling yet. More of a soft purr through the first 3 overs, 14 without loss.
What's a good score here, do you think? Anything above 50, 60?
I feel 80s. I think if you look at the Lionesses, I suppose if they tightened up their bowling, maybe that 70 is defendable. But I think they just gave away far too many extras. They'll know that. I mean, it's not an easy thing. We kind of take it for granted if you've been playing a long time, many years, that you should have that control. But it comes slowly but surely. Also, I mean, for the Lionesses, all of them are playing on TV for the first time.
Yeah, it's a different feeling, isn't it?
I've really enjoyed watching them. They're working really hard in their fielding. I think you would have loved their fielding warm-up.
Yep.
Hitting the stumps a lot, actually.
Yeah, good on them.
So
how's your summer been, Vinny? You've been a bit here, there, everywhere?
I've been around, yeah. I've just been going around with the European Cricket Series, obviously. Obviously, we were together in the Netherlands for the Tri-Series just before the World Cup, which was pretty cool as well. It might have been the last time we worked together.
Yeah, it's a different level of cricket.
That's one thing I love is...
True, when you think about the gravity of difference, it's amazing that we can produce everything.
I remember I was in Cyprus actually covering 3 days there, and we had some players obviously that hadn't played too much organised cricket, and just kind of having conversations with them. It did occur to me that the week before I was doing Ireland versus the Netherlands, and that's one thing that I love about ECN is the spectrum of cricket we've got. Oh, wow, that's one way to follow the battle. A bit tight there, Paul. Wasn't quite ready.
I actually think that was on the umpire. The umpire wasn't looking up, so the batter moved away, and then he looked up, and all of a sudden almost gave it out, handled the ball.
So we'll have that one again. Here's Seema, took the first wicket in ECS cricket history. And I've enjoyed this ball. If you can get it right. The one where the second one is just after the line.
That's perfect.
Because it's not before the line. It's the double Yorker. And you can't really do much with that. Maybe the bottom of the bat.
If you could perfect that in any form of cricket, you'd be laughing. Now, you're going to check it, but I'm pretty sure it's okay.
It was fine. It definitely doesn't bounce the second time before the line. It's either on the line or just after, but it's fine.
Well bowled.
I just think with Nikolic, if she's not able to get going here, I think you can't leave Nojic on the sidelines for too long this time. They ended up being just short last time. Could have used 10, 15 runs. I just think it's something they need to think about. A bit of an overcorrection this time. It'll be a no ball for height. And so we've got a free hit coming up. All right, there we go. I mean, I was watching the Wimbledon final a couple of weeks ago.
Alcaraz.
Pretty good game. A Czech winner in the ladies for the second time in a row as well.
I've told you my Wimbledon story, haven't I?
You got to keep a ball once.
Caught the ball in the crowd after the win.
Free hit, not cashed in. And Seema
Actually,
get out of jail.
That's one. It's the Olympics. I know you're quite busy on the road. Have you been able to tune in to the...
Tell you what I've been loving in the Olympics. I haven't seen any weightlifting yet. That's one of my favourites, that I'll just watch the Olympics. Wait for this ball. Bit of flight as it's hit down. It's not handled either at mid-off. Well, you could potentially get 2 here. And we'll get back for 2 in the end. Good running from the Lionesses. Yeah, so I've been enjoying... I used to play a bit of volleyball, the indoor variety, 6-on-6, and I've loved watching some of that. I can't believe that's not a bigger sport.
Yeah, me and Scott Edwards back home have been watching a lot of that. Do you know who's number 2 in the world for that? It shocked us. If you can name the number 2 team, you win a prize, Vinny, as that's tucked away through the side. It's a bit random. You wouldn't guess it.
Give me a continent.
No, I can't.
I was going to say Serbia. They're a pretty good
Japan.
team. Really?
Number 2, indoor volleyball men.
Is that right?
I tend to watch the women more. I think they're just a bit more acute at the sport.
See, we're just losing our line a little bit. And to be honest, I think the Lionesses are welcoming the pressure being lifted a little bit. Just going through a little phase here.
Just got to somehow stop these extras from ballooning out. Don't want to be chasing in the 60s, do you?
Pretty cool sunnies from Seema as well. I have to work out where she bought those. Better ball this time. Man, it's hit back towards the bowler. They'll make a late decision to go for a single. Modric jumps on it, keeps it to 1.
So what's been your highlights of the Mediterranean Cup so far, Vinny? What stood out for you?
Obviously, young Charlie getting his first 5-wicket haul in T20I yesterday. Yes, Rally with 6 wickets yesterday. Obviously, was brilliant as well. In the air, it won't quite carry. They got the fielders back on the offside, and so Nikolic will retain the strike, and after 4 overs, pretty much run a ball pace through the first 4, 23 without loss. Yeah, I also think, hey, just seeing some players from Croatia as well trying to step into the void. I mean, Mansour isn't a player that had great numbers in ECS cricket, for example, but he stood up and he top scored in both games for the Croatians yesterday. I also like to see, players like Alan Magdalenic, who we saw umpiring actually, just seeing them, I suppose, getting a bit more international cricket. We haven't seen him with the ball yet, but to see him get his top T20 international score of 7 not out, I mean, that doesn't sound like a lot, but, when you think about the fact he hadn't really played until a couple of years ago, and you take on good bowls on a tricky pitch. Modric starts pretty well in the air, just pops over the infield, Romani into the side. Watches that one fly over her head.
It's actually quite a good shot there, inside out over cover. But no, credit to everyone that's even batting on this pitch, to be fair. You've got to be a little bit brave and a little bit switched on against good bowlers, and I think they've applied themselves as well as they could.
Obviously, we've been here for ECS cricket. I was here last year, but not really the type of bowlers that Spain are bringing, obviously. You got bowlers like a Tiff. I noticed he had the day off today, and he was going to be rough to face. He gets jump out of any pitch, even the flattest pitch.
Yeah, I just think there's some areas, obviously, that for the left armour especially, obviously it does jump, but how do you tell someone to avoid that,
Probably leave him on the bench. Anyway, in the air, and this will actually get through, and it'll go pretty close. Oh, classic foot fielding there. They'll only get 1. That's very well fielded. Saves 3 runs.
Well, every run counts, doesn't it? I thought that was going to race away for the first boundary of this T10 match, but unfortunately just reined in.
Yeah, the old heel job there to keep that inside. So still to see a boundary off the bat.
It'll come, Vinny. Just got to be a bit patient. Have you been dealing with the bug situation?
Today's better, but yesterday was an absolute shocker. I probably had the best show of my life yesterday. This one actually ended up going through the legs. And this is another one I think that bounces after the pop increase second time.
I think you should always give a little bit of lenience here. Obviously, these players developing and learning. So you let that slide for me.
Actually, a no ball, I think, because it bounces just before the line. So it'll be a free hit.
Oh, it's a harsh free hit for me. There could be a bit of line, couldn't there, Vinny?
Yeah, but it's a hard ball to hit. That's why it's no ball. This one will be a no ball for another reason. But if you average those 2 out, you probably got the length right. This is where obviously with the free hit in play, the batter's got the license to really try and smack it. Obviously, Nikolic looks like she's got the power to hit the first maximum of an ECS-W. Let's see if she can do it here. And this one goes wrong. Modric has had her moments so far this evening where she hasn't quite been able to get it right. And the free hit will stay in play. Yeah, how about your perspective so far? Some of the things you're happy about in the Mediterranean Cup?
I think it's been a great opportunity to get more debutants. 3 Spanish names, Alec Davison Sola, Sebastian Hughes-Pineda, and Danny Long Martinez, all debuting. It's a massive thing with their families, and having that Spanish heritage means a lot. I think I showed Danny Long Martinez's mother the honours cap that Danny will receive. He's number 84 in our history.
That's great.
And she teared up. It means a lot, you know. So, yeah, it's a special thing for some of the players, and just nice to be on the road with them. We don't tour often. I think that's one thing a lot of people don't realise. We play a lot in Lamunga, Cardamar, Desert Springs, but
because your weather's so good, most people come to you, right? So it must be nice to actually get the players on
this
tour.
Is only our, besides Brescia in the year, 2 tours in 2 years. We don't tour often, so it's nice to get away. I think some of the boys have gone out for a nice dinner out in Zagreb tonight.
Oh, I'm sure they'll enjoy it.
And they know they'll have to be home by 10 p.m, which is curfew.
You'll be there, cracking the whip, I'm sure. See, Modric gets right. Still on a free hit here. And yeah, pretty well bowled. You can see, no, it must be tough to find that consistency, especially if you haven't played a lot of cricket. These players, a lot of them train more than actually play, which is pretty backwards compared to some of the men. It's been another wide, so Modric just letting the Lionesses off hook a little bit.
How's the moderators been, Vinny?
They've been good.
Some of them
Gollum's
are they improved?
Gollum's in the chat right now.
Gollum, is that a reference to Batman or?
Isn't that Lord of the Rings? Hello to Gollum Mustafa watching from Bangladesh. Gollum, always happy to see you. Say hello to everyone there. Say hello to Corey. Well, this is one's going to get over the top of Romani, and there's your first boundary of this match, and it comes off the bat of the captain, Magdalena Nikolic.
Yeah, and they're really happy in the dugout. Good on them. Coaches stood up, double-handed applause, because that is the first 4. Lovely shot over the offside. They move on to 36, and this partnership, Vinny's starting to look a little bit dangerous.
Going for the fist bump celebration instead of the hug, so things settling down a bit in match 2. That's hit pretty well as well, and this will get past the infield, but Lecco will clean up. He's on for 76 at the moment. That'll be an interesting chase. I actually don't think that the Lionesses will bowl as many extras this time. I think they'll be better for the run. That was one of their real problems in match 1. They actually delivered 33 runs in extras. At the moment, it's really the Zagreb club Jigs that are having those kind of problems, particularly Modric finding it hard to get through this over.
Yeah, just struggling. I would love to see Modric come over the wicket. Just helps with the angles a little bit, but obviously some players feel a bit more comfortable coming around.
There's another one that goes down the leg side. Yes, good point. I mean, something I think you need to be able to practice both angles.
Any relation to Tony?
Well, I mean, aren't we all related one way or another?
Are we?
We'll start with Adam and Eve.
Depends how you were brought up, but yeah, I do agree. Last ball of the 5th, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a nice way to finish. So, yeah, Modric, again, has her battles, but does get through the over in the end after 5. Still wicketless, 39 without loss. This is what's coming up tomorrow. I know you're looking forward to this. I know you've been busy, but you're keeping an eye on things. Blacksmith's doubleheader against Afyon Karahisar, the Turkish club, who famously attended the ECL earlier this year. We've got Pac Falcons versus CC Academic Sofia.
So have they travelled up for the tournament?
Yeah, they have.
Oh, wow.
And also Sofia Stars in action tomorrow. Spartan apparently will have the services of Pavel Florin from week 2.
Who's been sort of taking the charge in this tournament so far?
The Sofia Stars actually made a strong start, but the Spartans have had some good performances recently. I think Academic are right up there as well. Had competitive cricket over there in Bulgaria. Close to a golden ball, but still no golden balls for a while. We're on a bit of a drought, by the way. I need your help.
What are we at?
We're at, I think, 268.
Don't you just call in Charlie for a golden ball, not me?
Charlie's had his chances, you know. He's been doing
really?
a few lately.
Has he been letting the crew down with golden balls again?
Charlie's good when it gets over 400.
Oh, okay. To be honest, I'm not that great. I think I've had the least I've done 1,500 games, but I've only done about 4 golden balls.
Push and run this time. This is what Nikolic I suppose, struggled to do enough in that first game is to hand it over. I got to say, I know it's new for these players, but I'd love to see a tactical switch, and I'd love to see Neulich come out and bat, because to be honest, I think she hit the ball better than anybody in that first game, and right now she's kind of stuck on the sideline.
I've got one for you. Do you not think that rule is of obviously the retired out? We know it quite well. We watch a lot of cricket. But do you think that to the normal teams or teams that are just learning the game, it's not something you know? It really isn't something you know.
I know it for sure.
But if they didn't know, it's very hard for them to make that switch. Yeah. You're not taught that really when you start cricket, that you can be retired out. It's not something that you hear about too often.
But I think it's important you use who you think is your best options for a given situation, and they're not in a situation where it looks like they're going to be anywhere close to being bowled out. They've only lost 1 wicket in over 15 overs now. I like this length at the moment from Kuchuk. That time it's driven for a single. But yeah, you don't know if you don't know.
Yeah, I don't think this is something you would be taught at this sort of level. So I reckon these two are here to stay unless they're dismissed.
Well, at least they've got the license to go for it. Attempted pull, go down the leg side. May have got something on that. There's no wide call from the umpire, so it must have been a little touch.
Yeah.
Or not.
It's a tough call.
It's a very late decision. It probably was the right one.
Good to see Christopher Ward in the chat. Hope you well, Christopher. Been watching lots of the Mediterranean Cup. Yeah. It's an inaugural event. We'll be back.
Look forward to it. And this one is belted down the leg side. Well, why take a wide when you can take 4? Nikolic is able to slam that one to the boundary. Her second.
What a shot. You know what I think this is, Vinny? I think this is the old double hit high on the bat and then more bat.
I agree with you.
Watch this.
Double hit, the old wrap the bat around it.
Oh, yeah, it is. It 100% is.
It's the heartbeat shot.
Does it? I'd love to see that on Hotspot.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be.
Wow, I really should have worn shoes, Vinny. Getting eaten alive. What a shot, though. 4 runs. So that shot was so violent, it actually blew Nikolic's shoelace apart. You could see that's been sorted out now. Oh, Vinny, look, we're almost at a 50 partnership here. Little milestones. You never forget them. I remember my first 50 partnership.
In the backyard?
Yep.
That's well pulled away. Just escapes the infielder. They'll only get a boundary. Throw comes whistling in. Well,
great backing up.
Had 5 written all over it, really. But it will be a single. Kuchuk still a ball to go in this over.
Yeah, that's just definitely something that you got to respect the fielders out here doing their best. Obviously backing up, running around on an outfield that can be tricky at times. Last ball, the 6th.
Elevates a chance. Straight through the hands, though. And Modric has more issues to deal with. Thinking of 2. Well, one comes, one doesn't.
Oh, that's close. Well, I'll tell you what, Vinny, that could be the end. We're going to have to slow this one right down. You never know. Could be 50 and out.
Well, it is very tight. I'll tell you that much. There was an appeal, so let's have a look at it on the replay.
Well, maybe. Let's get the replay first.
I just got a sneaky feeling about this one. She didn't really get a great extension of the bat into the crease. Let's have a look.
Safe. Benefit of the doubt.
Seems golden, doesn't she? I think she's just going to get away with it.
Well, did get the stretch in the end. Credit where credit's due.
The old periscope came down at the right time. Bit of a tie. It will be the 50 partnership. 51 without loss after 6. Romani comes in and geez, that's excellent outfielding. That's Kornienko down there, who saves 3 runs for her team. All these things are adding up.
Great fielding by Kornienko. Really, really good. Saves a couple.
Pretty accurate in the air. Just pops over Romani. Good to see her in the side.
Tell you what, they haven't had much luck in the field. There's been a couple of shots that ballooned into gaps and easily could have been dismissed on another day. Good to see everyone in the chat going in with their 2 cents. Freedom of speech and all.
That one just gets away from Romani.
What have the viewing numbers been like this weekend, Vin?
Tell you what, I love
But,
that people have options here.
From going from Ireland, a full member of Netherlands, to this, you are one of the troopers to grow the game, Vinny. You are the modern day
It's not
Richie.
just me though, is it?
It's mostly you.
everyone here.
Uh,
It's going to be wide. Smart batting though.
Oh, it's clever batting. Look, they're milking the extras at the moment. And, well, I'm just worried about that clock. It's under 10 minutes. Penalty runs around the corner.
I think so. We've still got to get through 2.5 overs. They're not helping themselves with these extra deliveries. If anything, they've gone backwards in that way. Jinx Zagreb.
I've got some news for you, Vinny.
Go on.
In the summertime, obviously, I haven't been on air as much as usual, but
Because you're on your boat mostly, aren't you?
but,
And
but
your
I
yachts.
tried to reapply for commentary school.
Okay.
Do you hear what they said?
What do they say?
That I've aced it and there's no need to come back. They said that the next coming is Corey 10.0, the complete package.
Can I tell you something about commentary school? It's actually under investigation. It's pretty well bowled in the air, popped up. Won't get there in the end. Zigante has a shot. They'll get through for a single.
Under investigation?
Well, you know, Charlie went to commentary school in the UK.
Yeah.
And one of his tutors, a bit of hot water, was actually relieved of his duties during the
Oh, no.
Olympics.
Really?
Yeah, so
What was his name?
not at liberty to say.
Didn't rhyme with
Gotta-
golf. Golf did it.
Got to be careful with what you say. One's hit offside. Again, clean pickup. Be interesting, but
Oh, little backhanded
Nice.
flick there. Bit of
he's a
indoor cricket
he's a
style.
skillful fielder. Just couldn't quite find the handle first time. Again, I find it curious. I know that they're not thinking retired out, but geez, if you'd seen Neuert's bat, I want to see more of her.
Oh, yeah, but if you're an opener right now, you're saying, look, we're going at 8.3 on an up and down wicket with a couple overs to go. I think you're taking it, Vinny. 7 overs complete, 57 for none.
Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow then. Plenty. And well, this is what we've got in store for you. Matches 4 and 5 in the T20Is between Croatia and Spain. Then we'll have match 3, potentially the deciding game. We won't know, but regardless, we'll be playing match 3 in the evening.
A little bit of a later
evening.
start as well, 9:45
A little
first
bit
ball.
later. Yeah, 7:45 GMT, which is 1:15 p.m. in India. Start your Sunday morning with some ECN, first in Bulgaria and then here in Croatia.
Who's commentating in Bulgaria at the moment?
Nish and Charlie are there at the moment. Rika's got a little bit of time off.
Nish and
Still got
Charlie.
The young guns.
Oh, no.
The young guns are
I'm
there.
going to have to tune in and maybe get in the chat just to make sure they're doing everything correct.
Charlie might be off tomorrow. So it might
Who's younger, actually?
I believe Charlie's slightly younger.
Well, that's the original odd couple, actually, those two.
But
They must
you
be
and-
having
You
fun.
and Nish was in.
Oh, flick. Oh, that's close, you know. I think maybe she's just back.
I tell you what, Nikolic is the master of almost getting run out, but not getting run out. I think she's just back here. Let's see what it says.
Oh, I don't. That could.
Is that bat down yet? It's almost what happened before. Does it have any further to travel? I think it's not
I
out.
like the zoom. Can you go one frame before that,
That's
actually?
not-
Because
she-
the.
No,
No, you're safe.
Yeah, geez.
Oh, they didn't even look for it anyway.
Master of the millimetres. This one's edged away, and Trajkovic will get a single here. Interesting game. 77 walking sticks expected at this stage, a handful more than they had last time.
I'm just worried about that clock a little bit. What is it, 1.3 over 6 minutes? Just need to be careful here, of course. You don't want to give any away extra runs. Penalty runs always hurt.
We've had 21 extra deliveries so far, which is about an average of 3 and over, which obviously costs you valuable time. A pretty nice shot off the back foot, punched away. They get a single.
no.
Wow, he's played into the own net. They're not really looking for two, though.
Croatia in recent history have been very good at football, Vinny.
That's true. That is true.
For a tiny country, they punch well above their weight in world sport.
Yeah, I think there's just something in the water here, I think. Kavaric has been pretty tight. He's only bowled 1 extra delivery out of the 11 balls she's bowled. So she's known for accuracy. Well, they are the jinx. Hopefully I haven't put the jinx on Lydia. This is up in the air and caught. So a nice piece of fielding from Kuchuk Suchu. And plenty of hugs going around and a little bit of a cheeky kiss from Lydia as well. She's thrilled with it. as Jig Zagreb take their first wicket here in match 2, and the opening partnership is broken, 59 for 1.
Isn't it great to see that team spirit? I've counted about 8 hugs so far, and that's what it's all about, growing the game, Vinny. Up in the air, under the sun, the sunny's on, the hat on, and there's a moment you'll never forget.
Yeah, I can't really blame Trajkovic either.
Oh, there was a sneaky kiss there.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong
How
with
come
that.
you never greet me like that in the morning, Corey?
Yeah.
Got to say, it was a pretty good innings, though, from Djokovic. She wasn't able to find the boundary this time around. And well, Lydia, perhaps overexcited after that wicket, is going to deliver an extra. New batter is Nadia Nojic. I think, honestly, she hit the ball better than almost anyone in that first game, but we didn't see that much of her. We won't see that much of her this time either. But she was able to score 16 off 16 with a couple of 4s. Senor kind of countered her knock with 19 not out in the second innings.
It looks like it's going to be a free hit, called a no ball there. So free hit time to finish the 8th over.
Nikolic to try and cash in. Oh, gets in the way of would have been a wide. So Kvaritz gets out of jail, finishes with pretty good figures, 1 for 6 off her spell. And the Lionesses are 61 for 1 after 8.
Would you ever, in T10, cap the amount of balls a player could have?
Tough, because then what happens if everyone else is out?
Just is what it is.
It's an interesting one.
If you're in the top 6, you can have maximum 20.
20 balls, and then you've got to just
She's
go
going to
for it.
walk off because teams don't know about the retired out.
I think it's more just education. Let them make their own decisions.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, here's Senor, player of the match in the last game. First one, slightly short, punched around the corner. Nojic is off the mark.
So, yeah, player of the match in the first game. Would love to go back-to-back. You never know. Looks like they will sneak in with the clock if they don't bowl too many extras this over. I think keeping the opposition to 70, 75, you've always got a chance in this T10 format. Oh, that is a seed, Vinny. What a ball.
He's having a good day. Pavla, a little bit of the old delay in that action as well. Just kind of paused and he got it right. Got to cap these extras. Still think 80's on the cards here. That's edge and that's gone. Really nice piece of bowling, and Senyuk's good day continues. Well held behind the subs by Sebastian, and 1 brings 2. Zagreb celebrate once again. Lionesses 62 for 2.
Yeah, what a good catch from the keeper. There's the edge, flies through in the right mid. It's actually a one-handed grab, lands perfectly in the right-hand webbing. And 2 wickets in 2 overs. And here come the hugs, Vinny.
So they should, although Nikolic has carried the batting today. First time we've seen her leave someone else at the crease. We'll see Damage for the first time. I was really impressed with her keeping.
I've got one for you, Vin. I think, great throw. Oh, direct hit, could have been close. I think the Lavender Lionesses, the purple kit, arguably one of my favourites. I don't think purple is represented enough from teams around the world.
I'm
There's
with
not
you.
many with purple. I like a
I'm
good
with
purple.
You. And I really like they've got the kind of actual lavender sleeves as well.
I mean, name me an international side or anything that you've seen. They'll sneak through for a buy here that wears purple.
Well, here's the thing. Scotland probably.
Scotland a bit,
but the thing is that purple is very rare to have on national flags, because in the old days and centuries ago, purple was so costly to produce, the dye that makes purple, that they wouldn't use it because it was
Really?
not economical. So it's only a couple of countries have purple in their flags, and they're from the 20th century.
didn't know Scotland made money then.
Nice glance away by Damage. I was really impressed with her keeping earlier as well. And Lionesses in particular, they had some bullet arms from the outfield. End of the 9th over, the score 65 for 2. I suppose the benefit of the second wicket, if you want to think of it that way, for Lionesses, they do get the number 4 to the crease for the first time in the series.
I'm going to Valentina Romani if it's up to me to bowl here, or Lecco. I've got a couple of options to close this out. Is there any colour that you'd like to see more represented in general?
Purple's up there for me. I like purple and yellow as a combination. It's very regal. Golden Star Bond have that in Germany. Also, I will say it, I'm not saying this because you're here and you've got an affinity for them, but I like orange.
Yeah, orange is nice.
Orange, yeah,
That's
orange
the
that
Dutch
much.
though, isn't
But
it?
do they own it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, 10th overtime.
The first king of Netherlands was like something Oranje, and it's just been
That's
since
it.
then. Yeah, because it's not on the flag. Orange isn't on their
I
flag.
know, yeah. Ivory Coast wear orange sometimes as well.
They do. Did he a Drogba?
Here's Lecco, bowled the first, bowled the last. She doesn't give too many extras away at all.
I'll go the opposite way. One thing I don't like, too much red on the international circuit at the moment. A lot of, especially on ECN national teams, a lot of red. Even us. Time to change.
You've got your blue change strip, don't you? All right, this is where I think you're running for pretty much everything, and that's why you'll get a very tight single as Zagante threw it in low and it wasn't gathered by the keeper.
Yeah, an extra run to the total. Always helpful, isn't it?
Just being able to bring Lecco back, who's, I think, normally pretty accurate. This one is worked away. And could hop away close to the rope, pulls up just inside. Again, they are going to go for 2. That's good running. Like I say, if I'm coaching the Lionesses, and I know you've got the stability of Nikolic there at the top of the order, but you know, I'd be thinking maybe giving these 2 a chance from the first ball and kind of leaving Nikolic in reserve in the middle order, so she's still there. Nojic, again, hasn't had too much of a chance in this innings. She only faces, well, 6 balls in the end. Damage, I like to have seen from her so far as well. Lecco, metronomic in her approach. Last ball coming up. Oh, I actually hit that.
Oh, good keeping. Oh, that's close. Well, I think there's a bit of bat on that, but I could just catch up. That could be out stumped here.
It's going to be caught wide, so maybe there was no bat, which means that if this is out, we're going to see a new batter.
Oh, I reckon that is out. Yep, that's out, Vinny.
Yep, just out. So it'll be stumped off for wide.
Oh, is that run out because she was set off for a run?
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing. She did probably try and look to run, so probably it is run out. And I think they've waved the wide off. So they've said, no, it was hit.
Yeah, look, there's a bit of bat there. She goes to run. That's run out. Good keeping, though.
Yeah, so, okay, probably is run out in the end. Always feels harsh on the ball, but.
Oh, there's the hugs. I love the hugs.
So it will be run out to finish, we think. And I was going to say they looked like they were going to get exactly what they got last time because they got 69. This time, 1 short. They end up with 68.
Oh, well, hold on, Vin. We've got another ball. Well, hold the phone. Well, a bit of controversy here. I think the wide's been cancelled. It's not a wide. It's a dot ball run out.
I love chaos.
It's a dot ball run out because there was bat on it and it's not a wide. So he's changed his decision, I think. So I think that is the innings complete and it will be a dot ball run out.
Got a feel for Milica Stevanovic, who plays the shortest innings of 0.
You know how you can tell?
Yeah.
Just that bat there. It actually speeds the ball up a bit and that's where it hits the keeper up in the chest. Oh, that hurts.
Does pretty well. So, and the dismissal won't affect too much. Poor Stevanovic has to kind of get all excited about batting, but in the end, he doesn't get to the middle of the Mladost cricket ground. Let's go back and have a look. And look, it was a funny one because Dragovic didn't really find her fluency the way she did in the first innings that she played, where she did hit a couple of boundaries a while before we saw a 4. Some good stops. But really, Magdalena Nikolic in there with 2 boundaries off her bat. Ends up top scoring with 23 off 33, but once again, kind of not really able to get close to that run of ball kind of pace that they probably want out of their top 3 or 4. This was a tight one. She had a couple of very close calls, did Nikolic. That was a very good piece of work to flick the ball onto the stumps. Eventually, we did have a wicket, and that was a nice bit of fielding from Kuchuk Suchu, who's done some good things today. And the old hug and the kiss combination, I think we could definitely use more of that on ECN. Then, nice bit of bowling from Senor, continued her good day. Sebastian with a nice bit of glove work behind the stumps. That was the last ball, which is a bit of a funny one. In the end, looked like it might be a wide. I think that the square leg umpire helps out and says, look, I'm positive that was hit. So just suggested to the main umpire to change the decision. So I think they probably do get it right in the end. 68 for 3 for the Lionesses. Well, they know that they did kind of push a bit of a result last time, but they were their own worst enemy with the bowling. So if they can just kind of cut those extras down to something reasonable, I think potentially it could be enough. 23 for Nikolic, the top scorer. Trajkovic, as in Tamara Trajkovic, with 14 off her bat. Nojic with 4, running off the last ball. Demic with 3 not out, and the score ends up 68 for 3. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Pretty tight from a few of the bowlers. Like Romani only got the one over for 6, but the wickets went to Senor Continued Day and Kvaric. Pretty reliable. 1 for 6 off her 2 overs. Leko, shout out for her top and tails. Not 2 tight overs, none for 7. So we'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes with the reply. There'll be one less for the Jinx to go one more up in the series and take an unassailable 2-0 lead. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN, alongside Corey Ruckers. And we'll be back after this short break with the exciting conclusion of match 2 in this ECS-W.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Been a long day here in Zagreb, Croatia, but it's time for the exciting conclusion of ECS-W Match 2 between Czech Zagreb and the Lebanon Lionesses. The story so far, 67 on the board. That was the final score, just after everything was checked and double-checked, and there'll actually be one less than that. So we'll try and get you that one as soon as possible. So it's going to be Neuich to open the bowling. I liked her in the first game. So yeah, they'll be hoping that they can get the extras under control. That was certainly one of the big problems earlier on. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, just clarifying that score in the end. And Neuich getting ready to start the second half. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers joins me for the second half as well.
Yeah, good to be back, Vinny. Looking forward to this run chase. Can they get there? That's the big question. Do they have enough in the cavalry to get these runs? Obviously, the boundaries have been brought in from the T20s earlier today. The sun is sort of setting in the distance as well. We've got about 45 minutes more action, and might be a little bit dark by the time we finish, but credit to everyone. 2 T20s, a T10, and the final T10, last innings of today. As we're all set to go. Umpire just taking a moment as the clock rolls over a couple more seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure the score was 68, but just maybe a glitch in the matrix here. Probably not what you need with the sun setting in around about 48 minutes.
Well, an innings takes 45, man. So that gives us 3 minutes to clear out. I think that's 3 minutes too many. Obviously, you've got a lot of laptops you need to clear in 3 minutes.
True. Doesn't take me that long. Let's talk about you, though, while we wait, Corey. I know you've got the Spain team going to the third round of the sub-regionals in Guernsey pretty shortly. So the guys must be pretty excited for that challenge. Tell us about maybe some of your formidable opponents that you'll run into.
Looking forward to running into Greece, actually. An old rivalry that we are excited to play them. First match of that qualifier just around the corner, and all the teams there will be representing themselves with plenty of distinction and all very able to win on their day.
Here's the good news. We have clarified that the score is 68, so the target should actually be 69 on the screen. So Spring Productions were right after all. Neuich finally gets going.
Oh.
Got a bit of zip about it.
Wow.
That goes down the leg side and actually going to sneak through. Luckily, it won't go to the boundary. It'll be 2 wides. This has been the problem for the Lionesses so far.
There's some serious pace on that video. That really did get through. Hit the deck, and wow, one of the quicker bowlers we've seen.
Yeah, she's certainly got a lot of talent. You can see that very clearly.
Oh, you can tell that is quick. There's the air, just going to fly around for a run off the back. Good bit of fielding. Keep it to 1 as that sun sets in the background. We'll get this game in before the sun sets, Vinny. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I think we could be in for another good one.
We're the Dawn to Dusk Network. That's what it should be called, the D&D.
If there's sunlight, we'll be on the park.
Yeah, you know what? Even if there's not sunlight, we'll find a way.
No full toss.
What's the latest on the marathon? the cricket marathon, Vinny. It's been a couple of years now since we started the idea. I'm getting upset, actually.
I just think it needs the right project manager. I'm ready to take the reins. We do the draft. We have 5 squads of 14. We get 2 or 3 from every federation, nominate people that want to play.
Yep.
We fly them to somewhere that we hold it. And we do like a draft system. Nominate a captain and coach for each. Would you put your hand up to coach the team?
Nah, I think I've already committed to the commentary crew. I'd like to be doing a game at 3:30 a.m. with you. I think I'd always enjoy that. I do hope one day we do get to launch the first ever cricket marathon. But I'm not too sure about your time frame over New Year's. I think too many people have gone home, and I think it's too cold.
Can be a bit cold. Maybe
3:30 a.m. on New Year's.
Maybe you do a midsummer.
Yes.
Yeah.
The midnight sun in Norway.
Nice little deflection shot here, but well knocked down in the circle by Tamara Trajkovic.
And I still want to keep every Maximo, you donate 10p. And
whatever you want, whatever people can afford.
Every time there's a bowl, 50p. Anytime there's a timed out, €100.
Should get about 500 Maximos in the weekend. So, yeah, kind of, I say 10p or 10 euro cents. Could all go to a good cause.
That'd be great.
Need to have Maxo down to the DJ at the ground as well.
I think you'd love that.
Down leg side this time. It does keep a little bit low. Kavaric mentioned that she did score a first half century in her T20 international career, but that was in Czechia. Hasn't really gotten going so far.
It's a good bit of shape. I tell you what, that's swung a long way. Oh, keeping pads on. Almost blew them apart. Good action. Really nice action.
A lot of people are loving the Lionesses kit with the sleeves. Jink's looking pretty good too. Oh, this one. Really jump up, that extra bounce. Pretty well dealt with by Kavaric in the end. It doesn't waste any time. They'll get through for a run.
What's your thoughts on the variable bounce that you've seen this weekend? Lucky or just get on with it?
Life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. End of the first over. 7 without loss.
It definitely adds another flavour to it. I haven't watched any of the footage back today, though, Vinny. Was it spinning a fair bit?
It did spin, but I actually think the overnight rain settles the pitch. A lot of these artificial pitches, they can crack up underneath. That's where it comes from. So the fact it rains, it just kind of flattens it out.
What would your suggestion be overnight? Should we go hot tour on it? Just spit everywhere?
Would be one option.
Well, I don't know. We've got to make it wet somehow, and we've got to somehow get it to keep obsolete over the top.
268 matches, hits the golden ball.
You know, we could get the hose out overnight. We actually could. I think there's a couple of hydrants around and wet it if it's going to be safer.
You don't want it gushing. Here's over number 2. Pretty good start from Neuich. I just feel that if the Lionesses can ask the right questions, they're going to get a good result here. But can they do it consistently enough?
Remind me of the result in the first game.
The first game.
I was coming in the bolt, to be fair. I didn't see it.
Saw Jinx Zagreb chase down a similar score. So at the moment, the batting team are 1 up.
That's a nice looking shot. They'll probably scamper through for a single. Direct hit could be close. Just missing. Why with the Jinx Zagreb on the scorecard does it say JZW?
Yeah, because all of our ECS-W, ECC-W have that as a suffix.
Okay.
It denotes that. Because obviously we're going to get the stage, hopefully, that we have, for example, you might have PK Club here, Zagreb Sokol and Zagreb Sokol women. Same in Spain, same all around the place. Of course, ECN, home of the ECC-W as well. Just losing that one down leg side is Trajkovic. It's annoyed with herself. This is Maria Trajkovic.
The opening bowling pair, you've got a fair bit of pace, and the sun just peeks out from the clouds, gets a bit bright again.
An evening sun. That's really well bowled. It's actually really close. Oh, and well, good fielding. But I actually think this is certainly straightening for me. Maybe.
No, not enough. Straightening in a little bit, but not enough. Good appeal, though.
Benefit of the doubt. Probably, no, it's not actually a dead ball. Anyway, Leko survives. And low full toss. This could be trouble. Again, just these first grabs not sticking. Both sides, really. But Trajkovic had half a chance. She gathered that to run out Kavaric. She took off. Couple to come in the second over. Yeah, that's a wide. Again, good shape though. But
You know, one thing I've been impressed with all weekend, and I'm seeing it here again, the keepers this week. I know you're a keeper. I mean, Alec and the Croatian keepers on wickets that are difficult, and even now, the keeping's been really good.
Yeah. So Hashman doing a job yesterday, Houghton for Croatia today. Both keeps done a good job in this game.
Oh.
That one keeps down pretty well dealt with by Lecco. Keeps playing with a straight bat. That's what saves her in the end. She'll get away with a run. Hey, can I ask you, any reason that you're going Alec Davidson Soler as your primary keeping option in really all the T20 so far? Is that and playing Isan as a bat? Is there any thought to play Isan as a keeper?
I think for just pure out-and-out glovemanship, I think Alec's slightly ahead in his craftsmanship.
Isan's a good fielder as well, I suppose.
Yeah, and Ishan's very good in the field. Very good in the field.
Pulled away, and it is cut off ultimately. It's the end of the over, 12 with that loss after 2.
The other reason as well, I don't think people always remember this, obviously we're playing a high volume of games in a small weekend. To keep wicket first and then go jump in and open the batting is actually quite difficult. Nishan's sort of locked down the opening spot, so just protecting him a little bit as we have a look at the mini table so far.
Yeah, it's a mini table. Essentially this will go on wins. Let me do the bonus point in play if you had, for example, a washout, you had 1-1.
Why is there still that bonus?
No, but it makes sense. So if there was a washout and it was 1-1, and your win was a...
Vinny, it hasn't rained in Zagreb for about 6 months.
It rained last night. There were 2 storms.
Yeah.
The cube was underwater, actually.
Don't think so.
Anyway, could have another tight one.
Oh, good bowling.
Yeah, so they decided to bowl her out.
Yeah, I like that. It's good captaincy. You spearhead with the new ball, get that ball to talk and get in the right areas.
Run rate required started at 6.9. It's crept up into the 7s. Kvaric. Get to the boundary today. Bit of an edge on this one onto the pad. And again, that's a good result for Lionesses. Every time there's a dot, rate required creeps up slightly. Yeah. How have you been going with the bugs, by the way? You asked me how I was going with the bugs.
I hadn't been feeling it in a coaching capacity. I do regret not wearing shoes right now. My feet are being eaten alive, Vinny.
For long trousers today, I don't regret it. Well, popped up in the air. Keeper takes the catch. And the first wicket falls. Kvaric not able to get going on opening day of this ECS-W. Nojic breaks through and thoroughly deserves that wicket. I think she's playing a very good evening of cricket. Well held by the keeper as well. Demic finishes the dismissal and the first wicket falls. The score is 12 for 1.
Yeah, really good bowling. Gets it to bounce a little bit here and just that extra bit of kick. It's a nice safe catch from the keeper. Not going to drop that. It's probably the easiest one you could get. And the first wicket will go down in the chase.
Nojic bowled really tightly earlier as well. Didn't take a wicket though, so that's her first wicket in ECS-W cricket. I'm sure she'll remember that moment for a long time, but you're right, is that extra bounce kind of popped up off the top edge?
We've seen a lot of players get out to the cross bat shot this week. You got to try and somehow pull it down. If you try to pull it up, there's bad things that can happen.
The thing is, you don't really have an option. You can't really drive it too easily either. You're getting eaten by the bugs.
Feet are going on the table, Vinny.
Well, Senjuk is player of the match for the first game, so he's played a bit of a rescue job here. Gets the nod at number 3 where she made 19 not out, run a ball early, including 3 boundaries. In fact, every single boundary for Jinx Zagreb in that first game was off the bat of Pavla Senjuk. Cracks this, gets it past mid-wicket. Just a single though, Pavla gets off the mark.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, Vin. Look.
A tingle?
I've got a genuine tingle. I think this could go right down to the wire.
See how I felt about the first game. I just think those extras all added up against the Lionesses in the end. Chasing their tail, no pun intended. But let go. Captain, pretty important. Ran herself out earlier, trying on a 2. It's pretty well bowled.
Oh.
I don't know about that one.
Hasn't the rule changed? It's allowed to touch the line?
Yeah, I think to me this goes straight over the line.
To be fair,
it's a harsh call.
To be fair, the umpire standing there has been playing all day as well. Credit to him. He must be a bit fatigued. 2 T20s and then umpiring 2 games, not easy.
It's probably been pinged for a few. Thinks it's time for him to get his own back. I think Nojic. Benefit is she does get one more ball in the over. Pretty good one.
Well, it'll be a dead ball if they run here because there's been no shot off it.
Could be gone.
Well, it can't be gone because it should be a dead ball.
Look, still could be run out.
Oh.
But also,
Oh, it's been given leg by.
I think she's trying to get out of the way of this. Look.
No, that's not how it works.
Yes, it is how it works. Look. But that's, to me, that's a leg bite because she's literally jumping to get out the way. So if you're trying to avoid the ball, then you can. Let's just check out the run out. I think the bat comes down just in time. So, yeah, see?
Oh, that's...
It was a real jump. End of the over. Leg bite.
I don't think that can be. In my eyes, in my coach's book, I don't. If an opposition team got a 1 run from that, oh, not for me. Dead ball for me.
Well, if you want to change the rule, you can change the rule. You can say you have to be playing a shot, but the law says you need to be playing a shot or genuinely trying to avoid the ball. I think she is genuinely trying to avoid the ball there. So, end of the over, 15 for 1. Let me also tell you. Let's say that they didn't think it. If they think it should be a dead ball, it's not dead until they complete the first run. So it could still be run out. Little known rule. It's called wide first up as Maria Trajkovic gets her second over. It's actually sort of misapplied in a game I played once in first grade where there was a run out and the umpire said, no, it can't be run out. It's a dead ball. But the umpires are meant to hold off on the call until the first one's completed.
Really? So you can be run out even though the ball would have been called dead?
Yep.
Really? Didn't know that.
You're taking a risk. Umpire should call in signal their ball once one run is completed safely.
So the ball goes dead. That's going to be a no ball. So the ball goes dead, and you just happen to be, well, it's not called dead ball yet. So you take evasive action, it hits you on the helmet, and you're wandering out your crease, so you can be out.
Yeah, so yeah, that's true, but it's a little known one. So yeah, that one, it was called for no ball off pitch, but I think it bounced after the stump, so I don't think this will be a no ball after, it'll be a wide. Well done by the officials to sort that out. Avoids Trajkovic having to deliver a free hit, so could take a wicket off this ball. No, this one will be another wide, this time the other way.
Just got to be careful of the extras here. Starting to pile up, and I think that with the sun going down, the bugs are also starting to pile up as well.
I'm going to check the exact sunset time today in Zagreb. I can tell you it'll go down in 32 minutes.
23 left on the clock. We should be okay. 23 minutes on the clock.
Clock stops sometimes.
9 minutes to pack up.
The sun doesn't stop. That means there's more bugs. It's probably going to be another wide. Just missing her spots. I love Maria Trajkovic's expressions. She's filthy when she just misses that line. She's super focused. Again, I've loved the way that these players have both taken the game on today. Down the leg side, just another wide.
Just losing the line and length at the moment, that hurts.
Kind of goes in runs, doesn't it? Sometimes I think bowlers locked into the zone and be able to reproduce the ball's in the spot they want, but then there's other times where they just can't quite get it right. It's a tough place to be, especially if you've played a lot of organised cricket.
This is hurting the clock as well. We haven't bowled an official ball in this over yet, and I'm just watching that sun go down a little bit quicker. I mean, what happens if the sun was to go down, Vinny? What happens in that scenario?
I suppose if it really got too dark, then you have to treat it like almost like if it started raining, if it's too unfit for play. And go Duckworth Lewis. One played nicely, but very clean hands. Throw comes in, but good running from Pavlo Senyog. They get through for the single.
Yeah, one more to the total. Lovely shot too. Just a bit of a late cut there. One more.
In Bulgaria, I think it was opening day, we had the equal longest over, 16 balls.
16's a lot, yeah.
It's happened 3 times though.
Had any other crazy records go down the last few months?
Well, have to think about that, but normally we have something going on.
Did you make any reference to, as that's hit to leg side, it's going to be a run out surely? No, it's a poor underarm, just one more. You make any reference to watching Hamza and Yassir block deliveries on an up and down wicket when they're the highest partnership on the ECN network history?
Yeah, no, I did mention that, the 257. Oh, we actually had the 257 equalled.
They hit 258.
By Cobra, 257.
No, 258, Hamza and Yassir.
Let's look.
You are incorrect, Vincenzo. I know you've been working hard. Shot.
Around the corner, uses the pace well. Nice pick up, one-handed. Just get a single. Yeah, 257 without loss. Catalin Jaguar versus Sohail Ospedite. Cobra CC scored 257 as well. I tell you what.
Did they lose a wicket?
Yeah, they lost 2.
So does that mean that technically that's lower?
Technically, it normally goes on margin of victory. Actually,
Really?
Jaguar went to number 2. But I mean, it's tied. They're both shared top spot.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what happened in that innings, something that's never happened before. 2 centuries by different batters in the same innings.
We got close to that a few times, didn't we?
Yeah, we've had a few choke jobs, actually.
Yeah.
In the ECL for us, of the Stallions.
That's right.
Batting
yeah.
with the golden butts.
2 dot balls in the last 2.
Yeah. Leesky also got the jinx
Yeah,
in the Western Cup.
What a player.
Western Shield.
Have you noticed, actually, that's one thing I've noticed of late, that all the players from the Western Shield on Team British and Irish Knights have gone on to massive things.
Yeah.
Harrison Ward's been given a contract for the 100. Michael English got picked for Scotland, made an ODI 100 on debut. It's absolutely crazy. There's about 4 or 5 other stories there of players that played for the British and Irish Knights have gone on to play bigger and better.
It's the real cricket.
Still think we're very lucky we won 3 games, and we took an overdone Narby. He was at about 1% of the old Narby, to be fair. Rest in peace.
He actually works better in odd-numbered years, so next year it's probably going to come good.
Are Drew coming back?
Yet to be seen, but...
Yeah, they are. Yeah, what's the latest on I love ECL, chat.
Do you want some ECL qualification?
Oh, yeah. I can give you Holland, VCC. I was there.
Yeah, I was there with you. Also, we've got some pretty good ones.
Go on.
Talent Strikers, actually, not the Stallions, will come from Estonia.
Really?
And they're the team that actually made 254.
Can they hit the pitch?
You'd hope so. Another wide here. Trakovic having a real tough time in this over as the sunlight fades. I'll give you another one. The Wolfendanger Optimists have qualified from Luxembourg. Wolfendang is where the ground is, and the fact that they're called the Optimists. And I'll give you a little bit of a side note. We've got Ed Packard playing for them. Charles Packard plays for Mediterranean Vikings, who qualified from Gibraltar.
Okay.
And they could potentially face off against each other.
Wow. That's news.
Much better. Trajkovic just needs to get the mojo back here, because we saw her bowling in that first over she bowled and didn't have any problems like this. Okay, bowled an 8 ball over.
Is there any others that you've got coming up for ECL 25?
I think we've got a few more. Actually, I'll have to look at the... Does he have an app that can tell me this?
It's going to be cool.
Yeah, well...
Has to be. How many balls is that in the over now, Vin?
Well, we're up to 9 extras in the over, so we're at 15.
Well, records are meant to be broken.
Well, I don't want to see it go past 16.
If this is a wide...
I will say, out of the 3 16 ball overs, one of them, the 16th ball was a wicket.
Wow.
33% strike rate. And Alan Magdalenic actually bowled one last year.
Well bowled.
That's better. That's what we like to see. So, Trajkovic in the end battles her way through. She'll finish none for 18. And after 4, the Jinx, 28 for 1.
I've got something for you, Vin. I don't think they're going to bowl 5 overs in 18 minutes. That's about 3.5 an over. That's pretty difficult to do. So that could be 5 more runs off that total needed.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. Okay, I've got more teams for you. You ready?
Yep.
So, from Denmark,
Skanderborg.
Skanderborg has
Saw
made it
that on
again.
Instagram.
You saw that. I mentioned Mediterranean Vikings. I mentioned Talent Strikers. Farmers have qualified from Jersey. That means there'll be 2 Jersey teams because Old Victorians qualify as last year's.
Are they going to be in the same group?
Yep. So that's
going to be a
official as well.
bloodbath. That'll be good.
It means they can't kind of steal each other's players. As
Well, the only
wildcards
reason Old
either.
Victorians went deep is because of some Farmers players, I believe.
That's an opinion. Also in Sweden, Ariana CC have qualified.
They're quite good, aren't they?
But not Ariana Keefe. They're their arch rivals.
Ah.
So it's the other Ariana team. Nusratullah Sultan is one of their star players. He's built like, he's kind of the Muhammad Babar kind of build.
Okay.
Imposing. Played for Sweden before the
So
ECC.
unfit, you're saying?
Fit for power.
Yeah, fit for power. To be fair, it is true. Fit for power.
And obviously we know Hornchurch coming back. That's all I've got so far.
VCC from Holland. And
VCC
that's
from
it. I mean, what month are we in now? August?
August,
Yeah,
I
a
think
couple months.
Yeah,
Who's
give it-
coming from Portugal? It won't be the Swans. They can't win anything.
I know that you love to give Awarish a bit of stick.
Heard Conrad's retiring soon as well.
Trajkovic comes in the air, popped up, should be reached, and it's taken. Well, it's taken somehow in the orbit of Nikolic, who gets it more or less in the forearms more than anything. The hugs fly, and so does the Grizzly, right into the hands of the Lioness skipper. It's 31 for 2.
That is a group hug and a half. As they get around it, what a good catch that is. Never in doubt, swallows it whole. And, well, she's not going to drop that.
Yeah, well, the captain certainly well loved amongst her players. She's been dishing out a bit of love, getting a bit back as well. But yeah, just a little pop-up there, wasn't it? This game takes another twist. Tamara Trajkovic with the wicket. And so the opening batters combine to create a wicket there. End of Senyuk, player of the match last game for just 3. 31 for 2. Still think this game's very much alive. Zagante, the new batter. And she's bowled. First ball, right on target. This could be a golden duck for Ivana. And so Trajkovic is going to have to go on a hat-trick now. So what a difference.
Vinny, I've seen the most sporting act I've ever seen. Watch this, Vinny. As she's dismissed, turns around and picks the stumps up.
Unfortunately, misjudged that slightly as well. The stumps hit the ground.
Oh, no.
But, that's the way it goes. Could have a 60-seconder here as well.
Oh, this is going to be outside the 60 here. Helmet's not on.
Well, I mean, you could have the time penalties offsetting then. So, I mean, trying her best to get on in time. She wasn't quite ready to go. New batter, Miranda Modric.
The gloves aren't fully on either.
That's the thing. Because let's say there's a clock penalty, which there might be for the bowling side. It could be counteracted if she doesn't get there in 60. Geez, she made really good ground to get there.
Oh, she's there.
Yeah, so 24 hat-tricks in the season. Could we have our first ever ECS-W hat-trick at Trajkovic? Oh, that's into the ground. Pretty emphatic.
You will not get that hat-trick. Nice shot, good option. Chop it down.
Well, this game's had a few twists and turns.
Oh, more bugs than turns, Vinny. You didn't tell me there'd be this many bugs.
Yesterday was way worse. Probably one of the greatest showers of my life. Modric kicks the first one out.
Game on again, Vinny. Game on.
Trajkovic wants a third wicket. In swing, a really good movement there.
Oh, bold.
Just stays inside the tram line. Again, all they need some bowlers that can get it on the spot. I know we started with a wide this over, but since then, right on the money from Tamara Trajkovic. Last ball of the 5th coming up. Jink's just falling off the pace in this race to go 2 up in the series. Very well bowled, it won't leave the square. End of 5, and it's game on in the twilight. Jink Zagreb, 31 for 3.
Yeah, 31 for 3. That over sort of sways it the other way. You and I have called over, but the umpires seem not to. We might have an extra ball here, Vinny. Well, here we go.
If we do, it won't count.
Oh, well, and there it is. Oh, the old clothesline.
Yeah, well, before we go to tomorrow, that's our first ever ECS-W umpire clothesline. It's something you see on ECN more than any type of cricket in the world. But anyway, this is what's coming up in Bulgaria. Who do you like tomorrow? I know day 7, you've been following it pretty closely in Bulgaria. Starting at 7:30 local at 11 a.m.
I'm thinking Blacksmiths for me. I like everything about them. I think they play the right way, the right style, and if they don't come home with 2 victories, I'll eat my shirt, Vin.
Well, I mean, I like your optimism there, but let me just tell you some numbers on the Blacksmiths, because they've had a little bit of a tough time so far in the series.
I'm not a gambling man, but if I've got life savings, I'm putting it on the Blacksmiths to go 2 from 2.
Afyon Karahisa, they are going to play the doubleheader against the Blacksmiths tomorrow. But yeah, at the moment, Blacksmiths, they've got, I suppose not the worst record. They've got a 2-7 record,
yeah, it's
beating the bottom placed team twice. So that's something.
Well, I think my favourite player, Mohammed, definitely going to be in there, and I'm sure he'll have a good game.
And they haven't played Afyon Karahisa yet. And the good thing about Blacksmiths, funny you mentioned that, they are all Bulgarian national players.
Oh, no, I've got my teams mixed up, Vinny.
Mohammed Ivanov, actually. He's been in good form. Another fun fact for the Blacksmiths, they have 3 players called Ivan Ivanov.
I meant Ivan. I meant Ivan. How's that? Oh, Vinny, it's getting late in the day. I meant Ivanov.
We could have our first night match, and it's not even meant to be a night match. This is pretty good bowling. Just heading down the leg side. Would have been wide, though, but...
I think usually when you go with the most common name on earth, you'd expect one. A bit unlucky there.
That's well bowled by Stevanovic. Oh, he's wheeling and dealing at the moment. 4 dot balls.
What are the odds of that? That's so unlucky. Oh, I'm good.
You make your own luck.
I'm going to need another 2 months off after this one game stint, Vinny.
Straight down the leg side, gets through the keeper
run
as
here.
well.
You got to run. Every run's vital. An extra 2 free runs to the total.
You know what's so funny though? I remember I covered the Blacksmiths back in 2022, and you wouldn't believe it that actually Mohammed Fayez was the lone player.
I knew it. I knew
and so I think that's who you're referencing there.
Mohammed Fayez, good player, good average, can play.
He was their top scorer.
Exactly.
Sorry, second top scorer with 48 runs in the series.
Hope you're doing well, Mohammed.
To be fair, though, it was a rain-affected series. In fact, we had snow stop a game in that Bulgarian series back in 2022.
How's Tugger doing?
Do you mean Roshan Siriwardana? Recently played in the ECS Cyprus.
Dead ringer for Steve Waugh.
Last ball of the over. It's been a good over, and it has a good finish as well. So just the 2 in wides off the over, off the same ball. But we had 6 dot balls, and the Lionesses wheeling and dealing. Right now, it's 33 for 3 after 6.
I just feel like this one's running away from them. Helen Lecco trying her best, 6 off 15. Modric, no relation to Tony, 0 off 5. Not looking easy here in this chase. 33 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, well, hello to, I think this might be Alan in the chat. He's saying the record still stands of 16 balls in an over, because we only had 15 earlier in this innings.
I've seen records tumble this weekend.
Sarah Simic comes on. Again, they just need to kind of keep it straight for 4 overs, and I think the Lionesses will square the series here. 36 off 24 required. Decent start for Simic. But crack through the offside. We've got our first boundary. Takes another twist. Helen Lecco. Oh, with 4 runs.
It is 4, right, Vinny?
You missed it before, actually.
She's almost thrown it into her teammate there. That would have been bad.
Well, they say leave it all on the field, but they've actually stretched where the field is here. It runs through.
What a square drive. I was a little bit worried about the throw back here. The throwback's almost collected somebody. What a shot.
Lecco, first boundary off the bat in this innings.
Shot.
They were bold, yeah. Lecco finding a mojo. It's amazing how often we've had back-to-back boundaries today as well. A day that we haven't seen a lot of them.
You just feel, Vinny, they've gone top-heavy with their bowlers. They've gone, their main seamers, 2 at the top, 2 at the top. So I think the 5th and 6th bowler will come into play here. I think this is still game on.
One thing I like about Simic so far, though, at least she's getting the location right so far. And right on cue. A jinx is the jinx. Take another run.
Been enjoyable. I'm worried about that clock as well. Yeah, you can see hurrying back now.
10 minutes to bowl 2.5 overs, essentially.
16 balls.
Pretty good location as well. Couldn't quite make the stop.
Got to run. Got to run.
Oh, make a late decision. Oh, I tell you what, there's some amazing arms going around. Nojic has an absolute rocket of an arm. We saw her down at fine leg most of the time earlier, but now finds herself at long off.
You just feel this is going to go right down to the evening wire.
15 minutes to sunset as well.
I reckon we're playing.
Sun's gone below the horizon of the trees around the ground.
We'll have to come back and finish this game tomorrow, just like at the World Cup. Shot.
I like this over so far. He's making them earn their runs. They're going to sneak through for one there.
Good over, though. 8 off 4 for the batting unit. They can get another boundary here. They're laughing.
Just a little bit like my holidays when I go abroad. Just got to keep it legal. That's really what it's about. Yeah. Simic has done a good job so far.
Don't want to run into any trouble, Vinny.
2 to come in the 7th. This one sprayed down the leg side.
Good keeping. You know, good keeping. Easily could have been an extra run.
Demic has really impressed me with the gloves today. Saw her take a good catch earlier in the innings, but she's been solid. Saw her in the warm-up. Just has a lot of natural ability and good pair of hands. Feet move well. A lot of responsibility in that position. 27 off 20. Good location there, worked away. They go on contact. Modric will get a second run.
Good running.
Right, this reminds me a little bit of the ECS Portugal final earlier in the year, where we had a golden ball. I called it in the dark. I think that was around when sunset was hitting. Amir Zaib sent the last ball of regulation into the field next door for 6 to tie the game, and did the same on the golden ball to win the trophy for Marlow. Little bottom edge here, sneaks past. Late decision from Modric to go through for the single, but they do. I still like that over from Simic. Just a couple of good shots played in it as well, as this game hangs in the balance. 44 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, 25 left to get. 3 overs. Well done to everyone. It's been a big day. Tomorrow, more T20I action. Game 4 and 5 of the Mediterranean Cup, and then our final match of ECS-W.
And the way it's shaping up, it's going to be a big finish here to match 2 in this ECS-W. That start time tomorrow is for the T20s. Croatia and Spain. Match 4 starts 7:45 GMT, quarter to 10 in Central Europe, and quarter past 1 in India. And neutrals will be hoping the Lionesses can hold on here and take it to a live game 3.
Good fielding. Great fielding. Saved 3 runs there.
That's Teodora Matic there. They've got some, like I said, they've got some very good fielders. They've been working really hard on their fielding. I love the drills they were doing beforehand as well, Lionesses. This is where it all has to come together. Stevanovic bowled a pretty good over. That went for only 2 in over 6, and she's bowling out here in the 8th.
Oh, how's that? No shot offered. Usually, sometimes these go your way. Oh.
Saying it's just missing. It's really not far away. Yeah, maybe an element of doubt there. Also the height. Modric needs to get going. Down leg side. This one does get through. The keeper.
Go.
Half a chance.
Oh.
I'll get there in the end. Everything's an event right now.
This is going to go right down to the wire, and I'm still worried about that clock, Vinny.
I've got a good feeling about the clock. Stevanovic. Just needs to find the radar. Leko's batted the innings so far. Short, leans on it, does Helen. Knocked down in the infield, they'll only get a single.
Who's ahead for you in this game right now? Because it's saying 33-67, but it genuinely feels like a 50-50.
I'm leaning the way the computer's leaning, only because they've been a lot better not delivering as many extras. Okay, it's been 1 or 2 overs where it's gone off the rails, but the Lionesses, they're in the box seat for me. Little bottom edge, great hands behind the stumps once again.
Saves a couple.
They're really important. Because you feel if you bowl 14 legal deliveries here, if you go on what seems like, we've only seen 1 4, we've seen maybe a couple of 2s. I don't think they can get 21 runs in 14 legal balls. So really, you're relying on extras to help you out if you jinx, and there's one of them.
So you're saying here now, Vin, 6 extras is between maybe if they needed 14 off 14 and there weren't extras, do you think they'd make 14 off 14?
No.
So we're saying
not based on what we've seen.
So you're saying maybe 7 to 8 extras bring them in the game?
I'll tell you what. I can actually give you a strike rate of the legal deliveries so far.
I've got a feeling this is still very much batting, actually.
We've had 24 off 46 in non-wides, no balls. So if you go by that, you're looking at, okay, maybe you can get 7 or 8 runs off 14 balls. Okay, it depends. Maybe a boundary can change everything, but Modric just needs to be busy here. Well bowled.
Ooh, could be called.
No, that's a good delivery. 50's up as well for Jinx, but Stevanovic has been outstanding here under pressure.
Yeah, sun setting now. 13 balls left. 19 runs. We've got a grandstand finish on this Super Saturday of cricket. It's going to be a wide. Oh, Vinny misses golden ball territory.
Stevanovic, by the way, only 14 years of age. Imagine the pressure on the youngster.
Are you still confident about that clock? Because I wouldn't be. That's going to be touch and go. 3 minutes 30 is not easy to bowl. I don't reckon the next over staying till 3 minutes. And that, I'm telling you, Vin, this could be a huge call from the officials to break the hearts of 11 young players. It would be cruel. It would be cruel.
No,
How would you sleep at night?
Probably by the moonlight, which is what we'll be playing by very soon. 17 off 13.
Oh, you don't want to be making that call.
You got to call it.
Oh, they're not hurrying up, Vinny. I'm telling you, it's going to be in the twos. If it's in the twos, you're not bowling the last. They need a wicket. They can't see Vinny.
Last ball the over, we hope. It is in the air. Won't carry. Spins around the field. Oh, dear me. Oh, Trajkovic. They're going to go for two. Might be a run out. And not handled. Well, this is like something you'd see in the Olympic gymnastics here. Wow. Just maybe the end of the over. Red 2, 54 for 3.
I'm so glad it's a women's game right now because that was violent. 2 runs. And oh, we're going to be finishing in the moonlight, Vinny.
Well, this has golden ball written all over it right now, doesn't it? Jinx Zagreb, 54 for 3. They need 15. And it's one of these games as well. Maybe there's some question of was it 67, 68?
Great tactic, milking the clock, fantastic.
I think they'll get 30 seconds for this or however long it takes because they're ready to go.
Nah, this is great. The coaches yelled out, kill the clock.
They'll get it. It's gone up to 3:17.
Oh, that's a generous extra minute if you ask me.
The officials are in control of it. And
I like this.
This is, I tell you, it's been such a gripping contest.
I like the extra minute.
And I will say again, both teams have scored more than Croatia were able to.
Where's the sun gone, Vinny?
Well, we got 8 minutes, so they've got 7.5 minutes. And we've got to get through this, so potentially one more. 15 off 12. Simic starts, nice shot off the back foot. Well knocked down.
She's everywhere, Vin.
Oh, Trajkovic.
I don't think they're going to be able to defend this.
That's not helping either. That throw comes whistling in.
14 runs.
50-50 game right now. Are we going to have a golden ball in our first ever ECS-W tournament?
Need some wickets and some plays and misses. Modric is on strike. They've got to bowl straight.
Hit and run now. You're not going to run out of wickets. Take on the field. Scramble. A bowl by Simic, little top edge. They'll get another single, 13 off 10 now.
It's a good shot from Modric. Any bat's good bat. I just think the batting unit's going to get them home here, Vin. 13 off 10, wickets in hand. They've got to bowl 10 straight deliveries at least.
Supercomputer sitting on the fence. Nice and cool for the first time, actually. Now the sun's gone down.
Yeah, much more pleasant. It's been a hot day.
Knocked down. I'll get one. Is it fielded? It is. I've just been really impressed with Simic under pressure to be able to keep it on the straight.
Yeah. Well, with 3 balls to go, needs to keep it straight again. Take it to that last over. Yep, well bowled.
Yeah, but I mean, good contact as well, fielder. Slight fumble. They're not really looking for 2 either. Probably was there if they were to go straight away. Throw comes back to the keeper.
It's a very good over, Vinny. No extras when the pressure's on. 11 off 8. Could you believe it?
This has got golden ball written all over
it. It really does, doesn't it?
It's not helping. Just got to deliver 2 legal deliveries here. Maybe you could get away with 1 extra ball in a minute.
Three in a minute's not easy. I think any extra here, you're in a bit of trouble.
As long as it doesn't leave the pitch, should be okay.
Get it straight.
Balls are wide. That's a really good shot, though. It's going to get through the field. It's going to go for 4. So Lecco, the captain, steps up. Highest score of the day now by an individual in this ECS-W. And Jinx get 4 valuable runs.
It might be the highest in the day in total, actually. I'm not even joking. Did anyone make more than 20 today?
I think so. Good question, though.
Who?
Rest in the case. Last ball of the night. Well, it's up. It's in the air. It's not going to carry. Watch the spin. They do. Well fielded.
Cannon. Great throw.
Nojic is an absolute weapon in the field. They do make the time. Just. And it's 63 for 3 after 9. We are going down to the wire. 6 runs required for the win. 5 to tie. Last over coming up. If there are 5 off this, then we go to a golden ball. 2 will be required. Then how important to try and bowl a legal ball on that one.
Oh, well, I found my new gripe with the network, Vinny. There's not enough gold on that graph for me. I need more gold. There used to be more gold. I want where's the little golden ball? Where's our golden?
People say it to me all the time.
There's too much white on that. What's happened?
Bring back the gold.
Yeah, I want
Start
the
the
gold.
hashtag.
The golden ball deserves gold. These deserve to be gold.
Okay, I agree.
When I come back, I want that changed. Remember how I always have one graph I'm angry at? That's my new graph.
Remember your email password and log it in. Anyway, here we go. Last over coming up. Tamara Trajkovic to bowl.
Well bowled.
Very good start. I mean, look, if she bowls...
Here we go.
This is very defendable if she can get it absolutely right. I think also with the batting, you got to run pretty much
Everything.
no matter what. I mean, you shouldn't run out of wickets here. You don't want to leave it too long.
What
you
a
don't
game.
want to die wondering. 6 off 5 or 5 off 5 for a golden ball in the dark. A bowl, good contact though. That's going to go over the top. Need to make this
Stop it.
They got to come back for 2 here, surely. They will. And they'll get it down to 4 off 4, so they score for every ball from here. They can't lose Jinx Zagreb.
You feel if they don't get Leko out, she might see them home. 4 off 4, big in-swinging duck onto the stumps, Vin. That's what we need.
Quite like this field
We
as well.
need more time. We need the umpires out there telling about the golden ball. This could go 30 minutes later and we have no sun, Vinny.
We might as well just stay and go straight into match 4 in the T20Is. Anyway, Leko does pinch the strike back. A boundary wins it. That's a wide. First time Trajkovic has lost her line in this last over.
Oh, that hurts. That really does hurt. Need a wicket now. You need a wicket. You have to bring a new batter to the crease just to change the flow of things. Got to get that in-swinger perfect.
Wicket changes everything. I wonder
does.
how...
It's going to be bold.
I want to know how suicidal Leko will be, say if she hits it to the field, whether she'll take it on or back herself to catch the run up.
Oh, what a good game of cricket.
I just love it's been such an even series so far in this first ever ECS-W. Right now, Tamara feeling the heat. Good delivery.
Oh.
Gets it back. 3 off 3. Now remember, the Lionesses, they need to prevent these 3 runs to stay alive in the series and take it to match 3 tomorrow.
Well, that one actually didn't swing back in, held its line a little bit. Can she do that again? Well bowled, good length.
Been pretty cool in the crisis here. She's bowled it 2 for 6 off 9 balls so far. Needs to defend, run a ball. Again, every ball could be the last here. 3 required for the win, 3 left. Very good ball, and they're not going to take it on.
Now we're in territory. We are very, very much on here. Can you believe it? A golden ball in the dark, Vinny. I can't see.
Something about the sun setting. The golden balls come out to play. 2 singles, and we got a tie. What action. You only had to wait 12 hours for it. So 2 balls to come.
It's good to be back,
2
Vinny.
to tie, 3 to win. And get
That'll be a
away.
1. Oh, they've got to come 2.
This-
They got to try.
Well-
They got to try on the throw. Oh no! Let go! Gone! Oh, it's 1 and out. It's 2 off 1, Vinny. We're going to have a golden ball. We're 1 ball away.
Well, Modric is basically not able to come back for the second. Leko would have been back on strike, so the fact that they don't. There's the night vision camera.
And that's how dark it is. That's how dark it is. We should just keep that camera on. These ladies are playing through the midnight. We might have the officials on. We are getting close to a goal ball. That's 1 and run out.
Well, you got to get out there. 60 seconds. We're also about 60 seconds to official sunset in Zagreb.
Well, the thing is, if this is a golden ball, the match referee has to get on and explain everything. I'm only back for 1 game. What a game to be back, Vinny.
These are golden balls in 2024. You can see that we've had 13 of them. I did the last one. That was Kipro Tigers Limassol against the Cyprus Knight Riders, 10th of June.
If we have a golden ball, this is going to take an extra 20 minutes that we don't have, Vin. It's night time.
Let's do it. All right, so here's the thing. Modric just needs to score 1 to
Anybody,
tie.
any bat, it's a 1.
Golden ball within a golden ball here.
Any bat, anybody, and they run and it's a golden ball. Just has to get something on it.
And the pressure to bowl a legal ball. Trajkovic.
Here we go.
A dot wins it for the Lionesses.
Golden ball. Run, you got to run.
You need to run.
Run. It's a golden ball, Vinny. Yes, it's a golden ball in my 1 game.
What a last ball.
Wow.
Last ball.
Here, we've got no sun, Vinny. It's midnight in Croatia. It's 20 past 9. It's a golden ball.
Wow, again, the pressure, and surely, the way this game's gone, you got to favour the fielding side if she can keep it legal.
Vinny, it's that dark. We need night vision goggles. It's 8:30 p.m. It's going to be a golden ball. Look at this. They weren't sure. Then they went back. Then they somehow got the one. What a game of cricket.
I love that Seema basically, you go to that end because I need to go to this end.
Wow.
That was a chaos last ball, and the streak is broken at 268. Corey Ruckers, you're unbelievable. You've got us back to golden ball 0. The sun's gone down, and this is ECN classic territory. You can choose either of the last two bowlers can bowl.
Vinny, no one can see it's that dark. I don't know how they're going to explain this. They're using sign language.
I think they might have to.
That's how dark it is, Vinny. It is that dark. Well, unbelievable scenes here in Zagreb. Can you believe it?
I cannot believe how this has transpired.
It's good coming back.
And look, you've got to go Trajkovic, surely. You can go either the 9th over or the 10th over bowler. Trajkovic bowled an over that went .2 wide, one and run out, one. The one probably shouldn't have been a one. Again, if she just have to throw that to the keeper's hands. They were both running at that end.
Oh, that last ball was utter chaos. It's golden ball, baby. What a time to come back. I'm very happy. This has worked out great. This was just pure chaos for me. He taught me through it.
Again, I think if she knew what was going on, she could have turned and thrown to the keeper. Look at poor Dennis. Hey, how about me?
Oh, no. Well, they got the one. They did the job.
So, I mean, to be honest, it's...
Vinny, honestly, it's that dark. No one knows who's the match referee. No one knows who's who.
Neil Cash is taking control there. That's what we're dealing with.
It's the darkest game in ECN cricket history. That's how dark it is.
That's the reverse camera. And it's 2 minutes past sunset. Look, to be honest, to me, it's one thing. Can Tamara Trajkovic come out and bowl another ball like that?
I'm just hearing from the director, they might call it off. It's that dark. It could be a tie.
I don't know. I feel you've come this far.
No, they're going to bowl the golden ball.
Surely. Yeah, because we haven't had a golden ball for 268 games. You worked pretty hard to get one. I think you've got to play it out.
Can you believe a tie? What were the odds of this happening? It's 8:30 at night.
1 in 100. And, okay, so they're taking the field. Do you go with the same batter? You probably got to. Modric, 7 of 14.
I can't see them getting back for 2.
Yeah, well, I mean... Well, they're going to have to try. I mean, to be honest, they're pretty lucky they even get the chance to play a golden ball because they probably shouldn't have got a run there on that last ball. Trajkovic had the chance to hit the stumps and win the game. These are the rules. 1 extra ball, 2 or more, the batting team wins. So Jinx need 2 or more to win the series, essentially.
Here we go.
Just got to defend 1 or less.
It's so dark, Vinny, I can't see.
Trajkovic. Here we go, golden ball 64 on the first ever day/night of ECS-W cricket.
It's 8:25 p.m. It's dark. Here we go, Vin, call it in.
Bit of history, Trajkovic deliver the golden ball.
Look at it backing up. Great running, you're going to go.
In the air, and gone. It's gone, it's caught.
No.
And they've won the series, they've thrown it for 4, but who cares?
Well,
the game is over, and the Lionesses have won golden ball 64, and the series is square 1-1 going into tomorrow. What a dramatic game. Never mind ECS-W, that's one of the most dramatic games we've ever seen in over 5,000 on ECN, and it is the Lavender Lionesses who pick up their first win on ECN, and it's a golden one to square the series.
Everybody's hugging everybody. Nobody knows who's who. It's that dark out there, but well done to the Lavender Lionesses who come home with a golden ball victory in the night sky in Zagreb. Who would have thunk it, Vinny? What a game of cricket. Or cricket, whatever the kids call it these days.
It's a regional pronunciation, but I mean, credit to the Lionesses. I mean, they were really hard. I think one thing they were very improved on in that second game was the extras at some key times.
Look at that, Vinny. It is pitch black. Well done to all the players and officials to get through that. What a game of cricket.
Well, you know, that's sometimes you see something a bit special, and that's what we saw there. I was just really pleased, not really knowing how these teams would match up against each other, having never played. The fact that it is so close. And I think they're going to have to bring in the floodlights. Back when there was some sun, we had some pretty interesting stuff going on as well, didn't we? As Jinx tried to chase down this target of 69. And don't forget, there was some dispute. It took time to work out if it was 68 or 67. And Well, credit to all the players in this first ever day of ECS-W cricket.
This is when it was too bright, actually, and my eyes were being singed from the scorching sun. And, well, there was a couple of wickets here and there, and overall some pretty tidy bowling. The in-swing working the treat there. Well bowled, full straight. You miss, I hit. And, well, what an ending, Vinny. I'm one and done. I'm going back into retirement. What a great game.
Corey, you are officially the new golden ball Swami.
Oh.
Very, very impressed with you. Somehow pulling this one out of the fire. And Corey Rutgers.
Thanks for inviting me, Edges. I thought I'd get the taxi back just to help you for one, but what a crazy game.
That was a nuts kind of finish as well. But, you know, for me, Trajkovic, she was my player of the match, and she is player of the match in the end. Even though she had the chance to win a regulation, keeper was just kind of quietly musing why she never got the ball. Standing, and she's a very good keeper as well. We went to the golden ball. It was almost pitch black. And to be honest, it wasn't a terrible shot. Got a fair piece of it, but a fantastic catch and throw and hug. It had everything. And a brilliant day of cricket comes to an end. A golden moment. And it's 1-1 going into tomorrow.
Sorry, who's speaking to me? Where are you, Vinny? I can't find my keys. Vinny, where are you?
Oh, well, I'll tell you, in Bulgaria, they might have gone to bed already, but they're going to wake up to golden ball 0 in the morning.
Vinny, honestly, I can't see where I am. Can you please walk me to the car, Vinny? I cannot see right now.
Well, he's probably just overcome with emotion. 29 extras in that 68. It ties the game at 68. And Modric does hit the golden ball, but finds the fielder. It was taken cleanly. And Jinx Zagreb go down to the Lionesses in match 2, makes it 1 apiece, and sets up essentially like a final tomorrow. Whoever wins match 3 will win our first ever ECS-W.
Didn't you say they won the series?
Well, they would have won the series if Jinx Zagreb had.
I didn't see game one, so I don't,
Yeah,
it's
well,
a 1-1.
I'll tell you one more time, it's 1-1. It's 1-1.
Oh, sorry, I can't see and my senses are all over the place.
It's okay. I know you get pretty excitable. But looking at the scorecard, 2 for 8. Trajkovic, deservedly the player of the match. Don't forget, she also was able to score 14 runs in that first inning, setting up the total. Nojic, I think she's a star. 1 for 8 off her 2 overs. But credit to all the bowlers. I know some of them had problems from time to time with the extras, but when the game was on the line, if you look at that last 12 balls, we only had 1 wide. When the game was there to be won, they were able to hold their nerve under pressure. Well, I know we're going to go pretty shortly because it is pretty dark, but I want to say thanks to everyone out there. If you haven't already, make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel. More cricket coming your way tomorrow. And I know that we've got day 3, last day of our Mediterranean Cup with the last 2 T20s featuring Corey Rutgers and his Spain team taking on the host Croatia. Spain hoping to make it a red wash, potentially going 5-0 tomorrow. But then I'm really looking forward already to match 3. You've got to stick with me for that one. Match 3 with the deciding game between Jinx and the Lionesses. Oh, well, once again, I want to say thanks to the crew. It's been a long one. It's been a hot one. It turned out to be a dark one and a golden one. Corey, last word from you. Congratulations for coming on for 1 game and breaking our 268 game Barron streak.
My new nickname, I want to be called the Golden Goose. It's been an absolute pleasure, Vinny, and I'm looking forward to joining you in a few months for the next Golden Ball.
Well, go back and watch that last over again. I know I will tonight. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, I've been Vinny Sandhu, alongside my special guest commentator, part of the family though, Corey Rutgers. He'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll have a deciding game 3 in the ECS-W tomorrow. We'll see you then for more action here from Croatia in the Mediterranean Cup. For now, hasta mañana.